Welcome, my accelerationist friends. Everything bad that's happening today is actually good news, okay? That's how we're going to view it. There's the only way. What the hell? We got goal. Hey. Yeah, you got goal. What are you going to do about it? Hey? Trying to figure out if we might have debates today or later in the week. Okay. This is what Tankies wanted. Shut up. It's time to watch the line go down. Not yet. I wanted to finish watching something a bit earlier. Where was it? Asian markets are down. What's that mean? Why are the Asian markets down? What? Oh, yeah. Hang on. Okay. I wanted to watch this video from the Ask Project because it actually seemed like one of the more interesting ones where they ask old people about things because old people always have stories. I've realized this now that especially in conflict, well, obviously in conflict areas, old people have so much to say that you would never expect to come out of their you'd never expect to come out of their faces. Look at this. Did you see this sound clip of the dude saying curse upon the Jews in his stream? Yeah, of course I did. Yeah. Yeah. And the chat saying, he's based. Nothing problematic about this guy. Wait, what's the red-haired person been asked? Okay.
האם הפלסטינים קיבלו את היהודים בזרועות פתוחות ב-1948 ולפני?
ב-1948? לא, ודאי שלא.
למה?
למה? אדם זר, זאת אומרת, היינו זרים להם, והם כבר גרו כאן, והם לא קיבלו אותנו.
אוקיי, את בת? כאילו, את נולדת איפשהו?
נולדתי בפולין, אבל הייתי בת שנה ורבע כשהייתי.
אוקיי, אז את לא זוכרת?
לא.
אוקיי, מה סיפור לך?
48 היא זוכרת. בת כמה היית בת 48?
בטח שאני זוכרת. מה זה ב-48? הייתי ילדה די גדולה, מה זה?
בת 13, משהו
כן.
כזה.
אז מה היה התגובה, לפי שאת זוכרת, לפני מהפלסטינים?
הם קיבלו אותנו בצורה לא יפה.
כמו?
לא?
כאילו, כמו מה? כאילו, תני דוגמה.
כל הצלפים שהיו וזה מה?
צלפים?
כן.
היית גדלת בירושלים?
אני גרתי ברחוב צפניה בירושלים.
Oh my god, they're fucking talking to each other. What the fuck? Okay, so that blonde person was 1 year old at the time of the 48 war. This person was 13. And she remembers snipers somewhere. Okay. In East Jerusalem, did you say?
חבר בגיל שלי,
Or Jerusalem
טיפס
again?
על העץ התאנה כי הוא רצה תאנים, ומהעיר העתיקה הוא נצלף על העץ, פגיעה ישירה בלב, הוא נפל, אנחנו חשבנו שהוא משחק.
Loner, were the reports of Hamas releasing data that showed 72% of deaths in the conflict were men of military age proven true or false? Kind of, if you count, I think military age they counted as what, 15 and above? 15 to something? Yeah, I think that's right, wasn't it? 13 to 15. Wait, 13 was it? Oh. Was it 15 to 65? Wait, hang on. 13 to 55, Jerusalem Post. Why 13, bro? The youngest Hamas militant that I've ever seen was someone who joined Al-Qassam when he was 14. Islamic Jihad have a bunch of fucking 15-year-olds, but not 13. Also, would people stop fighting at 55 as well, though? Okay. That is quite... why did they think that? That's stupid. That's very dumb. What happened? Fuck me. Why didn't someone just... I want to know what happens if you go from, like, 15 to 60. That's probably more accurate if you want military-age men. But then you also have to remember that, obviously, military-age men doesn't mean combatant man. It just means that they're old enough to be a combatant, which might apply... You can have some conjecture to suggest that they were definitely targeting combatants with a lot of collateral, but, you know.
איתנו, יוני תקום כבר, תקום. מסתבר שהייתה פגיעה ישירה בלב.
איזה שנה זו היה?
מה?
באיזה שנה זה קרה?
ב-48.
בן כמה הוא היה?
הילד? בן 12 אולי.
איך קראו לשכונה הזאת? איך קראו לשכונה הזאת?
שכונת כרם אברהם.
איפה שהוא היה.
יש עוד משהו? עוד סיפורים?
Did snipers exist in 1948? Of course they did. Soviet snipers, Soviet women who were snipers, absolutely fucking rammed a bunch of Nazis in Stalingrad. Finnish snipers in the Soviet invasion of Finland in 1939 were also pretty notable. Where is Karam Avraham? Avram, whatever the fuck it's called.
יש עוד משהו? עוד סיפורים?
יש
לי אין,
הרבה
כי אני לא
סיפורים.
נולדתי, אבל
אני הייתי
כולנו
ירושלמית,
יודעים
היו
היסטוריה.
המון סיפורים. אבל כשרוצים זה לא...
היו לך גם קשרים טובים עם הערבים?
לא היו לי בכלל קשרים.
בכלל לא.
אני גם לא ידעתי את השפה, אבל לאמא שלי הייתה חנות מכולת, והיא דיברה בהרבה שפות. זאת אומרת, עברית היא ידעה מצוין, פולנית, יידיש היא ידעה מצוין. את זה, בגלל הקליינטים, היא למדה הרבה מילים מהרבה שפות.
Karam Avram, where is that? It's just outside of the Old City, isn't it? One of the first structures to be built outside of Old City. Ooh. Where is it on a map? Jewish workers in Karam Avram in 1855. So these guys were here pre-first Aliyah. Karam Avram map. Give me a map. Maps. Where are we? What are we talking here? Oh, it's near Lifta. Lifta is a pretty popular... it's a pretty known site because it's one of the most well-preserved... It's one of the most well-preserved 48 villages that was destroyed. Like, you can still go there, and it's not far from Givat Shul, which is where Deir Yassin used to be. Givat Shul was the village that was separate from Deir Yassin, but now they've been joined together. So I think Deir Yassin is now Givat Shul B? I think. But it's all on the Jerusalem Road. Where's Karam Avram, though? Why can't I see it? Bruh! Karam Avram. It's... What? Oh, here. So this would have been... Oh, near Sheikh Jarrah. This would have been like Arab Legion shit. This would have been under the Jerusalem siege she's maybe talking about. I wonder which village a sniper would have been firing from. Which village around here was Arab at this time? I'm probably a few of them. I'm so curious. Hang on. There's a way to find these things out. Spelling. Is this town, is this neighborhood even mentioned in the entire book? Probably not. No, they're not going to mention every single incident. I just thought it'd be interesting if like anything about this neighborhood showed up. Actually. Obviously not every single incident, every gunshot is going to be here. Jerusalem? Oh, fuck. Yeah, we're not gonna... Well, actually, if they mention sniper fights in Jerusalem, because obviously I think that was a hotspot for that kind of shit. I know it's just an anecdote. Fuck me. Snipers in Jaffa. Snipers in Haifa. This is Haganah sniper fire in Haifa. Jerusalem. According to the partition resolution, Jerusalem, with about 100,000 Jews and 50,000 Arabs, was to be an international zone, albeit once surrounded on all sides by the Palestine Arab state and Arab villages, which dominated the access roads. The Jewish population felt vulnerable and somewhat abandoned. Immediately following the passage of the resolution, the Jewish neighborhoods, mostly in the western part of town, came under sniper fire from Arab quarters, and during the following months, the community was gradually strangulated by the blockade of the main road to Tel Aviv. There, you fucking assholes. There's always something, eh? There's always something. Eyewitness testimony is relatively good evidence. It is if it's like from the time, because we don't know the first. You'd have to find, if you wanted to actually put this in a history book, which he said as witness testimony, you'd maybe have to see like when's the first time she ever mentioned that story. Not that just that she's saying it in a fucking shop in 2025. But yeah, apparently there was in the western part of Jerusalem, Jewish neighborhoods came under sniper fire from Arab quarters. So she is talking about, like, that makes it more likely that she's talking about something. But who knows? See, you do find something, eh? You do find out something.
לכן היה לה קל לתקשר.
היא דיברה קצת ערבית?
כן. והאחים שלי הגדולים דיברו ערבית.
I can't even. What? Sorry, sniper fire across villages was not a very common feature of the 48 war. That usually happened in areas where were quite close together. And it seems to have been a more common feature of Jerusalem and the surrounding areas, because that was also what happened between Deir Yassin and Givat Shul. Fuck!
ואני התחלתי ללמוד ערבית, למדתי 3 חודשים, ואז גייסו אותו. הוא היה נדמה לי שדרן ברדיו, בערבית, כל ישראל בערבית.
מה אמרת?
יש הרבה כפרים ערבים, יש הרבה מקומות שלנו כמובן, ואנחנו להם לא יכולים לבוא, כי הם יפגעו בנו. והם באים אלינו, גם לא שואלים.
Sniper fire is a funny phrase. Long-range rifle fire sounds better given what snipers do, but alas. Yeah, it might not have been a sniper, bro. It might have been... It might have been a semi-automatic that was actually quite close. It might have been a marksman rifle. It might have been a sharpshooter. Who knows? Fucking... She's full of shit.
באים, מתקבלים כשאר בני אדם.
וזה לא מדויק, סליחה שאני אתקן אותך.
למה זה לא מדויק?
בגלל שאנחנו מדברים על מעבר לקו הירוק. בתחומי הקו הירוק את יכולה ללכת לכל כפר ערבי שאת רוצה.
את לא יכולה ללכת.
למה לא?
סליחה?
מה, לאום אל-פחם?
לא, מה, את תלכי לקנות באום אל-פחם?
המון נתנייתים קונים בטירה.
אני לא השתגעת, אני לא אצלת.
איפה לא? מעבר לקו הירוק?
לא, אני פוחדת, אני לא אעז להיכנס לשום כפר ערבי.
מה זה לא להיכנס לשום?
אני לא אכנס.
אבל יש לנו פה את כל הכפרים ליד, בני נוסע, כולם נוסעים.
אבל אני לא נוסעת, אני לא אכנס לשם.
לא טול כרם. זה בשטחים.
אני חוזרת על עצמי, אני לא רוצה להגיד עוד פעם.
No.
לא היית נכנסת.
Do you think I feel like they don't talk about this very often with each other.
אני לא נכנסת.
She doesn't want to say Kfar Qasim. If she says Kfar Qasim, the whole shopping center goes quiet.
כפר ערבי. לא.
גם כפר ערבי פה?
כן, גם כפר ערבי פה.
את מפחדת?
כן.
אני לא.
כן.
There's this new thing on social media where people say that the Palestinians accepted the Jews before 1948. And the Jews...
I'm not going there.
You go there.
Standard British response.
Okay, so did the Palestinians accept the Jews with open arms before 1948, from what you know?
We were seen as invaders.
How do you know this? Or what do you know?
Because in the early years, the country was deserted The early Zionists, first Aliyah at the beginning of the last century,
Okay, so
came
1880s, yeah.
over. Yeah, they came over. The land was in a very bad condition. The early pioneers bought the land from the Arabs, and began to develop the land. When the Arabs in other countries saw that the country was being developed, they came over. In other words, they were not there originally. They came over because there was now work and opportunities for them.
But the specific question is that the local Arabs, the Palestinians, accepted the Jews with open arms,
Never.
tried to help them.
Never.
How do you know this?
Because firstly, it's not within their religion to accept the rights of
Uh-oh.
Jews to be anywhere.
Yeah, this is a South African accent.
Jews
Yeah.
were always second class. We were known as the Dominion. He was an Arab.
The Dominion. What did he say? Oh no. And then they used the takia to they used the takia to give us a false security before they would shahida us. Oh no.
Jews were always second class. We were known as the Dominion. He used an Arab term.
What does it mean?
What does that mean? Jimmy?
Second class citizens. Christians also were known as Dominion.
האם הפלסטינים קיבלו את היהודים בזרועות פתוחות לפני 1948? אם אתה יודע.
אני ממש לא יודע.
אוקיי.
Okay.
אפשר
Nolete
שאלה
פה?
אחרת.
לא, במרוקו. עליתי
By the time Zionism was a thing, Dimitrij was abolished. Yes, I know. It was abolished in like the 1850s or something. I need to know exactly how much changed because of that, though. Because obviously, it would be quite fucking dumb to say, bro, what's the issue in Germany? Like, the Jews got emancipation in 1870, right? Or 71, 2, 3. Same with France. Dreyfus Affair. What? Sorry, they got emancipated. They were equal citizens. So, like, yeah, I don't know. I know one story about, it took a while to find this, but it is true. In Morocco, I think it was in Fez, the Jewish population were not allowed to wear shoes when they were walking past the mosque, and also on any street that had like a sanctuary on it, like any street that was considered like sanctuary, they couldn't walk on it with shoes on, so they'd have to take their shoes off to walk across these areas, or they would be allowed to wear like straw shoes. I think in like 18 something, 50, 60, might have been earlier. I think a more progressive, quote unquote, sultan decided to allow them to wear shoes when they were crossing this area, but it caused so much anger and like assaults that they had to bring it back. I mean, I am a fucking dhimmi. Let's just say that my family considers it being quite chill, but I guess for the Jewish community it could be different. Yeah, I imagine 2025 dhimmi Judas may be different from 1850s, but yeah, well. RIP.
לפני 1948, אם אתה יודע.
אני ממש לא יודע.
אוקיי.
אוקיי.
אפשר
נולדת
שאלה
פה?
אחרת.
לא, במרוקו. עליתי ב-62.
אוקיי, בסדר. ההורים שלך נולדו בארץ?
כן.
איפה ההורים שלהם? מאיפה הם?
ההורים של אימא שלי בעיר העתיקה בירושלים, האימא, והאבא
הרבה דורות.
בחלב.
חלב.
ולפני כן הרבה דורות בירושלים, בעיר העתיקה.
אוקיי.
ההורים של
הפלסטין-
אבא שלי מפולין.
אוקיי. אז הפלסטינים אומרים שלפני 48, הפלסטינים קיבלו את היהודים עם זרועות פתוחות. האם זה נכון? לפי מה שאתה יודע במשפחה שלך.
לפני 48, גירשו אותם, היו ברובע היהודי.
בירושלים?
בירושלים, וגירשו אותם מהרובע היהודי.
אתה יודע איזה שנה? ב-48, לא?
לא, לפני 48 בכלל הם גרו מחוץ לחומות, אבל לפני כן גירשו אותם מהרובע היהודי.
אוקיי. יש
Pretty sure the expulsion from the Jewish quarter was in 48, but okay.
סיפורים שפלסטינים או ערבים שקיבלו את היהודים שבאו לכאן?
לפי מה שידוע לי, פחות. היהודים שהגיעו קודם כל הייתה פה...
I don't know how true it is with, it seems like a lot of them are saying that there was no instances of welcome, but it was the case that during the 48 War, a lot of village elders tried to have peace agreements with Zionists. Like, that was a thing. In some cases, they just couldn't uphold it because the locals were going a different way than the village elders. In some cases, they upheld it quite well and got fucked anyway. In some cases, they upheld it well and the village survived for it. So fuck.
היה פה יישוב יהודי ותיק, כמו בחברון ובירושלים העתיקה, והרבה בצפת ובטבריה. סבא שלי הגיע בנדד.
He didn't say no, he said less. Okay.
בצפת, וזהו, הגיע מחלב, מסוריה, ואשתו גדלה ברובע היהודי, למדה בבית ספר בריטי, היא ידעה מלא שפות.
אבל הם מספרים שהערבים קיבלו אותם או לא קיבלו?
Oh, wait, no, wait. Were you talking about, I actually found that the fighters from Sev's district would tell the Jewish villages where their ambushes and mines were placed to avoid them. Interesting. Where'd you find that out?
לא דיברו על זה בכלל. הערבים דווקא, הם היו, כל אחד היה באזור שלו. לא היו מעורבבים, אבל דוד של אמא שלי, אח של סבתא שלי, שאני זוכר, הוא היה הסתובב בירושלים העתיקה כמקום שהוא מאוד היה לו מלא חברים, כאילו.
מערבים, כאילו.
גם ערבים, גם אני גדלתי בירושלים. הייתה תקופה בשנות ה-70, 70-80, שהסתובבתי בעיר העתיקה חופשי, והיינו גם קונים וגם מבלים עם הערבים אפילו. ממש הולכים, היה שם מין ברים כאלה ופאבים שהיינו הולכים לשם.
של הערבים.
שבתות. של ערבים, כן, וגם ערבים היו באים לירושלים לכיכר ציון שם.
לאזורים של היהודים.
של היהודים, כן.
מסביר לאלה בחול, הם לא מבינים.
האם את יודעת האם הפלסטינים קיבלו את היהודים בזרועות פתוחות לפני קום המדינה?
קשה לי לענות לך על זה. אני לא חושבת שאף פעם קיבלו אותנו בזרועות פתוחות. הם יותר לא רוצים אותנו כאן מאשר רוצים אותנו כאן. זו האמת.
את לא מכירה סיפורים ספציפיים?
ממש לא.
גם לזה, גם לטוב, גם לרע?
לא.
משפחה שלך בעבר?
אבא שלי נולד בפולין, אבל הוא עלה לארץ בקום המדינה בעצם כשהיה בן 8, ואחר כך גם השתתף בכל מלחמות ישראל. תראה, אני עובדת עם ערבים, לא פלסטינים, והם סבבה, עשינו הכל בסדר. אבל פלסטינים לא, אני לא חושבת שהם לא אוהבים אותנו, לא רוצים אותנו, והיו מעדיפים שלא נהיה פה.
האם הפלסטינים קיבלו את היהודים בזרועות פתוחות לפני 1948? אם אתם יודעים, המשפחה שלכם הייתה פה.
מישהו יודע היסטוריה, אני חושבת שלא. אני ממה שאני מבינה גם לא.
God, these guys are grumpy. What the fuck?
יש לכם סיפורים...
ב-48 היה את המלחמה, אבל...
לא, לפני 48. הם טוענים שהפלסטינים קיבלו את כל היהודים, ואז היהודים עשו מרד נגד הערבים.
לקחנו להם את הבתים, נאמר בירושלים, לקחנו את הבתים...
48.
לפני אפילו.
לפני מלחמת
47.
יום העצמאות.
ההורים שלנו.
לפני מלחמת יום העצמאות היה סוג של דו-קיום. מלחמת יום העצמאות בעצם הכריזה מלחמה בין הפלסטינים לבין היהודים.
אבל זה נוצר על רקע של משהו.
יותר נכון בין המוסלמים לבין
What
היהודים.
did she say?
אבל זה נוצר על
But it happened because of things that happened. That's just not what she said, though, is it? Why is the translator... What?
רקע של...
בין הפלסטינים לבין היהודים.
אבל זה נוצר על רקע של משהו.
יותר נכון בין המוסלמים לבין היהודים. יש הבדל בין פלסטינאים למוסלמים. אבל בין המוסלמים ליהודים, 48 היה פה סוג של מרד משני הצדדים.
הם מדברים על שנות ה-30, 20.
זה לא...
בזרועות, לא הייתי אומר, בסוג של...
היה סוג של... הייתה...
DMs. Ooh. Memories of a Revolt by... Ah! The stock shot back up. Isn't that because there's a pause in the tariffs? People buying on the lows. They didn't shoot up. There's no way. Hang on. Unpopular memories. Faisal recounted several anecdotes attesting to his father's good personal relations with Jews. One of these concerned a Jewish doctor who used to treat Arab villagers in the Al Taiba area. A few years prior to the revolt, Arif had rescued her from the clutches of Arab thieves. When Arif became a rebel chief, she returned the favor by treating his battle wounds and concealing him from the British Army in her house. Arif also reportedly maintained personal relations with the Jewish farmers in the Al Taiba district. During the revolt, his fighters used to plant mines in the roads with the aim of blowing up passing military vehicles of the British. But before they did so, Arif would inform Jewish agricultural workers in the area where the landmines had been placed so they could take a different route. The Jewish workers, is this the Arab revolt or... Oh, okay. The Jewish workers never passed this information to the British. The last of the anecdotes dates from 39 to 45 war during Arif al-Abd al-Razik's time in Sofia, where he fled after being involved in the abortive Rashid Ali Kilani uprising in Iraq. Kilani was the Nazi dude, wasn't he? He was a big Nazi. While in Sofia, Arif aided a Jewish communist active in the Bulgarian resistance, despite the fact that he was a guest of the pro-Axis Bulgarian government. Bro. That is quite complex. Okay. Is the Al Taiba district, is that where Kfar Qasim is? Is that the triangle? That's what it's called. Ooh.
סוג של סובלנות.
היה סוג של תקשורת, לא כמו מ-48 שקמו את המדינה. הייתה בעיה. מה ממש...
הייתה בעיה לפני. זה מה שאמרת?
לא יודעת, אני לא יודעת ממש להגדיר, לא יודעת, אבל זה לא כמו ב-48 שקמה מדינה, ואז הייתה מחלוקת מאוד גדולה.
הגיעו בעצם, היהודים הגיעו מאירופה, חלק חיו כאן בארץ כל השנים, ואי אפשר להגיד המוסלמים שהיו כאן קיבלו בזרועות פתוחות, אבל לעומת זה ההתנגדות גם לא הייתה כזאת כמו שהייתה אחרי מלחמת מיד אחרי הכרזת המדינה במלחמת השחרור. היו פרעות ב-29, היו פרעות ב-36 של ערבים ביהודים, אבל זה היו בעיקר נקודתיות, לא כמגמה הציפה את כל הארץ.
אני חושבת שעצם ההגעה של היהודים היא קצת מאיימת, כי אתה נמצא בארץ מסוימת, מישהו אחר בא להתגורר, וזה סוג של איום על התושבים המקומיים. אבל גם אולי זה פה, חלקנו היינו פה.
אבל מה? לא שמעתי.
גם היינו פה אנחנו, היה התיישבות יהודית די גדולה פה בארץ, גם בשנות ה-30.
Okay, תודה.
לפני 48.
You can tell these guys don't really talk about this all that often, do they? A lot of these people, you can tell they don't speak about the history all that often. Because obviously when she's saying people coming here was seen as a threat, she's obviously talking about pre-1930s. She's talking about 1870, 1890 probably, like first Aliyah, because that's when Zionists started to like properly come into Palestine. Right? No, Scottish people don't think about things that happened 100 years ago either. Yeah, we don't. We talk about it's funny. We talk about things that happened 1,000 years ago more often than we talk about things that happened 100 years ago. Like Scottish people will talk about fucking Bannockburn and William Wallace before they'll talk about what the 1920s and the general strikes and shit.
של יחסי מסחר. אחרי 48 הייתה תחושה של יחסים של כובש ונכבש. מבחינתם. מבחינתנו חזרה הביתה, מבחינתם כיבוש הארץ של האש. וזה יצר בעיה לא פשוטה. זאת אומרת, נקודת החיתוך הייתה 48. בהחלט 48.
נולד בארץ?
כן.
ההורים נולדו בארץ?
כן.
מתי הם נולדו?
ב-39, משהו כזה.
אוקיי. אז סבא וסבתא שבאו?
כן.
מאיפה באו?
מפולין וצ'כיה.
אוקיי. יש אצל הפלסטינים אומרים שהערבים פה, הפלסטינים, קיבלו את היהודים בזרועות פתוחות לפני 48. האם זה נכון?
האמת שאני לא יודעת.
אוקיי, לא מספרים משהו במשפחה? או טוב או רע, לא יודע.
על הפלסטינים?
כן. אם קיבלו את היהודים. לא, לא אומרים. אוקיי. טוב. האם הפלסטינים ב-47-48 קיבלו את היהודים לפני 48 וזרועות פתוחות?
לא.
מאיפה אתה יודע?
אני רואה מה קורה עכשיו.
לא, אבל מדברים על שנות ה-40.
הפלסטינים לא משנים את הפרצוף שלהם.
Uh-oh.
אבל מה
This
כאילו...
guy's definitely Mizrahi, obviously. What is this? Oh yeah, okay.
לפני 48. האם הם קיבלו? אתה יודע משהו?
כן.
He's not, okay.
מה אתה יודע? אתה יודע משהו?
כן.
מה אתה יודע?
לפי סיפורי ההורים שלי, עד שלא הייתה מילה מדינת ישראל, חיינו שכנים אחד בחוץ לארץ עם חברות הכי טובה בעולם.
בחוץ לארץ?
כן,
איפה זה?
בבקשה?
איפה בחוץ לארץ?
בכורדיסטן.
כורדיסטן, איפה? עיראק, איראן, טורקיה?
כורדיסטן של עיראק.
עיראק. זכו?
לא, חלבג'ה.
אני מכיר את זכו. אוקיי, נו. אוקיי, אז כן, אבל זה...
Wow, that's a double. He's from okay, he's Iraqi. Okay, wow, let's go.
מוסלמים. השאלה אם הפלסטינים פה...
החברה הכי טובה של אמא שלי, שנה לפני שעלינו, החברה הכי טובה של ההורים, אבל גם היא נהפכה לסטודנט הכי גדולה שלנו בגלל שהוא אמרה, הוא עולה לישראל ויהיה חייל בישראל.
Wait, what is this story? Hang on. Parents' best friend.
טובה של אמא
His
שלי,
mother's best friend. Okay.
שנה לפני שעלינו,
A year before they
החברה הכי
immigrated.
טובה של ההורים, אבל גם היא נהפכה לסטודנט הכי גדולה שלנו בגלל שהוא אמרה, הוא עולה לישראל ויהיה חייל בישראל. זה היה הסיפור.
באיזה שנה זה היה?
זה היה...
1950. Hey.
אנחנו עלינו ב-50, זה כנראה היה ב-49. היא אמרה עליי השכנה הכי טובה וחברה הכי טובה שימות מצידי, עליי.
וואו.
הייתי ב-3-4, שימות. היא אמרה לה, הוא לא מרגיש טוב, אמרה שימות.
Oh my God.
עד שלא הייתה מילה מדינת ישראל, היו יחסים, אני חושב שגם בארץ. עבדו ביחד, הכל ביחד, שקמה המדינה. התחילה...
אתה מאשים את זה שציונות נגיד? אתה חושב שזה רע?
אני לא מאשים את הציונות. אין לנו מקום אחר. היינו פה לפני 2000 שנה. היינו בחברון, היינו בירושלים, היינו בערים... כן, יש היסטוריה יהודית פה.
ההורים שלך נולדו בארץ גם? לא. איפה?
Bro's literally croaking. What an interesting story. Apparently his mom's best friend, found out they were emigrating from Iraq to Israel and said that she hopes the 4-year-old boy dies because he'll become an Israeli soldier. Wow.
ההורים שלך נולדו בארץ גם?
לא.
איפה, מתי עלו לארץ?
אבא שלי ב-47, אמא שלי ב-50, מרומניה.
אוקיי, אבא שלך. אומרים, הפלסטינים אומרים שהם קיבלו לפני 48, קיבלו את היהודים עם זרועות פתוחות. האם זה נכון?
לא.
טוב, אומרים לא מהצד, אבל רגע, נגיע. כן, לא, למה?
אני אגיד לך למה. אבא שלי הגיע ב-47 לארץ אחרי שהשתחרר מאושוויץ. והוא לחם באצ"ל, והוא מכיר את הכל, והוא אמר לי, והוא סיפר...
Fuck. Oh no. What a life, man. Coming out of Auschwitz, going into the fucking Irgun. Becoming an Irguner.
לי בדיוק את ההיסטוריה מאז, אז על סמך זה אני יודע שזה לא נכון.
מה הוא סיפר?
הוא סיפר שאיך שהם באו, הוא בא למלחמה. כאילו, הוא הגיע ב-47, הוא התגייס לאצ"ל, כבר לחמו, הוא כבר היו צריכים להילחם, ולא נגד הבריטים.
Oh, they're gonna ask... Are they gonna ask which battles he was in?
הפלסטינים או נגד...
גם נגד הפלסטינים, כן. כן.
ולא היו ערבים פה פלסטינים שהם קיבלו את היהודים? לפי מה שהוא אומר?
למיטב ידיעתי, לא. כנראה שהיה, אני לא רוצה להגיד, אבל למיטב ידיעתי לא.
אוקיי. מהצד, יש לכם מה להגיד? שמעתי לא.
על מה?
על שהפלסטינים קיבלו את היהודים לפני 48.
לא.
מאיפה אתה יודע? מה אתה יודע?
אני יודע, שבזה סיפרו בבית.
מה הסיפור? מה הם...
אני לא זוכר מה הסיפור, אבל אני יודע שלא קיבלו.
אוקיי. היו ערבים שקיבלו את היהודים? אתה יודע משהו על זה?
כן, כן, היו, בטח. היו, גם אני זוכר. גם אני קיבלתי את הערבים פעם. גם אני קיבלתי, כן.
אוקיי, ומה השתנה? מה השתנה?
שהרימו יותר מדי את האף בגלל החולשה שלנו.
בגלל מה?
החולשה של המדינה. הרימו את האף.
תראה, בוא אני אגיד לך משהו.
נכון או לא?
אני פוסט-טראומטי ממלחמת יום כיפור. אני לחמתי במלחמת יום כיפור, הייתי ילד בן 19 וחצי. התפקיד שלי היה מש"ק מודיעין קרבי, מה שיש היום מודיעין איסוף.
Oh no. If he was intelligence during the Yom Kippur, is he like one of the guys who saw shit going down but got ignored? Hmm.
אני עשיתי מצלמה ועם משקפת. ולפני יום כיפור אני ראיתי אותם, את המצרים, שהם מתכוננים למלחמה, וצילמתי.
Pre-watch. How do you know? How do you tell? Fuck.
ושלחתי למעלה, כמו שעכשיו קרה, שצחקו על הילדות, על התצפיתניות, אותו דבר אמרו לילד, שב בצד, אל תבלבל את המוח.
אז היו טעויות אז, גם.
שאלה, מלחמת יום כיפור, אז מה שקרה באוקטובר, עכשיו, זה בדיוק, הנכדים שלי מלמדים אותי, סבא, יש העתק הדבק במחשב, אותו דבר, אבל יותר גרוע כי הפעם נלחמו בתוך הבתים שלנו, ורצחו תינוקות. עכשיו, מי שרוצח תינוקות, עזוב שאנסו, אני כבר לא מדבר על זה שאנסו נשים בזה, אבל מי שרוצח, מי שיכול לרצוח תינוקות, מי שיכול להחזיק בשבי תינוק ולרצוח אותו, איך אנחנו יכולים לחיות איתם? תגיד, איך, תשאל. ואני הייתי ליכודניק, הכי ליכודניק שבעולם. הכי, אבא שלי הרי התגייס לאצ"ל. אבא שלי, אם היית אומר מילה על בגין, היה הורג אותך. אני הייתי יושב ראש הליכוד באריאל, גרתי באריאל. הצבעתי ליכוד. איך אתה יכול היום, ואחר כך התחלתי להצביע כמובן אחרי שהליכוד לדעתי התקלקל, אז הצבעתי לזה, איך קוראים לו? בני גנץ, לזה. אבל אחרי שאתה רואה דבר כזה, איך אתה יכול לא לשנוא אותם? איך אתה יכול לא... אני מתחשק ללכת ולהרוג אותם. למרות היו לי פועלים, היו לי 50 פועלים, הייתה לי חברה לאינסטלציה. פלסטינים מעזה ומשכם, מהמחנה פליטים, והם היו ישנים אצלי בבית. אבל היום, אז איך אתה יכול?
מה רצית להגיד על אמא שלך?
Whoa.
הסבא וסבתא של...
Holy shit. You're annoyed at the fucking yapping rabbit in the background.
נהרגו בפרהוד.
Oh no!
איך אתה יכול?
מה רצית להגיד על אמא שלך?
הסבא וסבתא שלי נהרגו בפרהוד.
What the fuck is this? Like, you go to every other fucking wanker and I mean, people understand this. It's like every other wanker you go and speak to in this area, it's like, oh yeah, great grandmother, you know, the fucking death camp, my friend's mum, Farhood, cousin, second intifada. Yeah, fuck, all of it. So much.
היה פרהוד פעם. שמעת מה זה פרהוד?
שמעת.
Because I keep hearing people talk about generational trauma and how it's maybe like not real, like it doesn't actually pass on genetically or anything, but it must be the case that if you're raised by like traumatized parents, like that's probably gonna fuck you a little bit, no? Is that not? Or is that just what people actually mean when they say generational trauma? Yeah, it passes on socially. I know people said that it can pass on like fucking biologically, but I mean,
התקוממות של הערבים על היהודים. זה פרעות. ואז הפרעות, ואז קמנו ובאנו לארץ. והיה טוב. עד שנות ה-70 היה נפלא. פה. משנות ה-70-80 הכל הסתבך. ומי שגרם לכל זה, רק הפוליטיקאים. רק הפוליטיקאים גרמו. כל אחד רוצה להיכנס פה להיסטוריה. כל אחד רוצה להיכנס להיסטוריה.
זה אבא שלי במלחמת השחרור.
Oh, Erguner.
Please donate to the program. Come here, come film with me if you want. Just contact me. It'd be great.
It's probably the most interesting video I've seen on the Ask Project. Just because every wanker that he spoke to had like a very detailed story. Huh. Interesting. Whoa! Didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Okay. What are we doing? Are we talking about? Are we talking about the aid workers attack, the vehicles, the medics? IDF, please. You want to know about why the IDF lied about stocks and other stocks are down? Because that's what the stream title suggests, apparently. Okay. Isn't this the second time they've done this? Yeah, hang on. We'll talk about it. Ooh, no, I don't want that up. Go away. Fuck. All right. Well, the video actually got released not too long after we ended the last stream talking about it. Can we talk about society's lies? Okay. I think how do I want to go with this story? Okay. So when we covered this on stream last time, what we knew was that a medical convoy was attacked by IDF soldiers on a road on Salah al-Din Road, I think. No, hang on. What road was it? I've forgotten already. It wasn't Salah al-Din Road, was it? It's in the south. Tel Sultan. Tel Al Sultan. Ooh. Wait, what? That's not what I want. What the fuck? It was around here, wasn't it? A little bit inside. Talas Sultan. That's the area. Where's the fucking road, bro? Whatever. Zoom out. Yeah, so what we learned was that in this area around here, an aid convoy at about 6 in the morning, I believe, was attacked by an IDF ambush. And the convoy consisted of ambulances and I think like emergency services groups. So the initial story was that 15 people were in this convoy, got killed, and they ended up getting buried in a little very shallow ditch by the IDF. They covered them with sand, and then they... hang on, fuck me. I don't know why this timeline is... I'm just trying to think of like how to go through the... Okay, never mind. I'm biotech major. I understand epigenetics very well, but thanks for the link. Scarlett, do you disagree or agree that genital trauma is real for epigenetics? I thought it was like something that people are very, like it's a very preliminary studied thing that no one really knows shit about, but so far it doesn't seem to be backed up very well, but I don't know if I can. Oh. Unfortunately banned from Discord, but otherwise I'd get up there. For what? It's a black box. What does that mean? What'd you call me? I'm sorry. Okay. 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 So, incident, we spoke about this on stream. The video got released very shortly after the stream ended, so we have more updates, although it seems to confirm what we thought. Even before this video, it looked pretty clear that this was a massacre. But 15 rescue workers in the Rafah area, southern Gaza, were killed by an IDF ambush. The initial story was that the IDF had identified a convoy that was, quote, moving suspiciously with their lights off. That was the first claim that was given. It seems to be that that claim was given from the soldiers and passed on to their superiors, and that's what the superiors reported. Very shortly after that claim came out, a medic who was a survivor of this attack claimed that the lights were on, that they were unarmed, and that as soon as they got out, they were just fired upon for about 5 minutes. There were also stories about him being like brutally interrogated, beaten. Maybe some people were tied up, although I don't think we've seen visual evidence of that. In any case, the 15 people who died were buried by the IDF in a shallow ditch and covered with sand, which I didn't actually know. But that's actually, it's as disturbing as it sounds. Apparently, that's IDF protocol. The reason that they do that, according to them, is that there's a whole issue now of loads of stray dogs running around Gaza. You can guess why. And apparently, there's a risk of those stray dogs like eating the corpses. So in order to preserve the corpses, they cover them with a thin layer of sand, put them into a ditch, and then gave the coordinates to the UN. And then that's how the UN went and found them to bury them, to dig them out and identify them. So yeah, but fairly disturbing story. Do we believe them? What, that it's protocol to do that? I mean, it seems like it would make sense that it would be their protocol, because if they wanted to hide the bodies, why would they tell the UN where they are? I don't know. It seems like they were okay with the UN finding the bodies, but the problem is that, first of all, the IDF said that 9 people who died were Hamas militants. They have since revised that number down to 6, and there's a huge discrepancy here. The biggest one so far being that the aid workers, apparently, they claimed their lights were on and that they were just driving normally towards somewhere that they'd got a warning that people had died or were injured. But a video surfaced after the IDF made that claim, showing the lights are clearly on, and they are just driving quite normally down the road. So there's the vehicles, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's, so again, we only really have IDF information mostly on what this van is, or at least their story. So this is very not safe for work even to listen. This is New York Times. This is the shortened version. But yes, these are the 2 vehicles, the 3 vehicles, and then the one behind them. Reflective gear, so it's very clearly identifiable. It's dark as well, so yeah. They're talking about people who are lying around, scattered everywhere. I think the IDF posted another response saying the previous claim was based on soldier testimonies. Yeah, so what would have happened is a soldier would have lied to the IDF spokespersons or their superiors, and then they would have, that's the message they got into the media. So yeah, it seems that the people who actually did this massacre were the ones who lied to the IDF, and then the IDF passed that lie on without checking it to the public. So this van, we'll talk about this one in a minute. And then there are shots, and then the guy starts praying. And those gunshots, there's a full video that lasts about 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Okay. But it's 5 more minutes of just that. The gunshots last for a really, really, really long time. So, he's saying the Shahada. Yes. Okay. So, the story about this van, I think, is maybe still mixed, but let me find it. It's the closest you can get to it. The story about this van is that the IDF so far have released a preliminary statement. Right now, this incident has actually been passed on to the separate investigatory mechanism of the force, the same mechanism that actually investigated the WCK bombings. So it's right now in the hands of the same people that investigated that. I think that investigation opened 2 days ago, and they took 5 days, I think, last time, wasn't it? It was about 5 days for them to come up with their final findings. So there's one survivor from this convoy of 15 people. The IDF story about this van here, and it's reported by, this is Manny Fabian, who was from he's the Times of Israel military correspondent. So their story is that they had set up an ambush along this road from the Golani Brigade, 14th Armored Brigade. They set up the ambush at about 4 a.m. It's not p.m. They set up the ambush in the next sort of half an hour, a bunch of ambulances and civilians, they pass by this ambush and nothing happens. That's their story. At 4:30, this, which is apparently a Hamas police vehicle, this one here, comes through the area. They exchange fire with the Golani soldiers. They kill one, and the IDF kills one of them and captures 2 others. And then that vehicle remains on the side of the road. Yeah, the flub is PM. It's not AM. Yeah. No, yeah, it is AM, but he said PM. Yeah. So that's supposedly the Hamas police vehicle that returned fire on the Golani soldiers. No, Golani Brigade is just a brigade in the IDF. That's what they are. Okay. Then it's 6 a.m., so an hour and a half after this vehicle swerves off the road, this is when the convoy comes. So you can see it's pretty dark. It's like almost sunrise, but 6 a.m., the convoy of ambulances arrived in the area, and the soldiers opened fire thinking they were a threat. Drone operators flying a UAV overhead had reported to Golani soldiers that the vehicles were moving toward them in a suspicious manner. The initial investigation claims that the soldiers were surprised by the convoy stopping on the road next to the abandoned Hamas vehicle, and several suspects getting out quickly and running. The soldiers were unaware that the suspects were in fact unarmed medics. Now, again, the soldiers don't really have much of an excuse for this because they seem to have lied about the sirens, and the medics are in high vis. The IDF acknowledges that its statement claiming that the ambulances had their lights off was incorrect and was based on the testimony from soldiers in the incident. Video footage published by the New York Times today showed that the ambulances were clearly identifiable and had their lights on. The investigation is looking into this discrepancy. The IDF has also found that at least 6 of the 15 slain medics were immediately identified by intelligence officials as Hamas operatives. So they initially said 9, but this is since like a preliminary investigation where they said there were 6. The reason that that's 6, I don't know if it's been responded to yet. My guess is that the 6 is coming from not the Red Crescent vehicle, but from the other one. Red Crescent. What's the other? What's the Red Crescent vehicle, the other one that was with them? There's the other institution that was with them. It wasn't just Red Crescent, it was also... Does anyone know? The one that's actually government affiliated? What are they called? The emergency services, like the firefighters. Not the UN. Civil services, is that what they're called? Civil defense. Civil defense, I believe, is either affiliated with Hamas or they're just like an arm of the government. But I don't know if civil defense actually integrates with the soldiers at all. The police does, but I don't know if civil defense does. In any case, according to the initial probe, the shooting did not take place at a close range and the troops did not carry out any executions. After the deadly gunfire, a deputy battalion commander in Golani with his troops collected the bodies into one spot, covered them with sand, and marked the burial spot. The military says burying bodies is an approved and regular practice during the fighting in Gaza to prevent wild dogs and other animals from eating the corpses. The IDF then notified the UN of the burial spot for them to come collect them. The following day, the UN was unable to find the location, and the forces were meanwhile busy with another task. The UN was then called to return several days later to collect the bodies, and eventually they were recovered in coordination with the IDF. So they eventually find the bodies, and then this is where the stories come in. So the summary is that Hamas made an ambush in the IDF. No, no. The story here is that the IDF had this ambush set up on this area. They apparently allowed medics and other vehicles to go through, but then half an hour after the ambush was set up, this vehicle here that we're still trying to figure out, we don't really know much about this one, was supposedly a Hamas vehicle. They pulled over, returned fire on the ambush, and 1 died and 2 were captured. An hour and a half later, this medical convoy comes with their lights on in their high-vis, supposedly responding to a call about this. Maybe someone saw this and called that there might be people lying down or injured or killed. So they respond to this, they come out, and they get fired on for 5 minutes with the lights on and the high-vis. And then they're buried. So, I mean, given the fact that if it's the soldiers who actually lied about the lights, that just sounds like they just committed a massacre. Like they just murdered fucking aid workers for no reason. That's like the best explanation so far incidentally, based on the IDF's probe. Because if the IDF's probe is saying that the soldiers lied to them about the vehicles, first moving suspiciously, then not having their lights on, if that's actually true that the soldiers said that to the IDF, and the IDF isn't just trying to cover for them, then it means the soldiers were just lying to cover up what they did. Because they knew what they did was not good, you would say. Even if they positively identified 6 Hamas members among the medics, even that wouldn't make sense in this context because the soldiers who were firing on them wouldn't have been identifying them. And the soldiers who were firing on them also, their reason for suspecting these guys turned out not to be true. So even if it was 6 Hamas members among these 15, how did the people who fired on them actually know that at the time? How do they know that? Because there's no evidence that they were fired back upon, despite what some people are trying to say. And there's also no evidence that their movements were suspicious. So the only hole there might be is if these guys were supposed to communicate with the IDF before responding to this scene. But even then, that's like a huge window of doubt. So even if they got lucky and killed 6 Hamas guys along with, I guess, 9 other medics, then that's just like, okay, you still... When we talk about war crimes or criminal activity in general, the criminal justice system bases its decisions on the state of mind of the killer. That's what we do, right? So if, for example, someone bombs a family home, but it's done because of false but credible enough intel that that family home was a military base because of like a misidentification or a bad informant or something like that, or there's like a sudden move at the end, that might not be criminal because you would just, if they could prove that they had good enough information at the time that would normally warrant a strike, then it would be an accident. However, if the opposite, if you kill like 10 people who are responding to a crime scene, like who are in medical gear, responding to a call, and it turns out that even all 10 of them were actually Hamas fighters who were just unarmed and multitasking as medical workers, then you've committed a crime because Your state of mind is what matters. Your intent and the information that you had when you made the decision is what matters. So if these guys made the decision based on the fact that these guys were irregularly moving and also had sirens on, then it's like, but apparently they didn't. So that would still be criminal, even if everyone they killed was Hamas. You understand? Because it's based on how much information you're using and responding to at the time. So it's very unlikely there's any like way out of this. But people are trying to find them. Let's have a look. Why did they bury the ambulances though? I have no idea. I have no idea if that's protocol. I have no idea. My first thought would be they're trying to hide something. But then why did they tell the UN where they were? Like, why? This is a Fox News person. The IDF has also claimed without evidence that 9 Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists were in the vehicles. In the course of our reporting, we have pressed for any hard evidence to support that additional claim. None have been provided. This is an old one because the 9 number has been dropped. They've said 6 now. Yeah, people trying to... This guy, remember him? Adin, he used to come into this Discord every now and then to debate. He has decided that at 11 seconds, there is an armed terrorist. Look at that. Now, if anyone remembers the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, a grainy image that looks like it could have a small chance of being a weapon pointed in the wrong way, as what happened with the Rittenhouse trial, this is not going to pass, okay? Especially if you look at 11 seconds and then go to 12 seconds. If you watch this guy's movements here, look at that, free hand. Free hand. Where's the gun? He's actually found that in this video. 11 seconds. It's a shadow. It's not a gun. It's not a rifle. It's nothing. It's nothing. Unless he's a fucking professional boxer and his fists are lethal weapons. And he's about to chop one of his hands off and fucking launch it at the Golani Brigade. Bro, this guy's this guy's on some shit. Holy fuck. Oh, this is wrong as well. Clearly the IDF didn't lie. Here's the ambulance without headlights or emergency signals. That's not... They said the convoy was moving. This is a police vehicle. This isn't an ambulance. This is not the one that... This one is actually the one that might have been justified to fire on because it was a Hamas vehicle. We're talking about the emergency responders who got fired on. This fight was done like an hour and a half before this one, before the people with the sirens came. And what else do we have? Many of the dead were reported as members of the civil defense, which is completely affiliated with Hamas. I'm guessing this is what, civil defense, people hanging out with Hamas dudes. Is that them there, civil defense? Again, this would suggest that they might have, I don't know, I've never heard of civil defense having overlap with the Al-Qassam brigades. The police does a lot, but not I don't know about the civil defense. Because again, Hamas is it's a government. It's the government. It's not just... They employ people, yeah. If they employ firefighters, it doesn't turn the firefighters into soldiers. So yeah, this guy's completely off his rocker right now. This guy is absolutely crackers. Like, what the fuck? Oh no, there's another one as well. There's a whole thread here. It's so funny that you always have this kind of like that people who have foregone conclusions, like they always use similar methods. So you'll probably recognize this method. Okay, you will recognize this method because what this person has done, this Cheryl Wrote It person, has decided to analyze the sounds of the gunshots based on other videos. Is that familiar? Does that remind you of anyone? I'll just go. See, she's got all these videos of different gunshots being fired. What my analysis has found is you'll hear all three distinct sounds of three different rifles. You'll hear a clear difference between rifle fire from rifles with and without suppressors. You will clearly hear gunfire both originating close to the phone going away from the phone, as well as gunfire from a distance coming towards the phone. This is important that it shows that there's a shootout between two sets of armed forces, IDF and armed terrorists. Again, a few problems here. Main one is that the phone is moving, okay? When a phone moves, and you can try this, play a song on your phone and do that next to your ear, okay? Or even do that and move it in a circle. The pitch will change if you do that. It'll change the pitch, and it'll change the, like, you can actually, if you do this well enough, you can play music on a phone and move it away from your ear and back and forth in a way that makes it sound like a flanger effect, like it'll do that. Because movement affects pitch, okay? Second, a phone microphone is not picking up all that much information. It's only picking up a very tight set of frequencies and moving and emitting the rest, because you only need like something around like 800 or 1K hertz to 3 or 4K to identify a voice. Whereas a lot of like lower frequencies and higher ones are gone. So no, that's not how you do any of that. Distance matters as well. And this response is absolutely amazing. Exceptional analysis, Cheryl. A few points. As you point out, there are clearly the sound signatures of multiple firearms, many of them unsuppressed, with a signature similar to those used by Hamas, AK-47, M4, AR-15. The person on the phone is saying over and over again, Allahu Akbar, the battle cry of jihadists, not something a medic getting ambushed would say on the phone. Oh my God, bro. This is the kind of fucking sentence that will be used as an inspirational pep talk before the next fucking Shaheed mission, before the next suicide bomber. If a suicide bomber in the West Bank is ever having like fucking... If a suicide bomber is ever having cold feet, all they need to do is show them this tweet and be like, look, this is the world you live in. You really want this? You want this life? And they'll be like, yeah, you're right. So not good at all. Just looks like the IDF committed a massacre. That just of aid workers. That's it. Looks like this Golani Brigade, this unit, just ambushed a bunch of aid workers. And then lied about what information they had at the time to make the decision. That's it. Done. We'll see what the investigation says. I really hope someone gets punished for it. But, you know, not holding my breath. Wasn't it claimed that 6 out of the 14 members were Hamas is not true? We don't know if it's true, but it doesn't actually, at this rate, unless the investigation shows something more substantial, it doesn't matter if that's true, because they didn't say that they had a reason. Their reasons for describing this aid convoy as irregular or suspicious are not substantiated. They said it was moving in an irregular or suspicious manner and didn't have their lights on. That's why they fired on it. Okay? But why would you say that if that's your reason, but then the video shows that it's not doing either of those things? Now, I think one of the points of the initial report from the IDF is that a drone operator apparently described them as irregular movements and suspicious vehicles with their lights off. I think it was a drone operator told the Golani Brigade the soldiers in the ambush, that's what they were expecting to see. But even then, the soldiers would have clearly seen the fucking lights on and thought, wait, I thought you said these were vehicles that were unidentified and suspicious. Like, these are aid workers. You would have a moment of doubt. Because the intel that you've just been provided has been proven wrong, like right in front of your face. Anyway. There's not really much else to it. I don't know. Just following orders, I guess. Okay. What is this story? Oh yeah, people have spoken about this for a while, but I didn't think this was actually anything. Are we concluding? The only... I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm concluding, yeah. We can see, if the investigation turns out anything fucking new that shows that what they did was, like, they had a reason to do it, then maybe, but I just don't know what that would be. Hundreds of names removed from official Gaza war death list. This story I thought was, like, dealt with a long time ago. It was about 3,000. It wasn't hundreds, but okay. If they say thousands, people might expect. This was because at some period, the Gaza Media Office, the government media office, which is separate from the health ministry, was adding a bunch of dubious deaths that didn't have enough confirmation onto the list. But I thought the health ministry walked back on that quite quickly. Like, they took that away and just went with their own data. But let's see. The names have been removed pending further investigation. Experts tell Sky News there's no deliberate sign of manipulation. Yeah, I thought this was the case. I didn't think there was deliberate manipulation. It was 1,800. I thought it was 3,000. Then it was 2,000. Now it's 1,800. Okay. But this is the current list, which is still 50,600. It just means that they took off ones that were in a past list. They don't distinguish between civilians and combatants. Almost all of the names removed had initially been submitted through an online form, which allows families to record the deaths of loved ones where the body is missing. Removed as a precautionary measure pending an investigation into each one. We realize a lot of people died a natural death. Maybe they were near an explosion and they had a heart attack, or houses caused them pneumonia. Living in destroyed houses caused them pneumonia and hypothermia. All these cases we don't attribute to the war, or like indirect deaths, okay. It is the largest removal of names since the war began, comes after 1,400 names were removed between August and October, half of them originating in hospital morgue records rather than the online form. Doesn't look like manipulation. Yeah, this wouldn't look like manipulation at all. Doesn't change the distribution. Men, women, children. Ish, how many deaths are Hamas? We have no idea. We have no idea. Yeah, this is a nothing story. Yeah. Just joined the live stream. What lie did the IDF make? Oh, well, they either made it themselves or they passed it on from soldiers, which I guess are still IDF. It was they lied about the vehicles moving suspiciously with their lights off. Whereas the suspicious movement is apparently them driving down the road and stopping at the site where there are bodies, which you'd expect medics to do, with their lights on in high-vis gear. So I'm not sure which part of that is supposed to be suspicious. Maybe like 2 minutes before the camera started filming, they were doing skids. They were doing little 180s and 360s. Doing parkour. I don't know. But yeah, the death list it's a nothing story. It's like when, oh God, it was like when earlier in the war when I think something like 25% or 30% of the names were marked as incomplete, like incomplete information. But then when people thought that was signs of inflation. But if you looked at it, you just found that incomplete just meant like they were missing like one number, or they didn't have the date of birth, or there was a birth certificate missing, like something like that. It was just nothing. It wasn't proof that they were made up. It was just that all the information about a person, like one fucking entry was missing. But people try to have it both ways, you know? They try to say, well, on the one hand, Hamas surrounds themselves with civilians and doesn't let people leave, or tells people not to leave when there are evacuation orders, or they use civilian buildings and the tunnels and everything. But then also all these like civilian casualties of like women and children are fake. It's like, which one do you want? Did Lorna Box go to school? Yeah. Was it the University of Life? Yeah. Yeah. The school of getting the shit kicked out of me by 16-year-old drug dealers. Okay. Okay. Now watch Hassan. No. One thing at a time. The ghetto university. That's exactly where I'm from. Yeah. What's in the news? Trump defends tariffs. Yes.
Turmoil in the
Stand
financial
firm.
markets. In the last hour, stock markets have opened in Europe. The DAX in Frankfurt is down more than...
It says the goal ended. What incentive do I... Why would the goal end? The goal wasn't even... What? The goal isn't even an hour old. Oh, did I make it too short? Whoops. Okay. Hang on. Maybe I must have not hit the 3 hours. Okay. How much money to never watch Hassan again? $5,000. And I won't watch Hassan until my birthday. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. Give $5. Michael Grant, thanks for the $1.99. Crap, what did the IDF lie about? Okay, I just said. They lied about the vehicles with the lights on, and also about 9 Hamas fires, and about suspicious movements, apparently. 3DS Max, thanks for the $5. After the past couple of days, what's another $5? True.
6.5% currently.
Your birthday is soon. My birthday's at the end of June. What are you talking about?
The FTSE 100 down around 5%.
Uh-oh.
And the index in Paris down nearly 6% in early trading.
No.
President Trump's tariffs are continuing to send shockwaves and fuel fears of a recession. Now, stock markets across Asia have seen an absolute sea of red. At one point in early trading, the main market in Japan, the Nikkei, was down by nearly 9%.
The FTSE index, FTSE, it's like the top 100 British companies or some shit. Yeah.
The Hang Seng index in Hong Kong is currently down
Playing
more
footsie.
than 13%, and the markets in South Korea and Taiwan have also fallen sharply into negative territory. In China, investors have warned people to brace themselves for what they're calling Ugly Monday. President Trump, for now, is ignoring the turmoil on the stock market. Speaking on Air Force One, he said sometimes you have to take medicine to fix the problem. He insisted that jobs and investments were returning to the US.
Now, what's going to happen with the market, I can't tell you, but I can tell you our country has gotten a lot stronger.
Oh, yeah?
And eventually...
Don't worry about the market, you know, it's just the country. Okay.
It'll be a country like no other. It'll be the most dominant country economically in the world, which is what it should be.
Is there a Trump put, though? Is there pain in the market at some point you're unwilling to tolerate this idea of a Trump put? Is there a threshold?
I think your question is so stupid. I mean, I think it's I don't want anything to go down.
That's how you dodge a question.
Sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something. And we have such a horrible We have been treated so badly by other countries because we had stupid leadership that allowed this to happen.
Well, Marika Oyen, our Asia Business Hub, has the latest from there.
It has been described by some analysts as even a financial bloodbath, as all we've been seeing all day was a sea of red arrows pointing downwards. As you said, Japan's Nikkei has finished trading for the day down 7%, and it goes to show how this is a deeper sell-off than what we saw on Thursday and Friday, and that's because investors are growing increasingly concerned about the escalating global trade war and also the impact on the global economy, because of course it was on Friday evening, our time, Asia time, when Beijing retaliated with that 34% tariffs on all American products entering China, which really escalated that fear of global trade war. In terms of the impact on the global economy, I think, we've been hearing from a lot of economists talking about these tariffs pushing up prices in the United States and pushing the US economy into recession.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to mention. It looks like anti-Hamas protests are still ongoing. Looks like they're still ongoing. This was Jabalia yesterday, I believe. This is a lot of people. I don't know what this is. It's a lot of people, isn't it? Well, I know this means here, Hamas are terrorists is basically what that says. The here is just kind of used for rhyming. It's not really that. Yeah. That sounds like they're shitting on Hamdan, who is one of the top Hamas officials. Flute salad. They're calling Hamas terrorist and Hamdan a spy. Oh, a spy. That's a good reverse Uno, isn't it? Like, you call us traitors, you're actually Israeli. Oh god, they should just call Hamas Israeli. Why don't they do that? Plot twist. Hang on. Where's the overhead view of the Hamas hostage ceremony? Anyone know where that is? The one that was actually quite small. Yeah, like remember this stuff.
Now
where's the image? Yeah, if you remember this, the Hamas hostage ceremony, and they, from the vantage point, yeah, and they moved the cameras around, obviously to make it look like the crowds were bigger, but they were actually kind of like shit. Like, look at this. You compare this, which is organized by Hamas, organized by the people with the government power and everything, and you get that compared to. I'm just saying, if we're going Donald Trump crowd sizes, okay? Whereas at least here you can get a little bit of perspective on the depth of the crowd as well. I don't know, it seems like they don't like them. Seems like they don't like Hamas. Apparently the Hamas rocket fire recently has actually been more intense than it's been for months, but don't suppose it's done much. Why is there so little footage? Because a lot of the journalists in Gaza who have ties to places like Al Jazeera, etc., don't want to report on that. Like the ones that have access to the bigger companies. Mainstream media is talking about it though. Like AP are talking about it, Reuters are talking about it, New York Times, BBC, like they're all talking about it.
Recession, but some are even worried that the global economy could fall into a recession as well. And of course, the impact on the global supply chain, as we've been talking about it, that's something that they're worried about too.
Mariko Oy there. Well, let's talk to our business presenter, Sally Bundock. Sally, just to give us an overview how bad things are.
Pretty bad, as you were hearing from Mariko there. And I mean, you outlined just how dramatic the Open has been in Europe this morning. It's not overstating it to say it's carnage or a bloodbath or any of those adjectives to describe how today is progressing. And actually the bookies or the futures markets are predicting we'll see a dramatic decline again today on Wall Street. And what's kind of fed into this is, of course, Trump's tariffs. That's the reason for the massive sell-off. I think his defiance that we saw there on Air Force One as he was setting off or landing or whichever way he was going is really being read in markets as he's staying put, he's hanging tough, whatever phrases he's using. He's not reacting to markets. Therefore, many investors now are pricing in this could be a long, hard battle.
What a strong graph. 1 week. Boof.
And the impact that will have on economies around the world. The global economy is not going to be good. And actually, some are pricing in recession. Goldman Sachs today increased the chances of a US recession to 45% this year. So everyone is readjusting all their outlook now, and they're pricing in bad stuff, basically.
When we hear about share prices tumbling, how does that translate into an economic recession, real life effects that people will feel?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when it comes to how we might feel the impact right now, I mean, for people who are trading markets on a daily basis, they're speculators. There's lots of people who do that at home. They sit in front of a terminal and they're trying to make money. For them, it's really tough because they're either going to lose a lot or they might win a lot, depending on how good they are. For those of us who have pensions, I'm not trading shares on a daily basis, but I do have a pension that I will one day be making use of. That's been hit today. So most pensions globally will have gone down in terms of their paper value. But of course, the good news about that is I'm not retiring anytime soon. And so therefore, by the time I do retire, the hope is that markets will have recovered significantly. And that's why those who manage people's money, personal finance investors, how
much money did you lose in the stock market? I don't do stocks, bro. Stocks, it's a mugs game, okay? I mean, one day I might do a stocks, okay? But why? Got my cash ISA, got my savings, got my. Why do I need stocks? So I can look at this happen and cry. I know the whole thing. If you do S&P 500, you're not really supposed to be like, oh no, it's gone down 2 points today. You're really supposed to do this, right? That's like the idea. Because if you're wanting to save, you want to save long term, But even then, we're getting to like 2021 levels. Oh no. It's like when people do this. It's like people doing this and they're like, oh no, if only I'd bought Bitcoin that time I learned about it in 2017, I would have octupled whatever I put in right now. But no, you wouldn't have necessarily, would you? You'd have done here, then you'd have seen it collapse and you'd have been like, oh no, I'm going to lose everything. I should panic by now. Or you would have actually just waited, forgotten about it, seen this boost and got it here and not made like as much either. Or you'd have seen this and bought even more and then done this and panic sold here. It's just mind fucking. It's all mind fucking. You need to psychologically prepare yourself for this shit if you're going to do stocks anyway. Do the stocks. What do you do for retirement? I will be a wise old man, okay? I will stream from the deathbed.
Investment advisors always say you invest for the long term. And by that you mean a long time, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years or more. Because there are stock market lots of volatility on stock markets. And in my career, I've seen massive sell-offs. Previously, when the 2008 financial crisis happened, when the global pandemic happened, markets fell off a cliff, but they come back again. And that's the point.
Yeah, they sure do. Sally, we're just looking at pictures from Luxembourg because EU ministers...
People don't retire in feudal societies. True!
Responsible for trade are arriving there currently. They're going to talk to the media, we think, about how the European Union should best respond to this series of tariffs, as well as a decision on EU relations with China. But that is a problem for so many countries to decide what to do now, whether to retaliate or not to, and hope that perhaps you can negotiate something better.
And time is of the essence, because we saw the blanket 10% tariffs come in over the weekend.
Yeah.
But those more specific retaliatory tariffs on...
Oh, yeah. This is the worst thing. I didn't realize this. Because we talk about the problem with trade deficits. Hang on, wait, I need to get this the right way around. The US already has a trade surplus with the UK. Office of National Statistics, UK. Or would it be US? The fact that it's supposed to be about, that's why for the UK, we just got the arbitrary 10%. But the thing is that the United States has a trade surplus with us. Why do they need to tariff us to even out a deficit? What the fuck? What? It's so dumb.
The part of the US begin on
You're
Wednesday.
just a bully, man.
So between now and Wednesday, the European Union, European Commission have got the chance to negotiate with President Trump, because of course he called Europe one of the worst offenders. They're on the bad list, and the tariffs on all European goods is sitting at 20%, which is huge for some industries like the champagne industry, the wine sector, cosmetics. Cars is 25%. And actually, if you look on the stock markets today and you look at some of the biggest losers, it's VW, it's Mercedes, Peugeot, Citroën, those kind of companies. So for the trade ministers meeting now in Luxembourg, they're going to be talking about that. What is the best course of action? Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission president, has been very forthright, very strong, talking about a united front in Europe and how we will come back with our tariffs as well. She talked about 26 billion euros worth of tariffs on American goods coming into Europe, which will hit US hard. But
European
that's
reunion.
not been confirmed yet, because of course they want to negotiate. They want to try and get a deal before Wednesday.
How great is this secondary fear that these tariffs will end up with cheaper goods going elsewhere, sort of being dumped on other countries that don't have tariffs?
Absolutely. It's a huge fear, because China, for example, if we just give an example of that, BYD, massive electric vehicle maker in China, they're cheap. They can make them really cheaply in China and then export them all over the world. And that's one of the things that President Trump is not happy about whatsoever. So if far fewer BYD cars are being sold in the United States, well, where are they all going to go? They might end up here in Europe. I mean, of course, we've put tariffs on Chinese cars actually anyway, here in Europe. But the point is, with steel, with other products that are being heavily tariffed going into the States, if they're channeled elsewhere, then it could end up here in the UK, dumped on our markets or on European markets or other markets. And then it makes it really difficult to compete with that, like British Steel, for example. So that's a real issue, and that's something that the Prime Minister is implied. We're waiting to hear. He's going to deliver a speech later today about ways that the UK government can try and cushion the blow for UK industry. But it's expected there'll be some sort of discussion about anti-dumping measures put in place to stop that from happening.
Sally, you've been speaking to a lot of different analysts.
I think what happens is sometimes in really extreme situations, isn't there like a pause, like an emergency pause that they do on the stock market? So I think if the S&P 500, for example, goes down by 7 points in a day, then they will just shut everything down for 15 minutes so that people, the circuit breaker, so that people stop freaking out. I think S&P 500, it hit 6 though, didn't it? Yeah, it hit 6. Oh no. Oh no.
Lists over the last few hours. The consensus on tariffs per se, they're not always a bad thing, but what is the consensus really about what's happened this time is that it is such a blanket application of tariffs.
Yeah, I think the difference is something that President Trump has said quite a few times is he refers back to the 1930s or whatever, when this was massively introduced on a huge level before, seen as a big protectionist policy that led to economic growth in the US eventually. The difference, though, then compared to now is the globalization of industry, of business, of commerce in the recent decades, because, of course, it's all been about world trade. It's all been about where is it most efficient to do things and make things and produce things, and then we just ship it all over the world and sell it. And you know, protectionism was at a minimum. And because everything has changed, it means that now that you implement tariffs, it's not going to have the same impact as it did back in the 1930s. And the consequences of implementing tariffs to such a great degree across the world is huge. And we're seeing the markets playing out the fear factor of what the impact could be on the global economy, because you can't just unravel supply chains that are global and all the various aspects of business and commerce that have been crossing borders very easily for decades. And you're not going to suddenly be able to build a factory in America and make goods and sell them in America with American workers. It's not going to happen quickly, and that's the worry. So for US citizens, for many of us around the world, we'll really see the prices going up because things will become more expensive. And as much as businesses will try and take on board the costs and not pass it on, I think in many cases they'll be forced. They'll have to pass it on to the consumer.
Sally, thank you very much. Well, let's speak to Yael Selfin, who's Vice Chair and Chief Economist at KPMG.
No, not an economist. What are you talking? Fuck that. What? I've seen the formula. Don't worry. We don't need an economist. Ugh. I'll watch Gary Stevenson. What's this?
Today,
Oh, I know. Wait, is this what I think it is? Hang on.
of course, you saw
I
what
think I saw a clip of this on Twitter.
happened in the markets. The Dow dropped more than 2,000 points today. Not a typo. Dow plunged.
Oh no, she's fucking freaking out. Oh
It's
no.
2,200 points. Yesterday and today are the first time
She can't keep
ever
herself together.
that the Dow has dropped 1,500 points or more on 2 consecutive days. 1,600 points yesterday, 2,200 points today. The S&P 500 dropped 10% in 2 days. It dropped 6% today alone. Just
Wow.
for context, whether or not you watch the markets, whether or not you have any money in the markets or retirement account or whatever, just to get a sense of the scale here. I'll give you 2 metrics here to get a sense of the scale. The first one is the circuit breakers. Do you know about this?
Yeah, I
the
know about this. I
markets
heard about
have
those.
circuit breakers that kick in when things go off a cliff. That's a mixed metaphor, but I think you know what I mean. They call them trading curbs, and they're these shutoffs that kick in automatically and basically stop the market. They stop people from trading for 15 minutes when things have gone unbelievably wrong. And where those circuit breakers kick in, like the threshold of how bad it has to be before the circuit breakers kick in, is when the S&P drops 7% from the previous day's close. Today, the S&P dropped 6%. Had we got to 7, we would have hit the circuit breaker.
Sorry for your losses, guys. Sorry for your losses. By the way, it's a fucking mugs game. Sorry, don't feel sorry for you at all. Mugs game.
They would have turned the lights out on the market to try to save us from ourselves. That's one way to understand the severity of what's happened here. And here's another. Look at this. This is the VIX index, VIX. Unlike the stock market graphs where you can...
Oh, volatility. That means it's good, right? We had strong volatility. 2007, 2020, COVID. It's interesting that the economy does well in times that everyone else is calling a crisis. Look how volatile we are.
Tell things are bad when they go down. With the VIX, it's the volatility index. It goes up when things are terrible. It's like the economic crisis
like none you've
meter.
ever seen.
And you can see there are just a few big peaks there over time. The first huge peak, that's 2008. That was the global financial disaster of 2008, the worst financial catastrophe since the Great Depression. That's the first big peak. The next big peak is March 2020. That's the equally huge global disaster, right? When the COVID pandemic overran the world, killed millions of people, and basically shut off economic activity like there had been a power outage. So those are the first two big peaks there. But now look, new peak. That's now. That's now. That one not caused by the biggest financial catastrophe since the Great Depression or a global pandemic that's killing millions of people. That one caused simply by Donald Trump being president. Again, with his great ideas. And the scale of what he's doing, the scale of the destruction that he has wrought, is a little bit hard to get your head around. I mean, like, you can see the headline writers scrambling to try to find the right words tonight. I mean, here's the Wall Street Journal front page right now. U.S. stocks plunge deeper, capping worst week since 2020, which again was the pandemic. Trump's tariffs set off two-day sell-off as recessionary fears mount. More than $6 trillion erased from market. This has been the lead analysis piece on CNBC.com all day. Trump's tariffs are biggest policy mistake in 95 years. This is the lead editorial today at the Financial Times. America's astonishing act of self-harm. I thought the picture of Trump there actually kind of puts a nice punctuation mark on that. Look what we've done to ourselves. Hi. But this is the lead, quote, if it endures Donald Trump's decision on
MSNBC is so funny.
April 2nd, 2025, to enact sweeping tariffs on U.S. trade partners will go down as one of the greatest acts of self-harm in American economic history. His actions will wreak untold damage on households, businesses, and financial markets across the world, upending a global economic order that America benefited from.
What are MAGA saying in response? We'll get to that. We have some funny fucking MAGA statements where they're basically, like, you know, with an economy, there are going to be stats all over the place that might show different things here and there, like one sector might be going up, or like there might be some data from like retroactive data that might be saying, oh, we had good jobs growth. We had good jobs growth, and the study will come out like today, but what they're actually talking about is 6 months ago, right? So there's a lot of that. Yeah. Otherwise, there's also, you know, you want to make an omelet, you got to break some eggs, eh? Break some eggs. They're cheap now. You can break them.
Help to create. Elsewhere in the FT today, they described Trump's actions as, quote, strangely self-sabotaging.
Oh, yeah,
quote,
oil is going down because there's people not wanting to invest. Oh, God. Oil going down is not actually a good sign in this case.
Economic lunacy that might seem better explained by psychologists than economists. Larry Summers, former Treasury Secretary, says, quote, this is to economics what creationism is to biology, what astrology is to astronomy, what RFK thought is to vaccine science.
Get him,
The Wall
Larry.
Street Journal summarizes tonight, quote, the Dow Jones Industrial Average became the last of the three major financial indices to enter a correction, defined as a decline of 10% or more from a closing peak. After today, the Dow is down 14.9% from its most recent high. The NASDAQ is now a bear market, off 22.7% from its recent high. Anything more than 20% is considered a bear market. The Magnificent Seven stocks, which include NVIDIA, Apple, and Amazon, collectively lost $1.55 trillion in market capitalization this week. That is a record. Apple alone saw $443.5 billion in market value evaporate. I mean, it is hard to get your head around how much damage this one man can cause. I think it's even harder to get your head around simultaneously the fact that he can do damage of this magnitude with such a teeny tiny amount of thought. right? You think it would take like a grand plan and some big brains to figure out how to destroy the economy of the richest nation on earth. But that's not how it's working out. Turns out it doesn't take a big idea or a lot of big brains working together. I know that this may be something that you remember, but just in case it's not, I'm just going to put this back on the front page here just for a second. Because do you remember where Trump got the tariff thing from in the first place?
No, actually.
Do you remember like when and why and how we started talking about tariffs?
No, tell me. I forgot.
It was in his first campaign for president. Trump didn't really have any formal economic advisors. So he told his son-in-law, Jared, to find him an economic advisor.
Has MSNBC always been this smug and soy? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they've always been like this, yeah.
Trump reportedly gave Jared some vague ideas of what his thoughts were on economic issues. You know, something, make me look tough, China bad, something. Jared then...
I'm all for it right now, though.
Decided to find his father-in-law a financial advisor for his presidential campaign by going on the Amazon.com website and starting to browse books. Not like reading the books, because you can't do that on the Amazon website. He was just looking at the covers, looking at the titles. And he found a book title that he thought was so cool. The title was Death by China. Oh my God, that's so cool. That's so awesome. And that apparently was it. This quote from Vanity Fair. Trump gave Jared a summary of his views and then asked him to do some research. Kushner simply went on Amazon, where he was struck by the title of one book, Death by China, co-authored by a man named Peter Navarro. Jared then cold called Navarro, a well-known trade deficit hawk who agreed to join the team as an economic advisor. Navarro was a major advocate for an aggressive pro-tariff policy. Where did Peter Navarro get his idea that tariffs would be a good policy for America? What was his backup for that conviction? Well, he did have backup from a real expert who he cited in at least a half dozen of his books, including the one that Jared found on Amazon that fateful day. In all of his books, Peter Navarro has cited an economics expert to justify his views. Okay. And the economics expert he cites is somebody named Ron Vera, V-A-R-A, Ron Vera. When Trump won the presidency and entered the White House, this Ron Vera started circulating a memo around Washington in support of Trump using tariffs in trade policy. According to the New York Times, the memo had been, quote, sent from an email address purportedly belonging to Ron Vera. At one point, Ron Vera...
Peter Navarro, this is from 2019, invented an expert for his books based on himself. Okay. Ron Vara. Is it an anagram? Ron. Oh, it's an anagram of Navarro. Oh no. Oh shit. Someone in chat said Tom Marvola Riddle. I was like, wait a minute. There ain't no way. No way. There's no way. What? So wait, what? And do we know this is where Trump got the idea from? Like, for sure? Whispering anti-China musings in Trump's ear. He was a top White House trade advisor. He appeared in Mr. Navarro's 2001 book, If It's Raining in Brazil, by Starbucks. Gulf War reservist. Studied economics at Harvard. So he wrote papers with this pseudonym? What? Okay.
Vera wrote in the memo that Trump could, quote, ride the tariffs to victory. The problem is Ron Vera doesn't exist. He never has.
He's a Project 2025 and January 6th guy. Okay.
Economics.
So these guys do have like a goal, right? Like they do have some kind of agenda. I just don't really know what they're hoping to accomplish from it. Like could they make money off of it? I guess, because if they know what the tariffs are going to be with like insider trading and shit. But what else? What's the ideology going on here? Is it just like, is it just about big countries having power over the little countries? Because he wants to use the tariffs to push countries to give more generous trade deals to the United States, even though they already kind of are generous to the United States.
The expert that Peter Navarro has long cited to explain why he's so gung-ho on tariffs, this person, Ron Vera, is a made-up person. He is a fictional person. Peter Navarro invented Ron Vera as his expert source so he could quote this expert source over and over and over again in his crackpot books.
Whoa.
Who is Ron Vera? Ron Vera is an anagram of Navarro, which is his last name. I mean, my name anagrams to Macho Waddler, but I don't see myself trying to talk you into doing what Macho Waddler wants, right? But that really is how the Trump administration crafted its tariff policy. That's where Trump came up with the tariff idea. Circulating a fake memo from a fake person with a fake email address in order to make it look like this was a serious issue being debated by real experts. That is the intellectual basis on which Donald Trump today wiped $6 trillion of wealth out of existence and crashed America's markets and brought America and the world to the brink of a self-inflicted, on-purpose, global Great Depression along the lines of what we had in 2008 and what the pandemic inflicted upon us in 2020. This time, the global disaster is Donald Trump's big brain.
Big brain.
And Donald Trump may think it's all going to work out. The American people are awake and well aware that this is not going to work out. New Reuters Ipsos.
But I don't know if you realize, but American people don't know fucking anything. They voted for this guy. What?
Polling to which I would like to bring your attention. Do you approve or disapprove of Donald Trump's handling of his job as president? Disapprove by a 10-point margin. Do you approve or disapprove of how Donald Trump is handling the economy specifically? Disapprove by a 15-point margin. Do you approve or disapprove of how Donald Trump is handling the issue of international trade? Disapprove by an 18-point margin. Do you approve or disapprove of how Donald Trump is handling the issue of your cost of living? Disapprove by a 20.
I don't know if she's probably stretching to say that Trump got the idea from this person, but obviously it would have helped to reinforce it if he's like a top advisor.
7-point margin. Is the Trump administration competent or incompetent at running the federal government? Incompetent by a 20-point margin. Is the Trump administration competent or incompetent at rolling out new economic policies? Incompetent by a 25-point margin. Is the Trump administration competent or incompetent at downsizing government without affecting vital services? Incompetent by a 25-point margin.
That's why are the bars the same length? why are they doing that? Okay.
25 for the markets did what they've done in the last 2 days.
Wow.
The American people get it. They get it. They are awake. They are not giving up. And tomorrow,
the American people are cooked. I don't know what you're saying.
They should to show it.
Yeah. American people are cooked, man. I don't know. They're fucked. What are they going to do? Sorry, that was quite doomer. I mean, I know at least in Wisconsin with Elon Musk's referendum Supreme Court vote that he tried to push money into, that lost. So that's good. He looks quite stupid now. But the issue is that people talk about checks and balances in America, but checks and balances only work if you have a president who believes in them. Like an executive can just overpower, they can just ignore the Supreme Court as much as, or like federal judges as much as they want, because it is just it's an agreement. It's not based on arms or financial power or anything. It's just based on, it's just something that everyone agrees. It's like if you have a judge trying to pass a sentence, but the bailiffs in the courtroom don't agree with them and don't want to do it, and the police don't want to do anything, and the people who run the jails don't want to do anything, then the judge has no power, you know? The idea is that Congress will impeach. Isn't Congress controlled by the is it midterms? Maybe they might lose the midterms. Is that it?
Hey, what's up?
Whoa! Hi.
I can't stand the impeach line. Like, impeachment and removal from office are basically two different things.
Yeah, because you need
even if
66
we-
of the fucking Senate, right?
Exactly. Like, even if we win, even if we pick up the House and even pick up the Senate, the odds of him, yes, he'll get impeached, but that also means nothing. He won't get removed from office. He'll be allowed to continue to do what he's still doing to the extent that he just doesn't care what the Senate or the courts or the House of Representatives or anybody tells him is or isn't legal. Like, if anybody is expecting the US political system to save us, it's just not going to. Like, I don't know how to be any more clearer. It's broken, totally broken. It doesn't work.
Rip. Yeah, it doesn't make
Rip.
sense. It's because the for removal, it's 2/3 from the Senate, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's either 60 votes or 2/3.
Oh, I think it might be 60. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just like the closest we have ever got was the second Trump impeachment. And we were still, I think that was like, we were still like 4 or 5 votes short. And that
Mhm.
wasn't even to remove him, that was just to disqualify him from holding office again.
Yeah.
And the
cigarette
people,
treasury
the
keeps
like the
growing.
Republicans,
sue
what's
by
left
the
of them, are
US.
just getting crazier. Like all of the normal ones that would have been like, whoa, this is a step too far, they already got tossed out by their insane batshit conspiracy-brained retarded base. So like you're only going to see crazier and crazier people come into power on like the right end of the spectrum, and probably eventually also the left end.
So all you can really hope for is a fucking landslide in the midterms, right? Like an unprecedented landslide midterm result.
Pretty
right?
much, or
Yeah.
other things that I won't say because of TOS.
Yeah.
I'm leaning more towards the TOS thing being more likely than the Democrats picking up enough votes to remove him from office. But even if you do that, like you still have JD Vance. So it's not even going to be that much of a solution,
Yeah. Okay. That's all good.
right?
Yeah.
Yay.
Ugh.
All right. I will let you get back to it.
All right. Good luck. Take care. Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay. We'll come back to tariffs, okay? We'll do some slop, and then I want to play video games. And I'll react to longer stuff when we're doing video games, because I have a few things there. It's your economy as well, mister. I know! Yeah, this affects me. Noah Samson made a video following the Ethan Klein shit. This is the first thing he's said publicly, I think, or it's the first video he's put up since the defamation demand letter was sent. It's called It's Happening Today. 1 minute 28. It's a good image. Okay, first of all, I need... Do you get these with Windows? Does this give you... How many timers do I have? What the fuck? Stopwatch, yeah. No, not that. Okay, here we go. Okay. It's not about Ethan. Okay. But it's only a minute long, so minute 28. I wonder if it's this short. Can we get a genocide timer? Let's get a genocide timer. Come on.
Israel is currently enacting its final solution on the Palestinian people.
Okay, 2 seconds 88. Okay. Final solution, eh? That was quick. Okay. Good start.
In Gaza. After numerous ceasefire violations on March 18th, Israel finally unilaterally ended it with a record-breaking child-killing massacre. Since then, Israel has killed over 1,000 Palestinian people. It has bombed schools, shelters, medical clinics, residential buildings, and water treatment plants. Israel is summarily executing paramedics, decapitating babies, and destroying everything in its wake. Israel is also once again invading Gaza and establishing mass killing fields. All of these crimes are being committed with weapons from the United States, impunity from the international community, and silence from the Western media. There's no end in sight, and things are only set to get worse unless people do something to stop it. There's a protest tomorrow, Saturday, April 5th, at the White House. It starts at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Pennsylvania and 3rd Street, which is right here, right outside the White House. It's pretty hard to miss. This protest...
Decapitating babies. Yeah, people... In airstrikes, people can get their heads taken off. Yeah, that happens, unfortunately.
This has been endorsed by over 200 organizations across the United States, and it's supposed to be huge. If you live nearby, show up. There are a bunch of buses available from all sorts of cities, and many of them still have seats. If the buses in your area are full or unavailable, you can sign up to drive your own vehicle and bring others with you. If you do have a vehicle and are able to drive it and have room, please do that. I live across the country, but last minute decided to fly so I can be there tomorrow in hopes that this might encourage some of you to join. Go to...
I thought protesting wasn't supposed to achieve anything, though. What? Did he go to this?
Geographical. People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places, but really politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying.
So what's he going to do at these protests if they're doing basically nothing? Which is, unfortunately, for talking about Gaza, you're like double, tripled, quadrupled true under Trump. Like that's just the deal America made. America, in a fucking popular vote. Oh, what a horrible country. They voted for someone whose government is basically like more aggressively fucking rabid Zionist than the Israeli government is. I don't know. I think at a local level, there are still things people can do, but in terms of like stopping the military action, it's fucked. It's over. Like I don't know what Americans can do for that. Even if they start fucking killing people, like what? I don't know. I seem to remember, because like back in the day, even 10 years ago, there were actually success stories that I read about and was actually even almost kind of part of. Most of it happened, like the achievement actually took place like after I'd gone. But when I was in uni, people were talking about like targeted BDS and things like that. And this was to do with like specifically targeting universities that had connections to universities that were in settlements. So say like, was it Bar Ilan, which is, I don't know if Bar Ilan is in the Is Bar-Ilan in the West Bank, or is it just one of the ones that does military research? Bar-Ilan. It's Ariel that's in. Is Ariel the only university in the settlements? Bar-Ilan is the military one. Okay, yeah. Bar-Ilan's the one where they do like military research. Yeah. Got those one mixed up. But yeah, for things like that, or with industry that comes from the settlements, like lots of produce, peppers and shit, there have been success stories about settlement expansion projects that have been slowed down or even halted for periods because they weren't able to sell their produce in Europe. Like European shops would just stop selling shit that came from the settlements. But we're talking about this with an American presidency and trying to protest to stop the Israeli military action in Gaza. That's yeah, that's over. That's not happening. It's like sad to say. I just don't know unless someone can tell me what they're supposed to do to stop that. We know under Biden, the pressure was doing something. His announcements for his pushing for aid, which actually did result in increased aid shipments into the territory, and his just even the aid halted, the aid stoppages right at the beginning. Fuck. I saw a little bit of this protest though. It was going around Twitter. What's this? What is this? What is Samson doing now? Okay. He is kind of... The aesthetic of this is very much like, I'm kind of mental and I'm going to do something stupid, but I don't know. But it's not even that unusual. It's quite normal. It's quite normal to understand that, like, that you're more effective as a protester if you're near or very connected to the area. America's connection to the area in terms of protest impact kind of ran out the window when the country went for fucking Trump over Harris. Like, they just greenlit a president who is literally willing to go farther to push the envelope and make first moves that even Netanyahu wouldn't do. Like, Netanyahu wasn't saying shit about the day after before Trump came in. But then when Trump comes in and says the fucking American Riviera, when we deport 2 million people forcibly, whether they like it or not, Netanyahu's like, yeah, okay, I get that one. All right. I mean, I wasn't going to say that, but whoa. Like, yeah, fuck. I did see some of these protests, though. I saw Hassan did a little speech, didn't he? This is after the speech.
Boeing, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics.
I just want to say
Oh, what's this one? Oh, this fucking guy. Oh shit. Oh no. Wait, what was he doing earlier? When's he speaking? So he's walking to it. This is just before his speech. No, this is him leaving. I'm guessing he did his speech around here. Must have been quite short.
Free Mahmoud, free Humeira, free all of the political prisoners. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
This is is this Neturei Karta? This is the scarves that they wear. Did we actually have Neturei Karta in the front row? Oh no. This is their kind of signs, isn't it? This is the kind of format that they use for their signs. The fucking psychos who the people who have hung out with Hania from Hamas. The people who actually they do want a Jewish kingdom back. They just don't want it to be done by people. They want the Messiah to do it. And they want the locals, the Goy, to be their servants. These guys are epic trolls. It's good that they're making it about Khalil though, and the other people who have been very fucking like abused by the American state. That's something.
Voices will not be silent.
I don't think his mic was clipping. I think the phone audio was clipping.
Thank you.
Or the camera audio.
Thank you, Hassan. How are folks feeling? Are we ready to march on ice? All right, we got 2 more speakers, so I want y'all to hold tight. But before I introduce our next speaker, I want to let you all know that we just received an appeal.
I don't know. We're talking about protests in Gaza. I think honestly, the only powerful protesters who can actually do something about what's happening in Gaza is probably primarily the Gazan ones and then the Israeli ones. The Israeli ones can prioritize ceasefire and hostage exchanges and push for that. And the ones in Gaza can push for Hamas to fuck off. Like, yeah. But the problem is that Hassan doesn't support those protesters. He doesn't like them. He tried to say that their concern was Hamas's domestic policy. Like they're protesting the fucking tax codes. I don't know.
From the Palestinian General Federation of Trade Unions in Gaza, who have just shared on the eve of International Workers' Day to join and expand the campaign targeting Israeli companies and their supporters, including Maersk and Zim.
You want to take a photo?
Earlier, I mentioned Maersk's role in transporting military cargo to Israel. But I want to be abundantly clear. It is not Maersk alone. We cannot leave out the other complicit companies and entities, whether logistics or otherwise, that are shipping military cargo and weapons to Israel. We know that the United States is sending the majority of the weapons dropped on Gaza. And we've heard about the companies Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics,
I just want to say
Systems.
I don't want people in America to forget about BLM. I don't want people to forget about black people. I don't want people to forget about the millions of black people who are incarcerated. 45% of black people in America are incarcerated. Free black people, free Palestine, free Sudan, free Elim, free Papua, free the Tamils, free everybody. Allah Akbar, الموت بالدم، الموت إسرائيل، لبيك يا حسين، لبيك يا حسين.
Al-Mortala America, Al-Mortala Israel, he's doing the death to America, death to Israel. He didn't say curse upon the Jews though, did he? He didn't actually say that. He said he moved over to talk about Hussein.
Companies and their supporters, including Maersk and Zim.
Guy having a Shia moment. Hussein is the Islamic leader who was fucking clapped in some battle in the 7th century, I think, yeah. And that's where the Shia-Sunni split happened.
You want to take a photo?
Earlier, I mentioned Maersk's role in transporting military cargo to Israel. But I want to be
Why does it go back so far? What the
clear.
fuck?
It is not Maersk alone. We cannot leave out the other complicit companies and entities, whether logistics or otherwise, that are shipping military cargo and weapons to Israel. We know that the United States is sending the majority of the weapons dropped on Gaza. And we've heard about the companies Lockheed Martin,
Karbala,
Raytheon, Boeing, Northrop.
No, he's not saying fucking Hussein. He's saying Hussein is... There was Hassan and Hussein. Those were the... Hassan and Hussein. Those were the two guys. I can't remember which one was which. Are they not like descendants of the Prophet? Or descendants of Ali? It's some fucking debate about who was supposed to come after Muhammad. And there were the disciples of Muhammad. I think the 4th disciple after Muhammad was Ali, and his sons were supposed to become the next leader, something. And they rode all the way up to Karbala, and then they got like slaughtered by, was it oh God, Umayyad? Was it them? But basically, they got fucked. They got wrecked, and that's what the whole like Shia memory is about. It's all about like the memory of Hassan and Hussein, who got fucking murdered by the sons of Lonerbox. Yeah, true. And their wives got fucking like raped and killed and shit. Yeah, just like a really bloody story. And then that's why like the story about Shiites is all very much one of oppression and like the dispossessed, which is why I think their language and their aesthetic appeals so much to Westerners as well, because they talk in a very similar way. Yeah.
General dynamics.
I just want to say I don't want people in America to forget about BLM. I don't want people to forget about black people. I don't want people to forget about the millions of black people who are incarcerated. 45% of black people in America are incarcerated. Free black people, free Palestine, free Sudan, free Alim, free Papua, free the Tamils, free everybody. Allah Akbar, الموت بالدار، الموت الصهيل، لبيك يا حسين، لبيك يا حسين. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر اللعنة اليهود اللعنة إسرائيل.
Oh, there. Oh shit. What did he say? Wait. Oh no. I heard it. Whenever you hear something Yahud, that was curse upon the Jews, curse upon Israel, wasn't it? Uh-oh. Did you see Kanye's new song? No. Why is that what he's saying here? Is he singing Kanye's new song?
لبيك يا حسين لبيك يا حسين الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر اللعنة اليهود اللعنة إسرائيل لبيك اللهم.
Yeah, shit. You can see why he's wearing the thing all over the keffiyeh over his entire face. Whoa! Curse upon the Jews, curse upon Israel. Damn. What's chat saying? Bro is pumped. Calm down. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Holy fuck. W. Let's go. Fuck yes, based. Let's go, let's go, let's go. To be fair, none of these people would recognize that phrase, I don't think. Hassan looks very uncomfortable with his energy. God. Uh-oh. He'll be called out for platforming this person. I mean, it seems like this person likes him. Like, that's the unfortunate thing that these guys just never are willing to contend with, is that their rhetoric and their advocacy, like, that's what you attract. You attract people like this, yeah. There's a lot of overlap, unfortunately. The Venn diagram is strong. It just depends on how you treat it. Like, I understand that by not liking these guys, I end up attracting fucking retards who support everything the IDF does and thinks they can do no wrong. And every time there's some fucking crime, they're like, well, actually, but then like the difference is that I ban people like that. So I don't know. Like, yeah, you have to police the community, even if like it might not even be your fault necessarily that people like this come into the community, but you have to be willing to do something about it. And Hassan just doesn't. And these guys obviously don't care either. My virulent anti-whale messaging is what attracted you, based. Okay. But also, I don't...
That the American public wanted. So no, especially considering that she lost by wider margins than even the protest votes combined, this is an insane statement to advance, regardless of the hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for. And even then, I still maintain that position throughout the entire process.
It's like, fuck off, you know, just what the fuck, what are you doing? What a wait. Like, he doesn't care about it. This is just a fucking, this guy doesn't know anything. He's mental. He's fucking mental. No proof. We have it now, I guess. He said this when 2 months, February. Bro. This isn't an activist. This is a fucking, this is just like it's no different from like a fucking artist who's just going on he's just going on tour. He's just a fucking celebrity going on tour. Talk for like 2 minutes, take selfies, feel good about yourself and leave. No proof of. The fuck, man? What are you doing? You're cooking the youth. Cooking them.
Thank you.
I like
Dude.
your dress in the back behind me.
She likes you.
How did you get your dress?
What dress?
What do you have it on now?
Oh, the keffiyeh?
Yeah.
Please use your seat.
Oh, when this is an Iranian Uber driver. I think, is it Farsi that does that or Arabic? When I knew an Iranian kid in school in Dubai, he was my closest friend for a few years. He would always say dress instead of clothes. So I wonder if that's just how the words translate from Farsi or. Yeah.
Oh yeah. We
He stole that from me,
actually. From him, actually.
It's not your size. Don't tell that.
Yeah. Where are you from, sir?
I don't know. You tell me first my question, and I answer your question after that.
Okay.
How did you get that?
How did I get the
Farsi,
keffiyeh?
yeah.
I got it from him, but I mean I have mine as well.
Where did you buy that?
You gotta ask him. He bought it.
Where did you get it?
Pali Roots. Do you know Pali Roots?
No.
Oh wait, is this what I haven't seen this? I just heard about it. The chat keeps saying based Iranian driver, love taxi drivers. Are they about to find out that this guy, by probability, if you're like a Iranian diaspora, I don't know, they probably would support Palestine, but Iranian diaspora are usually, if they're old, Iranian diaspora are usually like insanely fucking like they left for a reason, right? They usually people who left during the revolution because they hate the Ayatollah. They fucking hate that entire regime. They actually often have good memories of the Shah. They liked him. Yeah, it's like the Cuban thing. Yeah, but I don't know if we'll see.
It's an organization that's based out of Palestine.
Oh, that's what.
I have.
Because we have. Yeah. Go ahead.
He got his. We got his in Australia. We were at a pro-Palestinian rally in Australia, and that's where he got his.
No, I
but
thought maybe you get from my country.
from where?
So,
What's your country?
Not necessarily. Please don't generalize, mate. You can generalize when there's obviously a fucking trend. If you are a fucking Iranian diaspora and you're old, it's probably because you left because you hate the Ayatollah. No, like that's usually the case. Unless, you know what, I am just going anecdotal, okay? Because I've met a shitload of Iranians. But one of my uncles is Iranian. Okay, we'll see.
I'm from 3 different countries.
35
years America. 15 years Germany. Before 20 years in Iraq.
Oh, in Iraq?
Iran.
Oh, okay.
Persia. In Persia and south of Iran, everybody dressed like that.
Yeah.
That's why I asked you.
Yeah.
Probably Palestine or other organizations.
Yeah, these are pro-Palestine organizations. Yeah.
They are doing the same.
That's what we're going to right now. We're going to a pro-Palestinian rally right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what do you want to do for protest? What do you want?
We want the American government to stop giving arms to Israel. We want the American government to apply potentially sanctions to the state of Israel for the crime of genocide. and we want to urge American institutions to boycott and divest from Israeli institutions that play a formative role in the continuation of the genocide of the Palestinians.
So I am with you. America shouldn't help another country this way.
Mm-hmm.
Because if the other country can do that, he has to do it himself.
But America
Not
can't.
from-
Yeah, exactly. America.
Not from my pocket and everything. But
I'm just thinking. I'm trying to figure out where this guy's going before he says it. Okay.
think other way. Do you like my country, Iran, is spending whole money for nuclear facility?
Uh-huh.
They say we don't want to build nuclear bomb, but they can change over the night to nuclear bomb. They say we want to destroy the Israel.
Uh-huh.
So if Israel doesn't get the help from America, it cannot stay together. They are going to be much more people killed since last 1.5 years that killed in Hamas.
Oh no. This guy wants to bomb the nuclear facilities. Oh shit. Man, we can see the B2s. They're there. They got a fucking glint in their eye. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no, chatters. Oh no. Oh no. Oh fucking more. Like, even this is like, I won't get away from it. This is my experience, okay? My experience is that if you're an Iranian boomer who left during the after the revolution, it's probably gonna, in my experience, they tend to say nice things about the Shah, okay? However, you could be someone who hates both. You could be someone who hated the Shah, but then you went from like shit to unlivable after the revolution, and then you went there. That's, I know that exists. I just don't know if it's like majority or half or whatever, but obviously, oh no, a Shah enjoyer, as opposed to what? The fucking Ayatollah enjoyers, bro.
The Hamas and Israel together, too many kids, women, men, there was a lot of people killed. If they get involved in America, it would, if the America involved in that and doesn't listen to you and us, do not give the weapon to Israel, then it's going to be big mess.
Is it?
Maybe it's going to be terrible.
He's so. This is what happens when a third worldist meets someone who's actually from the third world. Oh no. Look, he's bored already. He realizes. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know? Do you know some guy called Nostradamus?
Nostradamus?
Nostradamus.
I'm familiar.
You tell me what you want to say something else.
No. You tell me. You're talking about Nostradamus.
What's up with
now I'm
Nostradamus?
interested.
Okay, now you're interested.
Oh yeah.
As I was a student in Germany, I wrote his book. You know, he could see the future, right?
Allegedly, yeah.
Yeah,
Do you
that's the
know-
claim.
Do you know what was the last things that he could see that? He wrote the book about that.
What was it?
The people asking them after the Second World War.
This is typical diaspora chat. Oh no.
Do we have any more war?
Nostradamus predicted the Second World War?
No.
He predicted after the Second World War.
Because then after that, what do we have any war after that?
Uh-huh.
And he said it will be fought in sticks
He
and stones.
concentrate. He answered them later on because he says I have to concentrate to see it if I see something. And he said that. Go ahead and read. He said that is a third world war.
There's 3.
Huh?
There's another one.
That is the one. Yes, third world war coming.
Okay.
And at that time, Israel.
The sticks and stones quote is not Nostradamus. That's Einstein. Yeah, I don't know what the third world war will be fought with, but the fourth one will be fought with sticks and stones. Yeah.
Was not existed. They say between Jewish and Persia.
Uh-huh.
And he named it Jewish and Persia, Third World War. He says everything in this war get destroyed. And after that, I don't see thousand of years, no more war. So, we are getting close to these Nostradamus things that he mentioned. So right now, I am with you. America shouldn't help Israel.
Who do you got in the Third World War, though? Are you siding with Israel or are you siding with Iran?
Iran, are you American?
Am I American?
He's Turkish.
Maybe.
Turkish.
I am Turkish.
In American history, do you know what do they call Iran in the Second World War?
What do they call Iran in the Second World War in American history?
Bridge to freedom in Second World War.
The what?
Do you have a device, phone? Do you have a phone?
Yeah, I have a phone.
Just go type Bridge to freedom in Second World War.
Oh, Bridge to Freedom.
Yes.
Yeah.
Iran in every war in the past 2,583 years old, he got a white, because we have a green, white, red in my flag. Green, that's mean peace. And everything. So, no, white, that's mean peace.
White means peace. Green means what?
Green,
Money.
Islam?
Green, that's
I feel like, I don't know. Like, I don't know why Islamic flags are always green, but okay, let's see.
mean the people going forward to build a better country, better world and everything. Like green movement.
What does the red mean? Blood?
Red, that's mean if they come in war, they are going to answer very bad.
Whoa. So it seems like you're siding with Iran against Israel.
No.
Based.
No.
No?
No. Because
Bro, stop trying to fucking propaganda the guy. Like, Jesus Christ. Just... How fucking tone deaf after what you just said about the nukes, bro. No. Fucking little... You know what? If you have like a fucking taxi driver who's from... who's come from Iran and is old, right? Like 20 years Germany. Yeah, he would have been, this is someone who might be old enough to remember the revolution, right? God, you would have so many questions. Like, what was it like before? Like, what was it like after? What was actually happening at the time that made you want to leave? Like, what did your father think? Like, what did your parents think? It's so fucked. This is the elders of Beit Lahia all over again. Yeah. Yeah, they say one thing and then some fucking retard propagandist on the ground says something different, and then white media just picks the one that they like, which is the fake one. Oh God.
Because
I'm siding
this
with Iran.
war, if they come,
Yeah, we know you are, but what, mate? Iran, like, I don't. Yeah, Iran just abandoned the Houthis, right? Iran just abandoned the fucking Houthis. And they spoke to, one of their seniors spoke to, I think it was the Telegraph he spoke to. And he said that, he even said they were fucked, that they're just going to focus on America now. Mate, Iran's done. What are you talking about? Iran's concern now is the economy realignment, probably, and our nukes are getting targeted by B2s. That's Iran. Our nuclear program is under threat, and the tariffs. Mate, Iran's done. What are you talking about? Hezbollah are done. The Houthis have never really been able to do much to hurt Israel anyway, but they're able to do even less now. There's American bombings have not stopped. They're still going. Hamas are fucked. Their own fucking people don't like them anymore. Like, what are you doing? Assad's gone. There's no more, you can't send a new shipment of weapons to Hezbollah through Syria anymore. Mate, give it up. You need a different strategy. I'm just saying, you can still support Palestine. You should. You need a different strategy. Clearly, this was a bad strategy. What is it when they talk about... After the collapse of Hezbollah and the Assad regime, the Houthis are now in the front line and they've been conducting very intensive attacks. They're escalating and taking adventure because it makes their political life longer in Yemen. They get missiles and drones from Iran and rebrand them with Houthi names. Where was this Iranian official who basically said that they're not experienced like Hezbollah, but they're more aggressive and more dangerous? Abdul Malik al-Houthi has an ambition of leading the axis of resistance. Yemeni streets are full of anger. The Houthis are not paying salaries and have absolute taxation with zero representation. So the social base for the Houthis is not very strong. That's why they rely on the Gaza war. Oh, is it here? I was on the wrong article. The Houthi rebels have said they've been attacking the US warships in the Red Sea, including the aircraft carrier USS Truman, which has been leading efforts to strike the rebel group. No ships have been hit yet, but the US Navy said the Houthi fire was the heaviest its sailors have faced since World War II. No ships have been hit yet. The regime source in Iran said the view here is that the Houthis will not be able to survive and are living their final months or even days. So there's no point in keeping them on our list. They were part of a chain that relied on Nasrallah, the former Secretary General of Hezbollah, and Assad, and keeping only one part of that chain for the future makes no sense. Now, this is only one Iranian official, senior official, who spoke to the Telegraph. I don't know, when people say senior official, I wonder if they're just saying like, I wonder how many times journalists just add in senior to make it sound better, but I don't know. Couldn't tell you. In any case, though, Iran, they're fucked. They're done. Okay, let's hear this guy.
It's like you're siding with Iran against Israel.
No.
Based.
No.
No?
No. Because
I'm siding
this
with Iran.
war, if they come
I'm siding with
between
Iran. Yeah, no
this
one
regime
cares, bro. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. Well done.
and Israel, I should stay behind this regime for my country, not behind this regime for the regime, because I don't like this regime.
Yeah.
This regime is not a Persian. They are Arab.
They're another?
Arab.
Oh, they're Arabs.
Arabs.
They're secretly Arab. They're not Persian.
Is that common to say? I know it's common for people to say like, oh, Hezbollah, they're actually fucking Iranian. They're not Lebanese. Or people say Hamas, they're Shia. They're not Sunni, like Palestinians. I didn't know it was the other way around as well. Okay.
That's right.
Why? Because they're
trying-
Muslim?
Yeah, Arab are ruling my
Not because they're fucking Muslim, bro. Okay.
country in 1,404 years.
Huh.
Iranian culture, Iranian religion was before different.
Mm-hmm.
And culture, in every war, you get a white flag. So if you go just put Bridge to Freedom in Second World War, there pops out conference in Tehran.
Mm-hmm.
Conference in Tehran, Shah of Iran said, the previous king, the last king,
Uh-oh.
he said, I helped you win the war against Hitler, but you have to help me to get a free Iran out of the war.
Uh-huh.
And they called Churchill, Roosevelt, Stalin to come in Tehran.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they make a conference in Tehran.
Yeah.
Churchill from British.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Hamas is Shia is not a new insult, no.
Yeah.
Do you
Me
like
or him?
you?
Okay.
Do you like Mossadegh?
Mossadegh?
Yeah.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah. He's kind of a socialist, right?
He was, but the way that he went, that was a little bit wrong.
Wait, why?
Because he was supposed to, he was a prime minister.
Mm-hmm.
Prime minister, he stunned because the king was changed in the Second World War to his son, which was the last king, and he said the king can have a position like a king in Britain, or like a Supreme Court here, or any another thing. King can be king, but not controlling everything in that country. That was a mistake for them, because the people at that time, they didn't have so much knowledge like European countries, like a British, peoples to the British king. Iranian people knowledge was not that enough like that. So that's mean he abused his power, and the Shah of Iran, yeah, that was a very good movement at that time. If he could change the power of the king, like to be power in British.
Do you like?
At least some people are saying it's fascinating, but yeah. So I think what he's talking about is that Mossadegh basically like overrode the Shah to a point that like was not really expected in Iran. And I think this guy is saying that he thought it would be a better thing to do if it were done more gradually because the Iranians were not used to that kind of shit. Yeah. It's just so fun. Like, 'cause again, the only things I really know much about this period in Iran is what I learned from like the like far lefty days, which is basically it's like that guy bring up Mossadegh. Oh, he was a socialist, right? Like, it's just the post-it note, right? All you know about Iran if you're a far leftist is awesome social. Like, first of all, British oil, if they know that, and then they know about Mossadegh, the awesome socialist who gets democratically elected, does a bunch of cool socialist shit, and then the CIA overthrows him for the Shah. That's all you know. That's start to finish, which is like, I'd imagine behind that story, there's probably so many more like interesting details about what happened there, like with like Mossadegh's interaction with the Shah and whether or not it was like too accelerated, whether or not Mossadegh was actually a socialist by the standards of like these guys, which I don't think was the case. But But I think Mossadegh's thing was that he wanted the Shah to have like a symbolic, like a European style symbolic role. He didn't want the Shah to leave though. I don't think he wanted the Shah to step down. But damn.
The Shah?
I did a lot of could change the power of the king, like to be power Shah of Iran. Yeah, that was a very good movement at that time. If he could change the power of the king, like to be power in British.
Do you like the Shah?
It's so fucking annoying. It's like this guy is giving quite an interesting perspective here that like I would want to know more. I want to know more about what he's what he's saying here when he's saying that he supported what Mossadegh's idea was with putting the king into a more symbolic role. And he's saying it would have been better if he made the king more like a British monarch, where it's a constitutional monarchy and the king's power is largely is symbolic. But then he's saying that Mossadegh did it in a way that was too antagonistic or something. Like, I'd be interested to know what he means by that. Like, that's a really, I don't know much about that story, and a local might have something to say about that. Like, but he's like, do you like the Shah? Like, just looking for anything. It sounds like this guy actually agreed with Mossadegh's reforms, but we're just straight into it. How do I, this guy, okay, first of all, this guy doesn't support Iran against Israel. That's bad. This guy is talking about the threat of Iran's nuclear problem. We don't like that either. We're not supposed to talk about that. How do I pigeonhole this guy and turn everyone against him and just like discredit everything he says? Oh, do you like the Shah?
I did a lot of demonstration against the Shah as I was a student in Germany.
Did you get tortured? Did they arrest you?
No, I was afraid to go for my marriage to Iran. My wife, my future wife, at that time, to get married with my family. Her
Even the chat's not sure about that question. Did you get tortured?
Family without me, and they came back to Germany to me.
Mm-hmm. So it's like when a fucking kid learns that their family, that their dad was in the army. Did you kill anyone?
We met each other in Germany. She said, "I like to get a ceremony back in Iran."
Did your friends get arrested by the Shah?
Second?
Did your friends get arrested by the Shah? Did you know people? Right?
Not in Germany, yeah.
Yeah.
How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
33.
So you are young to this time. You know, that was 1970. End of 76, started 77. No. End of 77 and started 78. That was the news coming in German paper I think Frankfurter Allgemeine or something like that.
Mhm.
That tomato and eggs nobody can find in any store. In couple of days after that, they reported the Iranian people bought it, throw away to the
Do you
Shah's
like?
car.
Do you like? Do you like?
Didn't get his answer. Last question he's going to ask me.
No, no, no. No, no, no. I want to
Yeah,
ask.
but he didn't get to answer the other question.
Well,
the
he likes
previous
to. He
one.
wants to know more.
No, I want to know more. I'm curious. Do you like Trump?
Do I like Trump?
Yeah.
If he
Yeah, get him.
helped to change our government.
Fuck! So he was in Germany up to the revolution. So you could, there's not, we won't get any questions about what happened to his, like him and his family during the revolution or what the aftermath was like. No, let's just get, yeah, come on, let's Trump him. Let's put him in the Trump camp. Fuck me.
And if he listened to us, what the President Biden,
Yeah.
if he helped to change our government, and if he listened to us, what the President Biden did, don't do that. Yes.
What did President Biden do that you didn't like?
Do you know what the President Obama released Iranian money in the old time? Did you read about that?
Yeah. The Iranian.
And do you know what is
denuclearization.
this money?
What is this money?
This money, Shah of Iran at that time sold the oil all over in the world with the right price. America told him, you have to give us more and bring us the price down. America didn't like them, and they changed the 5 countries, they changed the Shah to this Khomeini. So, this money, that is the money that the Shah at that time sold.
I think he's fucking texting on his phone and shit, man. I'd be on the edge of my seat listening to someone like this. Fuck me. Fucking hell. It doesn't even necessarily tell you like all that much about the conflict or the history. It's just like, it's just interesting to hear what people who have lived through this stuff actually have to say about it. But fuck me, he doesn't give a fuck.
The oil, gas, and everything to America. At that time, if you go, you see American gas station, people lined up, hundreds of people to get the gas for the car, or something for home, or something like that. So they sold it, and they didn't pay him at that time, and they changed him. The government changed, and they took over American embassy in Iran, and this money is stuck here. And with the interest is half a money. So now we told President Obama don't release because this Iranian regime, when they get the money, they give it to the Hamas, to Lebanon and everything, and these people attacking Israel. The all money doesn't go to the people.
I also changed the new.
President Biden released $60 billion 1.5 years ago to Iranian government.
I updated the drop off, by the way. Sorry.
Alright, okay.
But it's like right near.
Okay, all right. So he changed.
Wait, what?
that.
Why does it say 29 minutes? Okay, we'll walk. We'll walk the rest of it. Actually.
Are you sure? Look at it. That is that far.
How far is that?
Oh, that is
2
long walk.
miles.
You want a lot? You want? Let me when the green light, because you have to go this way. You cannot go through the White House.
Yeah,
I love that. Yeah, Iran, it was getting all these funds released to them from the White House, and then they were just using it to arm Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas, and not helping the people at home. And he's like, "Yeah, where's the drop off again? I don't give a fuck about it." God, can you imagine the difference if this guy was actually like a pro Ayatollah, pro Axis, curse upon the Jews dude? Hassan would be fucking loving it. He'd be gobbling that shit. It's this is like such an interesting interaction right here. Like his entire brain is just like, how do I shoehorn this into my worldview? Do you like the Shah?
What the hell?
God.
Wait, why did that happen?
So yeah.
The traffic.
It says 29 minutes because it's closed. The road is closed.
Road is closed.
Yeah.
Which one?
I don't know.
Over
but
there is closed, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But now it's open here. We go there. It doesn't take that long. So
Close your eyes and pretend he's a Houthi. To be fair, he didn't even ask good questions to the Houthi kid.
after the election, you can choose. You can choose what you want. But let me tell you what the President Biden did. He released reservation canceled. Oh my
Wait,
God.
mine?
What's your goddamn
No,
seatbelt?
another reservation I got at 2:30.
What's your goddamn seatbelt on, Alex?
Okay.
Why are you taking?
I thought we were gonna hop out.
Oh, you changed the address. I got a job for $75 and he took it back.
No, wait, why?
Because I couldn't make it. That was for 2:30.
No.
Yeah. Let me see if the job is there or it's gone.
If it's there, we'll just get out and we'll walk. Don't worry.
It's gone. That was for 12:30. No, it's gone.
Wait, is this like automatically took it off? What the hell?
Yeah, because if
Taking
they
money
see I
from
cannot
working
make
class
it,
people.
That was my next pickup, 2:30 at Potomac. So, President Biden released 1.5 years ago $60 billion Iranian money. 8 days later, as soon as the Hamas gets some of those, they attack Israel. So that's why I am going to like President Trump if he listens to us, not to the government of Israel.
I don't think that's working out, man.
But you are probably what you are protecting your people, protecting Iranian government.
Oh no. You tell him, guy in the background. Hassan's little fucking manservant. I don't think that's working out, man.
But Iranian folks are not happy with that. Because Iranian government is spending the all money for that, 30%, 40%, another 50, 60% goes to his kids
Not for the White
out
House
of the country. Doesn't go to Iran.
But they're fucking just like oh god, it's like little fucking kids at the back of the class. It's like they bring in oh fuck. Cuck Iranian. Holy fuck.
No Iranian people suffering from hunger.
Do you ever go back to Iran?
I was last summer there. You want to report me? Go.
No, I don't want to report you.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, I'm joking. So, no, I mean, Lebanon has a right.
What else did Nostradamus say? Did he do any like lotto numbers or stuff
He was
like that?
talking about President Kennedy.
What do you mean?
He says new man in new country get die, and they catch the wrong person.
That's like so that could apply to so many guys.
He says new man in new country.
New man in new country.
New land. New man in new land.
Yeah.
The people saying it means the President
Kennedy.
Bro, it's like someone who lived through fucking World War II and actually like jumped off the boats in Normandy, comes to fucking school to tell the kids about what happened, and all the kids are just sitting in the back fucking throwing Cheetos at each other. Fuck me. Chewing on each other's ears.
Don't open the door, car is coming. Okay?
I'm not gonna open it.
He was gonna open the door. I'm glad you called him out on it.
I was gonna open it.
Okay, so Nostradamus. Oh, the thing I was gonna say is, so Joe Biden did that too. He released a lot of the Iranian oil money that Iran, 6 billion. But I think,
remember the number.
but I think you said you like Mossadegh, right?
Yeah.
And Mossadegh wanted to do what? He wanted to nationalize the Iranian oil, and he wanted
His idea was like that.
the people of Iran should be able to have control over their own natural reserves.
Yeah.
The people of Iran should be able to see the benefits of their own natural reserves. It's your oil.
Yeah, but the fucking regime that you support, you fucking moron, is funneling all that money into the fucking IRGC and the IRGC Quds, which is giving arms to Hezbollah and fucking Houthis and Hamas and destabilizing the region, bro. That's the problem. Yeah. That's why it's a bit more problematic to release funds to Iran. Oh, shit.
It shouldn't be British Petroleum that takes all the money. So I think America should not have a say in what Iran gets to do with its own oil, and America freezing the assets that another American ally, South Korea, was supposed to pay to Iran was already ridiculous to begin with. That's what I think. I think that other countries, regardless of their...
What? Pay to Iran? What? Money? For what?
South Korea bought Iranian oil.
South Korea bought Iranian oil.
$6 billion worth. And then...
He was on his phone. I can see the article here. Look. $6 billion in frozen Iran funds for prisoner swap from South Korea to Qatar for the release of 5 Americans. That's why they did it. You probably have to for a prisoner swap, to be fair. But yeah, it's weird that he's like, on the one hand, he's talking about Iran should be able to do what they want with their own money and everything. And that's true. They should be able, they should have that money for themselves, for their people. But you reach this fucking problematic territory when Iran's project, a large part of their economic budget, is spent on destabilizing the rest of the region for no gains. Like, I think that's where you run into issues. But Hassan's not really squaring that. He's thinking, like, what is Mossadegh really a good? Are you comparing the Mossadegh to the Ayatollah? Are these regimes the same to you?
The American government said you can't pay Iran that money, and they froze it. So the money was just in a bank account. Yeah. They just froze that money.
Added to the previous money that Iran got it.
Yeah, it was supposed to go to Iran. America stopped it from happening. Yeah. Which is 2 different countries trading with one another. Why does America get to have a say in that? Ridiculous.
No. Look at it.
No.
You, as a superpower country, you have a right to control the people.
I don't
do
think
not
so.
making war.
I don't think so.
No, look at it. Look at it.
I mean, I disagree with you.
Disagree. So
wait, why are you fucking protesting then, bro? What?
Then why? What do you say about the Russia invading the Ukraine? You think it's right or not?
Russia invading Ukraine?
Yeah.
No, it's wrong.
You say Ukraine invading Russia?
Apart from Crimea, tell him. Mention your Crimea caveat. You like that one?
No, Russia invading Ukraine is wrong. It's not. What do you mean why?
Why is wrong?
Because they're killing.
He's leading up to asking about sanctions. That's why he's saying like you sanction countries that are fucking around with other countries militarily. That's what you do.
That's right. That's right. It's wrong. But you think, is that right? What he did?
Who?
Russia invade the Ukraine?
No.
Was it a good job or not?
No, it was not right.
That is what I'm saying. As a control the world, you have to avoid too many wars to kill the people.
Okay, but the difference
right now for Iran, because Iranian people tell them, if you release this money, they come more kill on the way. Don't release it. But the bad things, I am with you. The bad things is, shouldn't give him the money. They should give him medication that Iranian people needed.
Yeah.
They should give him food that the Iranian people.
So yeah, the guy is it's a very simple argument. The guy is arguing that America is withholding funds from Iran. I don't even know if this is like the reasoning or if that's exactly where that money would go. But he's arguing that Iran is getting basically is sanctioned, and that's why they're not getting their money, because they would not be using that money to help Iranians. They'd be using it to further their goals and destabilizing the Middle East, i.e. their war against Israel, or really their war against Syrians and like Houthis opponents. But I don't think Hassan's really picking up on it, because he's saying that the money should be, like, if it was just going to Iran for welfare, that would be, he'd want the money released. But he's also saying that if it's going towards pushing the nuclear program or towards the IRGC, then that's an issue.
Wait, they shouldn't?
Huh?
You're saying America shouldn't let Iran get food and medication?
No.
Oh my God, you fucking airhead. He doesn't understand. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. How can you pick that up from what he's saying? It's the thing. Oh, well, this guy disagrees with me on supporting Iran against Israel and supporting the Axis, the famously successful project that didn't just get their fucking shit rammed in for the last year and are now crumbling pile of waste with no fucking arms. They've lost half of their fronts, and now they're just like, oh, come on, we will never surrender again. And because you didn't support that bullshit, you're like, how can it quick? How do I pigeonhole this guy? How do I shoehorn him into just like the most indefensible position? This guy is saying that like we sanctioned Russia for their invasion in Ukraine, America sanctions Iran for their behavior in the Middle East, in the sense that they are diverting a lot of public funds and wasting a lot of government money on the axis of resistance and on the IRGC and IRGC Quds, meaning that the people in Iran don't get access to food and medicine and things like that that they would need from the welfare state. And that's why the Iranian economy eternally is fucked, largely because of sanctions and also because of their international projects, their destabilization projects. And Hassan takes that and says, "What? You don't think the Iranians should get food and water? Do you like the Shah? Aren't you the guy who literally fascism?
They should let instant cash from America to get the medication. We are suffering. The people in Iran suffering right now, not having medication.
So that's violent, right? That's like it's hurting Iran. So America is hurting Iran.
That's why I am with you that America shouldn't give the money to this government. He has to listen to the people like me inside and outside Iran.
He should listen to people like you. You're right. Trump should.
We did 1.5 years, like you doing demonstration here, after the lady was killed in Iran, Mahsa Amini, and before last 46 years, especially last 1.5 years.
Was she tortured? A victim of the Iranian regime. Where are the questions coming in now?
Here, demonstration, forum, Lincoln Memorial, to the White House to the Congress. Do not, like these people that are demonstrating, do not release money, Iranian money to these people, because these people getting in war. And they didn't listen to us.
Yeah.
I am with you. Yeah. They shouldn't choose to give a money, yes or no, but they can choose. If you don't want to give a money, see what the people need, what the folks need in Iran.
Yeah.
Give them.
Let's just huff it, dude.
Best thing is
we should walk it.
I think so.
All right. I think we're gonna have to walk it, sir, because we have to. We don't want to trap you in this situation.
I am finishing the.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You put me in the crazy position. All right.
All right. Sorry about that.
No.
It was a wonderful conversation. It's lovely meeting you. All right.
I love that.
Oh God, are they going to bitch about him now? What a fascinating interaction. God.
Wait to that.
All right. Which way do we go? I have no idea.
This way.
So, one thing I noticed, if you notice, I think there's like multiple protests happening in DC right now, and some of the protests are directly the hands-off protests that are happening all around the country, and the one that we are going to is. Oh damn! They have the Khalistan flags on the convoy. That's crazy. What's up, man? Nice to meet you.
Okay, there we go.
Was your mic just like your sound not working?
What?
I came in and said hi, and you just fucking dead silent.
I didn't hear you. No. Also,
what's up?
I don't know if the taxi driver knew this or if Hassan mentioned it, but like when Biden released the money, they said that Blinken said that it would provide limited benefit to Iran as it could only be used for humanitarian trade, which again is a consequence of them. Like this is America basically controlling the funds that they release from Iran so that they can't go to IRGC or IRGC Quds.
I'm sorry, but that fucking interaction was like the funniest shit I've ever seen. He heard Iranian and he immediately thought pro-Hamas, pro-Houthi person, and then and then he got the exact opposite.
Yeah, it's possible the driver didn't trust that would happen. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what controls they have over funds that they release to Iran. I don't know. Because it's all smuggling anyway, isn't it? It's not like Iran has like legal passages to be sending weapons to Hamas or the Houthis, but okay.
Yeah. Anyway, can I ask you something about your headphones?
Yeah.
What headphones do you have? Because you're like a fucking music audio type of person, and I'm thinking of
ATH. They're Audio Technica ATH M50X.
I think these are the M50. Oh yeah, those are exactly the ones I have. Just mine are white. But there are like I'm trying to because like the fucking earpads are fucked.
Oh.
I'm trying to get new ones that are like I heard they're like the best for everything. Hold on, Audio Technica. Let me tell you what they're called. And I wanted to ask you about them because you know, your fucking audio music. What do they call them? Autophiles?
I'm not really an audiophile. Like I don't do that much research. If I got these headphones, I probably would have like looked at some video of some good producer and just seen what headphones they were using, or maybe I just saw a producer using these ones and then just went for that. Because usually, yeah, I know they're really popular. Kind of like they were industry standard for a while, and they still are. Is there these like Sennheiser?
Oh, I heard about them, but I heard about them, but I heard that like they have like they're comfortable, but I didn't hear anything like that. They're the top end of sound.
Hang on, which were the ones that I can't remember? Oh no, it wasn't. Was it? Oh,
I think it's like 505 or something. The
no,
ST505.
they're like they're not. They're kind of like almost more rectangular than rounded. Oh fuck, they're
Oh, I
white.
don't know about those.
Are they Sennheiser or are they something else?
There's
They're-
Sennheiser, but this is the one I'm looking at. The one I want to send you.
There's
that
a
I'm
German.
thinking-
There's a German make of headphone that every single part is replaceable.
Every single part. I don't know about those.
Hmm.
These are the ones
Whoa,
I'm looking
shit.
at getting.
Remove, thank you.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
it's Bear Dynamic. It's not Sennheiser. It's Bear Dynamic. That's it.
Those headphones. I've seen those headphones, but they're a little too expensive in my country. They're like at $800. It's like
Yeah, it depends on which ones though. The Bears that I used were not that much. It was a DT. Oh, I think it's DT100s.
I sent you in Discord the ones I'm trying to get. I wanted to ask if you knew anything about them. Every review I've watched was like something positive about them,
Okay.
and they're a little expensive. Little.
Okay, yeah, they are. R7, R70X. Okay. This.
Yeah, they're like I think they're the upper end of this one.
Balanced
Well, no,
for
not-
mixing and mastering. They can produce low and high frequencies. How is a pair of headphones producing 5 hertz? What the fuck?
I have no
Okay.
idea. That's why I asked you because you know about audio. I don't even know the difference between 5 hertz and like 4,000 hertz on a fucking headphone.
Well, 5 hertz
And
you wouldn't hear. It's way too low. 4,000 is like a harsh frequency. Who's
I thought
this
you
coming
see
in?
hertz on a monitor. See, that's why I don't fucking know.
No, hertz is like the wavelength for sound. Isn't this person a headphones guy? Apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, you can because it's been a while. I'm gonna get my.
So more so,
bathroom
what
break.
kind of work are you? What are you just looking for, like casual listening? Or are you?
I
looking to
just
do,
casual
specific-
listening, but I wanted like very premium headphones, and these look
What's
like
your price point?
These around this.
Hang on. Did you put in general chat or?
Oh no, it's the ones that he showed on stream. The
Oh, I don't have stream
Yeah.
pulled up right now because
Here,
it's gonna echo if I
I
had it on my phone.
sent it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sent.
Message. So you were going with the. Yeah, these ones aren't bad. Are you only going to be listening at your desk or?
Yeah, desk. These are like strictly desk
Like-
headphones.
Okay. Okay. If you do you like, I guess like, did you like listening on the you had the M50s, right?
Yeah, M50X.
Okay. Like
Yeah,
did
they're
you
fine,
get
but they're a
something
little.
like that?
They're fine, but they're a little uncomfortable sometimes. Like for when it's a long.
Yeah, because they're
It's a long
their pads are
session.
usually
Yeah,
pretty
they're-
squished down, and also those ones are closed, so they
Yeah,
just
that's why I'm
keep
trying
going
to
down.
open back. I'm trying to get open back and see it because I've never had an open back headphones.
Do you have an amp at all, or are you just plugging it directly?
I
into
can
the-
get one with it.
Okay. Yeah. So these ones are pretty good. In terms of different money for value, you could also look at stuff from Hi-Fi Man.
Hi-Fi Man?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, it's from a local store, so I'd have to see if the local store has it. They
Do
have
you
like,
do you have a link
uh,
to them if they have an English website.
you can Google Translate it.
Oh yeah, true.
But the only two headphones that are like around this price point that I see that are good is like the Sennheiser one, The what are they called? Hold on. Wait, it's not here.
Because I think
Oh,
you were
these are-
talking about the. I think you said like the 505s or something.
There's around that price point. I think they're called the 660 S2, HD 660 S2, and then there's the 490 HD Pro or HD 490 Pro. There's no 505 here.
I would say the 660s are really good, but you can get the same driver for just slightly less premium build quality if you get if you have access to like Master you can get the 580s or the 580Xs.
Yeah, they're not on this website. I am seeing what were the ones that Loner mentioned? They were the Biodynamic DT100.
So if you like click on the link that you just sent me, it's the headphones in the middle, or like those are the kind of aerodynamics. So they have, it looks like they have 880s. They have I wouldn't go the 280s because they're really uncomfortable and they're more so like for pro use. Man, they have
Yeah, these aren't open back though, right?
yeah. The 880s are, the 990s are as well. Don't get the 990s. They will blast your ears with treble and make you feel kind of bad.
So like my question was, would you recommend the headphones I sent from Audio Technica?
Yeah, those ones are pretty solid.
Okay.
In terms of just like optimizing for price, it's just like maybe
Also,
not the best, but
if Loner's back, I think I found the headphones you were talking about that every part is replaceable. Was it it was the Biodynamic DT100? Is that the one that was
yeah, they're the ones I used to use when I worked in the studio. Yeah, but I don't know if they've gone. Like, that was like 2014, so it's been a while.
They have. They're kind of have less of a range on the hertz than the ones I currently have.
yeah.
Are they not?
So
Are the ones you have not uncomfortable with you, Loner? Or did you replace the pads?
No, they're fine.
The one, really, mine can get uncomfortable at like long sessions.
yeah,
Maybe I do long sessions, and I'm fine.
Yeah.
You definitely do long sessions when you sit there at 7 hours for streaming.
Yeah, they feel fine.
Up and stuff.
Really? Did you replace the pads or anything?
No. I have small
The fuck?
ears.
Why are
So maybe
mine
it doesn't bother me
uncomfortable?
that much. My ears are quite small.
Yeah.
Mine are small too. I don't know. They do feel.
Mine are just small, but they kind of jut out, so they hit like the sides of it when it's clamping down. There are
Loner
things you can
has
do, like,
Lebanese ears.
I don't know what that means.
That means they're a little fruity, so they're smaller.
What is up with the meme that just like everything Lebanese is just gay?
I said fruity. I didn't say gay. It could be like feminine without being gay.
Okay.
Jeez, why is everything gay to you guys? It's feminine. If you've seen Loner in person, you would understand how he's feminine
Nah,
and just
I only
feminine.
live that parasocial life.
See, now I don't know what that means. Anyway, what's it called? But yeah, are the ones that are 70X like they're good?
Yeah, I would recommend amping them.
Yeah, I'll get an amp with them because it's from the same store.
Yeah. Let's see what amps they have, just to be on the safe side. Because those ones, let's see here. They do have some sleeper, like good value ones, like the super.
Wait,
Lux
hold
ones
on. This is way more important than headphones. You fucking died in hardcore and you didn't go to Baldur's Gate 3?
Nope. You have to
What
start.
the fuck, Lord?
Got to start again and get my character up.
You know you can do that. By the way, this exact thing you can do in Baldur's Gate. You can do an honor run where if you die, your party wipes, you have to start over again. But I would suggest not doing it on your first playthrough because you're gonna play your first playthrough regularly, and then you're gonna love it so much that you're gonna want to do an honor run. I don't know why you're just so appointed of this. You're just like, oh, World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
You're like my retarded friends that like stuck on that game when there's so many other fucking games coming out. Oh Christ! I will tell you, it's the only fucking game where I fell asleep while I was actively playing, and I wasn't even tired.
Rip.
I do
I'll
not
get
know how you
I'll get
do it.
around to it. You know, it's just one day. One day.
Keep saying that. Keep saying that. You are a traitor to your fans, anyway. Anything on the amps? Did you say?
They sell a lot more like. My main problem is I don't know if you have a good way of piping. It doesn't look like they have integrated amps, which is like a DAC and amp thing. So like, you
Oh,
just, like,
if
basically,
you stick it into a computer, like on a
yeah. So like basically, you
PCI
can, like,
slot.
oh, you're
Would
gonna
it-
get a sound card? Okay.
Would it be a PSI slot? It's a sound card, right? It could be a sound card, or
Yeah.
you could get an amp that's like external.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can definitely do the.
I don't think I have
the-
enough space for a sound card unless it's like really thin, because this fucking 4080 is massive and it's like taking up too much space. It's also the most massive one, bro. Like every other
got the
fucking
triple
card
slot?
was.
You got the
Yeah,
triple
they're-
slot one? Jesus.
Yeah, it's a I think it's like a triple and more because it's covering the like part of the one under it. Yeah, it's like 3.5 because the biggest is 3.5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is 3.5.
AMD way back in the day used to make taller ones. Back in like the 7970 days, like they used to make almost one that was verging on 4 slots. But yeah, they.
By the way, just so we're clear, this is for like everyday use. I'm not producing music or anything, but I
Yeah.
want premium headphones. Like, I don't want to
Yeah.
fucking go because I know for like these video game companies that make mice and fucking keyboards, their
Mhm.
headphones and microphones and all of that fucking suck.
Yeah.
They're terrible.
I wonder what the used market looks like in Israel.
Whoa, don't you mean Palestine, bro?
Wait, I
Sorry.
thought you were in. I thought you were in like.
I am in Israel.
Okay, I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I'm watching enough streams. I know you're fucking with me. It is weird that they have Focal stuff, but yeah, I think that one that you linked is probably the best one for value in terms of like money spent. I will say there are some QC problems, not with the drivers specifically, but with the
I don't know what that means. QC problems.
quality control. So like they're just kind of creaky.
Oh, is it like the fucking what are they called? The thing that
The
moves up
wings?
the back? Yeah, the wings. Okay, that's one
Yeah.
thing why I was thinking about not getting it because like I was looking for. If you look in that same page, there's like a headphones that are called the EVA 400, and in my experience, they're like 300 in that currency. And in my experience, the ones with those type of headbands, like those, are like the most comfortable.
The ones with wings. They
Not the wings. The one with just has a headband that automatically
yeah,
adjusts.
the padded headband, or the
Yeah.
suspension thing. Yeah.
Yeah, in my experience, I've only bought like this is why I don't buy fucking like from SteelSeries or Logitech or whatever fucking
yeah.
Razer headphones. Is like I've only bought one headphones from those type of companies that were comfortable. They were shit like sound quality wise, but they were
Yeah.
super comfortable to the point where I didn't feel them on my head. And it was like a SteelSeries one with the same type of fucking headband at the top.
Yeah. that makes sense.
It's a store called Next Pro in Kfar Saba, Orokoro. Yeah, they're not very creative with the names here. Next
So
Pro.
yeah, let's see. I just wonder what the used market looks like. So hang on, let's check it out. Let's see what HeadFi has in your area.
I'm giving you time to finish your food, Loner. Don't worry about it.
Classifieds. I don't think there's any global shipping embargoes on.
There's not. It's just like, listen, I don't live in a fucking area where like, I think he's seen my area. It's not exactly easy to pinpoint where someone lives, so you can't. They have to mail it to a fucking location, and then you have to go to pick it up from a location.
Oh, okay, so
It's-
basically just like
it's-
mail it to like a central like post office type thing.
Yeah, I have to central. Like the houses aren't numbered where I live.
Oh, interesting.
So my budget's like around 1,500, 2,000. But again, like I've seen other iterations of this specific headphone that I'm trying to get, the R70X,
Yeah.
but they're not available in Israel. Like there's one that's
Yeah.
like gonna be apparently a budget version of it that's like almost identical to it and just as good. It's called the R50X, which I would recommend for loaner to get if it's available for him, because they're like a massive upgrade over the ones I currently have, even. But they're like around the same price point. My favorite. I feel bad for fucking delivery drivers in Tel Aviv, bro. The shit is like, especially if you're not, they have to be driving a scooter or a fucking motorcycle to do delivery in Tel Aviv.
Okay.
Yeah. So like, yeah, I would definitely say get these. If you can't get a sound card, it doesn't look like that there's very good options for amping in terms of this.
I can probably look up a different store if there is.
Yeah.
There's probably more stores in Tel Aviv that I'd have to look for though.
Okay.
But these headphones are like you would recommend as an audiophile.
And in terms of just like price or performance, especially what you can get at this store in particular, I think that they're.
I've seen some headphones from Audio Technica were like 10,000 shekels, which is like $2,000 or $3,000.
Yeah, they have more expensive ones too.
What the fuck is that? Like, why would you?
They're usually like, so a lot of times they're basically cost no object to them, like low margin, low production quantity, just go ham. It's usually for like it's usually just to prove that they can do something crazy. The people who buy it have a lot of money, but also
So it's like Nvidia doing their fucking graphics card with 96 gigabytes of VRAM.
Yeah, but those are actually for like
for
AI
companies. I know.
projects, yeah.
No, but the thing is, they made one that's geared towards video games. Like they made one that's not for like. It's supposed to be like a fucking 5090 with that much VRAM. But it's like a super more overpowered, and it uses like 1,200 watts.
Nice.
And it's geared for gaming, but they don't sell it. So.
I want to know that I need to have a separate circuit in my house to power.
Yeah, I heard in America where you're fucking. I'm not sure if you're from America,
Yeah,
but
I
like
am.
your outlets, like they have a limit of how much for like. Was it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean,
heard,
every outlet does.
I heard like 1,000. Yeah, but for us, an outlet, each outlet like that comes out, you have like a group of outlets, right, in the wall.
Yeah.
The max is for all of those outlets together, but
Yeah,
for
so
us, each
we-
outlet has its own max.
So yeah, we kind of do both. So we have basically a circuit like a circuit breaker panel system. So we basically have circuit breakers that take main power from the street or from wherever it's coming from, pipes it in. Usually it's like in residential areas, it'll usually be like 100 to 200 amps at 120. Sometimes it's more. Sometimes you get different phases in. It really just depends on your area. But then we break it out into specific breakers. So those are like there's like the failure point. So if you draw too much current, it'll pop, etc.
I did want to ask about you and Loner's experience with like open. What are they called? Open back and closed back, I guess. The
They're-
difference between them.
They're just kind of different. So closed back ones, generally speaking, you can play around with how you're doing your sound tuning, but generally speaking, they just are a tighter, more like a tighter sound space. So like especially if you're playing like. Depends on what kind of games you're playing. Like if you're playing like a bunch of like open world single player games, you'll notice that open back ones are just more enjoyable to play because it just feels better.
Is it easier to hear someone?
Okay, so guys,
calling
I
in?
don't mean to interrupt, but like there are other channels here where you can actually
No.
talk about this stuff, and there's also some
I will-
channels
I will-
that
I will
specifically
do that.
for
No,
audio
not
files.
yes.
Like you can talk about headphones all you want, but like
Okay,
we're
Sandra,
stuck before.
Sandra,
We like to
I'm
talk-
Sandra,
Okay,
I'm
okay,
specifically doing this
hear
because
me
this
out.
motherfucker ignored Baldur's Gate 3 for far too long.
But it's a fucking channel where we talk about war crimes, not Baldur's Gate. Fuck off.
Well, you can commit war crimes in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, go ahead and commit them there. Fuck off.
And I'm trying
pretty
to.
sure you could.
I'm just trying to prevent the worst crime of all, wasting money.
Wow.
True. All right,
But
I'll
it's-
go into a
it's
different
fucking
channel.
safe. They, like his people waste money all the time on the most stupid shit. Don't mind it.
You're Jordanian.
Yeah,
Don't
I
talk
waste
about
my
wasting
money on
money.
stuff that I wanted.
You
I
guys,
spent them
you
on
guys
cigarettes.
worship a king. Shut the fuck up.
Adi, you watch Ben Gvir. Fuck off.
We watched
Yeah.
You picked like the worst dude. Fucking- anyway, I'll hop into a different channel because
I don't really know who's like is Smolters worse than Ben Gvir? I'm not 100%.
I think
sure.
his effect on like the government is way more and way more horrible and damaging, but Ben Gvir is way more racist. But like fucking Smotrich looks like a twink. It's just like he's like a fucking
He has a
closeted
twink face.
homosexual. He has like a homosexual closeted twink. That's what he gives, but he's still more damaging because he's like in charge of finances.
Honestly, I take that as when I want a retard to be in control of the country, I deem hostile. So being in their control of the finance is positive for me.
Wait, hold on. I have a question. Loner, who do you think is better at economy, Ben Gvir or Smotrich?
I mean, what do you mean better?
Not Ben Gvir. Sorry, Donald Trump or Smotrich.
Well, I mean, Smotrich knows how to achieve the things that he wants, right? Like
which is more
when he
settlements.
fucks over the PA and gets more settlements. Yeah, he's doing what he wants to. He's getting what he wants, right? He's getting what he's aiming for. I don't know what his internal finance is like in Israel. I just know what his effect is on the West Bank.
Take as much as he can from the internal shit and put it into the West Bank. That's pretty much his fucking shit. He's like
Also, he supports Palestinians in the West Bank. That's nice.
Yeah, he supports them there.
Yeah, obviously.
And
Also, I
staying there.
don't know. Also, on the last note, I don't know what's the shit with buying fancy phones. Like, I bought a Razer Black Shark, I think 4 months ago, for $20. I scammed the kid, and I thought like I would. Yeah, he bought them for like 120, and he wanted to sell them. I told him, okay, I will buy them for 20. He didn't find anyone else who could sell them, so I bought them from them.
That's not really
Anyways,
scamming, though, is it? It's...
Well, I did some further persuasion, but anyways, I bought them for like $20, and they are working fine. I wanted to replace them after a few months, but I don't know what's the deal with buying fancy phones. I have very sensitive hearing, but like, yeah.
Huh. Okay, that's 3 people talking about headphones now. Anything else before we move on?
Yeah, let's change the topic. Okay, one last thing, because it seems some people are not aware of the final verdict of the court of Loner Court. So, what do you think about the Red Cross? Was they war crime or not?
What, the attacks on the vehicles? Yeah, obviously war crime,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Yeah.
Okay, because like it seems that you are the only important source that we need to care about, and many people are willing to hear what you have to say. See you later.
Yeah, I've been saying that the whole fucking
wait,
time.
just
I said that last time before the video came out, didn't I?
I mean, nobody actually listens to what you say. They only follow your Twitter. And also, what the fuck is the deal with Owen Jones? Like, I swear to God, he's trying to make everybody in the world hate Palestinians. It's a psyop.
Yeah, he's kind of mental, isn't he?
I just like what's.
Imagine, can you imagine if Russia executed
Imagine,
15...
like, I cannot... Yeah, anybody who have been following the news for the last decade would think twice about reading this or writing this. What the actual fuck?
I can imagine it.
Fucking cave does he live in?
I can imagine it. And Owen Jones would be having fucking panel shows and talking about how, oh, I think NATO plays some part in it, although it is wrong. That's what Owen Jones does. I can imagine that pretty clearly.
Oh my God.
Fucking pain
What
Olympics.
does he
man.
think he's achieving?
Um,
It's actually make hypothetical that it's true. The Russians never killed them, and they were just doing a picnic in fucking Eastern Ukraine. Why do you have to advocate for your cause by fucking over another group being invaded?
I don't know. I don't know why they have to do that. It's like when people do the historical examples as well. It's like you have to downplay someone else's like history or someone else's suffering to help your own. I don't know. Weird.
You know, when I started seeing this wave of advocacy and people like starting to stand up for Palestinians, I was actually pleased for a while. But then, yeah, I don't think I want these people to be advocating for me.
Who are these people? The gays.
No, the British.
All right. Okay. Just them.
Yeah. Well, I also don't like Persians and Pakistanis and Indonesians and Let's think about it. Iraqis, Lebanese, Yemenis, Egyptians, most importantly, Moroccans. I don't like plenty of people, actually. Okay, see you later.
Okay. He's he didn't say Americans. He likes them. Okay. Babe, wake up. It's another scummy Western duder saying, imagine if Russia did about things Russia did multiple times to push its own agenda and whitewash Russia as a bonus. Pit Gazans and Ukrainians as if those are fandom wars on which ship is better. It's just fucking Pain Olympics, isn't it? Love the old Pain Olympics. Pisco is fighting with... Oh, yeah. I don't know if you guys know who Ogre Boy is. He's basically some fucking decrepit, burnout dipshit who has a Hassan tattoo on his body, because that's a thing. And he used to fight me on Twitter a bit, but then it kind of became clear that he wasn't really up for a conversation, so I blocked him. But now it seems that he might be up for one, so I don't know, we'll see. Trump is trying to crash the economy, taking advice from Laura Loomer, restaffing decisions in national security leadership, engaging in open grift and bribery, abusing power by preventing criminal investigation of Signalgate, openly defying courts. These people need to go to prison. Like legit, we're going to have to put so many of these administration officials in prison for a long time. Will be complicated to do because Trump will try to pardon. May need to look for a state jurisdictional hooks and or amendment process. Bring back January 6 cases too. Any Democrat running for president will need to run on establishing a commission of truth to systematically investigate and punish all of these people. Going to be a very important step. A very important step, one of many. Kamala ran on a line of democracy is on the ballot and saying January 6th over and over again. Trump got in on lying IRT, mentioning working class concerns. Let's not make the same mistakes again, shall we? The thing is, if you talk about working class concerns about the economy, if you're in power, it's what. How do you run on a populist, like, working class thing? Like, look at what the government has done to you in the past. Here's why Bernie can still win. Hey, yeah, you didn't vote for Kamala, dude. You're not a Democrat. You were happy to let Trump win, so spare us. You don't know where my advocacy was, so don't pretend. I don't want another psychotic Republican in office skull fucking the country some more. It might have been to 3 viewers, but I was making the case Kamala would have been better, and I've told you that over voice before. Keep making and advocating for the same mistakes. I'm sure it's sure to work out swell. Tell it to Mahmoud Khalil. You chose not to vote for Kamala. You were part of a movement, anti-Kamala voting movement, that allowed Mahmoud Khalil to now be rotting in a dungeon deprived of his rights. You should really be ashamed of yourself. By the way, Ogre, every time I see you defend Khalil or like a post of mine defending Khalil, I get secondhand embarrassment at what you did. What I did, by uploading a Georgia I voted sticker and an Oregon ballot, I Googled to do some trolling the day after Kamala fumbled the bag to a 34-time convicted felon. I want Dems to be an effective counter to Republicans, not run as a vanilla Republican, unlike some of you that thought it was a good idea. You either did vote for Kamala or you didn't. You told me you didn't vote for Kamala. You're suggesting now that you lied. Time is now to be dishonest. Did you or didn't you? So he's not going to answer the question because he's a coward. Okay, he always does this because his brain is broken. She lost every battleground state of which I live in none. What's the fucking point? Okay. What the fuck is your point? Sorry. Hey, thanks for using Mahmoud as a talking point in your debate esports, but prefacing every bit of your commentary with, while I don't condone any of his politics, really doing favors, Chief. Do you have to support Khalil's politics to support his right to stay in the country? Why does that matter? I had the luxury of not filling in her name from a state she ended up winning. She said she wouldn't change anything about how Israel was being armed in violation of the Leahy and Foreign Assistance Acts. Yes or no, Pisco? Don't you think the president should follow laws? Yes or no? I need to double check this. I think the thing with the Leahy law is that there are so many provisions around it that basically means like the threshold for it to apply to Israel excuse me, would never be crossed. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Let's see, just security. Pisco would never ask for forgiveness after a sneeze, obviously. The decades-old Leahy Law is one of the most important tools regarding security assistance and human rights. It bars the United States from providing assistance to foreign security units that have committed gross violations of human rights, such as torture, enforced disappearances, extrajudicial killing, or rape. Due to the difficulty of tracing unit-level recipients of large amounts of U.S. security assistance to some countries, including Israel, in 2019, Congress added the following measure to the Leahy Law, Section 620M of the Foreign Assistance Act. If assistance to a foreign security force is provided in a manner in which the recipient unit or units cannot be identified prior to the transfer of assistance, the Secretary of State shall regularly provide a list of units prohibited from receiving assistance pursuant to this section to the recipient government, and such assistance shall only be made available subject to written agreement that the recipient government will comply with such prohibition. What unit? Yeah, that could be like a brigade or I don't know. The State Department has never delivered a list of ineligible Israeli units to the government of Israel. Not once. Complex process that doesn't work. Israel receives a large quantity of untraceable assistance. Attempt to develop the required list of ineligible Israeli security force units. The State Department established the so-called Israel Leahy Vetting Forum, which first met in 2020. Department bureaucrats and Embassy Jerusalem spent months before negotiating the standard operating procedures, the text of which has not been published, for the ILVF. The SOPs created a unique, complex, time-consuming, high-level Leahy process. In over 4 years, the ILVF process has failed to approve the identification of a single ineligible Israeli unit. Has it ever been used? Don't know. The new IDF chief of staff ordered the arrest of settlers for the first time since the war started. Yeah, I saw that. He was that new chief of staff has showed like a little bit of promise, I guess, but I don't know. Honestly, the way that he comments on the next thing will be quite interesting. The way that he comments on this aid vehicle attack. Preliminary work happens virtually at the expert working level. Okay. In practice, department officials insist that units are subject to the same vetting standards as units from any other country. Unit is ineligible for U.S. assistance if there's credible information that it has committed a gross violation of human rights. The credible information standard is intentionally low due to the difficulty of getting information from victims' witnesses, foreign government efforts to cover up misconduct, and the importance of making sure assistance does not go to human rights violators. Doesn't require proof beyond a reasonable doubt, nor clear and convincing evidence, nor evidence that would be admissible in court. Oh. The information should be deserving of confidence as a basis for decision making. In an actual ILVF practice, the standard for ineligibility is impossibly high. Information that for any other country would question the result in eligibility is insufficient for Israeli security force units. Political considerations, possibility of criticism from a foreign government are not relevant to Leahy Law eligibility decisions. That's interesting. So they would need to strengthen the process. Do you think that guy actually cares about the Leahy Law? Nope. 100% not. Is this true? Said it's never been applied, but well, they would argue it should be, though, right? Yeah. This is like an interview Q&A about it. It was for the settler unit. What, the application of the Leahy law? Was it? Oh, there was some law that they applied. But I don't think it was this one. Because there was that unit that did get an embargo on it or something, wasn't there? What, Biden sanction settler unit? Was it a unit or just for show? Thank you, Jacobin. Sued. Oh yeah, he got sued for it, didn't he? Oh, it was a battalion. It wasn't Azov, no. Oh, come on. Come on! Netza Yehuda. Haredi Jews. Okay. Hilltop Youth. Political religious zealots. So they did sanction this, or did he not? Biden sanctioned. Let's see if he actually did it. So this is an IDF unit. Yeah, they did, yeah. Wait, did this go through? US BB press conference in 10 minutes. Maybe he backed out. I don't know. That's Yehuda. US reviewing sanctions. This is 26th of April. Reverses plan. Uh-oh. Blinken reversed it. Why? What did he say? Well, that didn't last very long. Wait, there's one in August? They're continuing to aid. Okay. Ended its probe. They concluded that Israel addressed the concerns. Okay. Damn. They froze the plan in light of new information provided by Jerusalem. What's the 997 law? Is this the Foreign Assistance Act? This is the Leahy law. Was it? Was it actually the Leahy law that they did this under? Or we're going to? Israel took corrective actions against the battalion. The reason this doesn't matter to someone like Ogre Boy is because they just think every single thing that the IDF has ever done is like criminal, right? Like they don't even like it that the IDF fought against Hamas when they were in Israel. Where are you getting it from that they changed it though? That the unit got rearranged? Corrective actions, where? Because it's saying here that Netanyahu, Gallant is saying that their activities are in accordance with IDF values and IHL. Any event that deviates from the aforementioned standards is addressed accordingly. So did they actually? Israel corrective action Netza Yehuda? I can't remember. Netza Yehuda. '30th of April. This is saying Israel took action, okay? Israel took corrective action in 4 units. Okay. Remediated these violations, which is we expect partners to do. And they were consulting on the 5th one. It's so sad because like it just shows you that a lot of this is kind of unprecedented from an American president to even invoke this kind of shit. And obviously you need time and effort and like more influence to work with that and push it forward to something that's closer to what you'd actually be wanting to see. But they just dropped it. They just threw that all away. We're not going to see any like fucking corrective actions or anything like that taken again now. Trump just says yes to all of it. Yes or no? Nazi collaborators like you sick fucks should sit the fuck down. What's he sending here? TikTok video. It just shows you destruction. Okay, great, thank you.
President Biden has tried unsuccessfully. To end the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. He's been doing it for months and months, along with you. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I'm unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. But let's take a step back. October 7, 1,200 people were massacred. Many young...
Bro, she should have just said, like, it takes 2 to end a war. It takes 2 militaries to end a war. The Al-Qassam Brigade needs to surrender as well. If we investigate the Israeli forces and we find out that there are human rights violations or war crimes or anything else, then, yeah, we'll be willing to use the Leahy Act and like investigate it and then see if they pursue corrective action. If they don't, then we should withhold from those units. So just say that, like, I don't know, it's such an easy answer. But you could have maybe pushed that answer out of her if there was more time and more political pressure. She wasn't around for that long. Again, she'll do it if the fucking if enough voters wanted to do it. Like that's how that goes.
People who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
Oh no.
As I said then, I say today, Israel had a
I'm just getting flashbacks to the Hassan react to that statement.
right, has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. And we have got to get a deal done. We were in Doha. We have to get a deal done. This war must end.
In the meantime,
and we must get a deal that is about getting the hostages out. I've met with the families of the American hostages. Let's get the hostages out. Let's get the ceasefire done.
But no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
No, we have to get a deal done. Dana, we have to get a deal done. When you look at the significance of this to the families, to the people who are living in that region, a deal is not only the right thing to do to end this war, but will unlock so much of what must happen next. I remain committed since I've been on October 8 to what we must do to work toward a two-state solution, where Israel is secure and in equal measure, the Palestinians have security and self-determination and dignity.
This is exactly the same as Trump's Riviera. Okay. I guess the Riviera is a two-state solution, right? It's just that one of the states is the United States of America. Fuck. Okay. President Reagan on tariffs. Uh-oh. What are you saying?
My fellow Americans, Prime Minister Nakasone of Japan will be visiting me here at the White House next week. It's an important visit because while I expect to take up our relations with our good friend Japan, which overall remain excellent, recent disagreements between our two countries on the issue of trade will also be high on our agenda. As perhaps you've heard, last week I placed new duties on some Japanese products in response to Japan's inability to enforce their trade agreement with us on electronic devices called semiconductors. Now, imposing such tariffs or trade barriers and restrictions of any kind are steps that I am loath to take, and in a moment I'll mention the sound economic reasons for this, that over the long run such trade barriers hurt every American worker and consumer.
Oh shit. Noob Creeper, thanks for the $5. $5, I love goals. True. Salvatore Ippolito, thanks for 10 euros. The cigarette treasury keeps growing. I can so buy the US. Okay, Lawson, thanks for the $5. It's your economy as well, mister. True. Pre-ban for Loco, thanks for the $5. What is the correct way to say Gaza? I think they've used 3 different versions in this clip. It's like a letter that I don't even know if I hear Arabs say it properly all the time. The closest I can get is when I think of my dad saying it and he says Hazza. That's what he says. Like an but, or a. Not the, but yeah, okay. Close enough. Yeah, it's close enough. Honestly, just do a fucking H. Like, don't worry about the stupid fucking letter that no other language uses. I don't know. I never. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I've ever heard. I only hear diaspora or like white people saying Gaza. That is not supposed to be there at all, is it? But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Any thoughts on Sennheiser Pro 400? Nope. It's a GH, yeah. Johnny, it's not even a GH though. Don't even try it. Johnny Pink Check, thanks for $5. I got some Meze 99 NEOs a few months ago, and they are a very good price, 199 US. Okay.
But the Japanese semiconductors were a special case. We had clear evidence that Japanese companies were engaging in unfair trade practices that violated an agreement between Japan and the United States. We expect our trading partners to live up to their agreements. As I've often said, our commitment to free trade is also a commitment to fair trade.
You need to say it with the bravado of a 20-something white progressive. Yes, you do.
But you know, in imposing these tariffs, we were just trying to deal with a particular problem, not begin a trade war. So next week, I'll be giving Prime Minister Nakasone this same message. We want to continue to work cooperatively on trade problems and want very much to lift these trade restrictions as soon as evidence permits. We want to do this because we feel both Japan and the United States have an obligation to promote the prosperity and economic development that only free trade can bring. Now, that message of free trade is one I conveyed to Canada's leaders a few weeks ago, and it was warmly received there. Indeed, throughout the world, there's a growing realization that the way to prosperity for all nations is rejecting protectionist legislation and promoting fair and free competition. Now, there are sound historical reasons for this. For those of us who lived through the Great Depression, the memory of the suffering it caused is deep and searing. And today, many economic analysts and historians argue that high tariff legislation passed back in that period, called the Smoot-Hawley Tariff, greatly deepened the Depression and prevented economic recovery. You see, at first, when someone says, let's impose tariffs on foreign imports, it looks like they're doing the patriotic thing by protecting American products and jobs. And sometimes for a short while it works, but only for a short time. What eventually occurs is, first, homegrown industries start relying on government protection in the form of high tariffs. They stop competing and stop making the innovative management and technological changes they
Yes,
need
Mr. President.
to succeed in world
I believe
markets.
this.
And then,
Mhm.
while all this is
Yep.
going on, something even worse occurs. High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. The result is more and more tariffs, higher and higher trade barriers, and less competition. So soon, because of the prices made artificially high by tariffs that subsidize inefficiency and poor management, people stop buying. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. The memory of all this occurring back in the 30s made me determined when I came to Washington to spare the American people the protectionist legislation that destroys prosperity. Now, it hasn't always been easy. There are those in the Congress, just as there were back in the 30s, who want to go for the quick political advantage, who risk America's prosperity for the sake of a short-term appeal to some special interest group, who forget that more than 5 million American jobs are directly tied to the foreign export business, and additional millions are tied to imports. Well, I've never forgotten those jobs, and on trade issues, by and large, we've done well. In certain select cases, like the Japanese semiconductors, we've taken steps to stop unfair practices against American products, but we've still maintained our basic long-term commitment to free trade and economic growth. So, with my meeting with Prime Minister Nakasone and the Venice Economic Summit coming up, it's terribly important not to restrict a president's options in such trade dealings with foreign governments. Unfortunately, some in the Congress are trying to do exactly that. I'll keep you informed on this dangerous legislation because it's just another form of protectionism, and I may need your help to stop it. Remember, America's jobs and growth are at stake. Until next week, thanks for listening, and God bless you.
Whoa. It's just that, again, fuck Reagan. It's just that Republicans always act like they're the children of Reagan. Whenever they have the RNC, they always have this little fucking homage that they play, this little fucking tribute that they pay to Ronald Reagan and how Ronald Reagan saved the Republican Party. But I guess it's just because they liked it because they won, right? Like how Russians like the Soviet Union, not because they like communism, but because they were winning, because they had more land. Pisco isn't done. I didn't even see this. I'm actually much more inclined to give grace to a conservative who admits voting for Trump was a mistake than someone like this. You could argue that Ogre Boy has to be more accountable for Mahmoud Khalil's detention than Counter Connor, who voted for Kamala. Ooh. I don't care about as much. I just hate that I'm making a point on what I think is the right thing to do, investigate and punish corruption. And Ogre brings up electionism and what strategically makes sense for Dems to win when he didn't vote for Kamala on moral grounds. She lost the fucking normies. Internet smart marks don't mean shit. She lost the normies. Bro, you have a fucking Hassan tattoo on you. You are not a normie, okay? You do not speak for the normies. You're a Bernie burnout. Like, who shits on people on Twitter all day. Like, people were pointing out for months how the road she was on was the wrong move, and they were right, and here you are getting upset over receiving criticism that repeat those mistakes is a fucking mistake. Seriously? Trump at least could fake it. Dems act with hubris to stare you in the face and demand you get in line. What the fuck is this logic? I really hope as the federal government continues its all-out assault on pro-Palestinian movement, illegally and corruptly suppressing freedoms and coercing private actors, that you feel like some shame, guilt, or recognition of fault. This is important so you don't do it again. But why should he? Aren't you equally as responsible for backing down and not keeping your feet to the fire to make promises to end genocide? Mate, I hate to say it, Americans do not give a fuck about Gaza for the most part. The voters did not give a fuck. I'm sorry, you realize that the more you hold, if you got Kamala talking like these fucking idiots do about Gaza, like every moderate like voter would be out the fucking window. You're mad at a dude for standing on business? Why shame someone for being morally correct? It's a democracy. Ask for a better candidate. Okay, that's completely incoherent, those last two sentences, but okay. Wow. Shame, bro. Who's this? Hello? Changal? Hello? Hello? Well, we don't have them. We lost them. Okay. I want to react to stuff. I just want to watch some fucking videos. God. Oh, the Gary article. Will I do the Gary article? No, I'll do it later. I just want to play video games. Ooh. Where did all the books go? They're in boxes. I'm moving soon. Ish. I need to finish the ContraPoints video, don't I? Okay. And you know what that means? Okay, it's time. It's time.
Annoyed
hey,
that they're investigating.
God, I can't believe my character's dead. How sad. What a day. What a sad, sad day. You going to Penguin Island? Yeah. It's where the tariffs are fairly low, right? 10%? Okay. Now wait, do I have to hearth? What the fuck? Yes. No, fly to the crossroads. No, hearth. Okay, let's go. Wait! Crossroads, okay.
Investigation was being debunked. One woman commented, "Put her ass back in the cabinet." For a more convincing example of the argument from Anomalies, let's look at Loose Change, the 2005 documentary that defined the 9/11 truther movement. Loose Change is essentially just a big list of 9/11 anomalies.
Why did the market stabilize today? I think the tariffs got delayed, didn't they? Or there's like a little pause on them? I don't know, just some fucking... Like, they thought they're gonna fall forever, right? We'll see, don't worry. We'll get into it. What's this? I have to go up.
Including some that actually are pretty, well...
No, they didn't get paused. Okay.
Anomalous, like the discovery of a hijacker's passport at Ground Zero.
7 different black boxes, made from the most resilient materials known to man, were all completely destroyed beyond repair.
How did the passport survive?
Made from a fragile material known as paper, managed to fly through a 2,000-degree explosion and land undamaged blocks away, where the FBI conveniently found it, thereby incriminating Saddam al-Sakami and al-Qaeda for the attacks.
Wow.
Who writes this stuff?
Isn't it weird that a passport would survive a 2,000-degree explosion? Like, yeah, it is extremely weird. How do we explain that? Well, my explanation is that sometimes weird things happen. In 1987, Northwest Airlines Flight 255 crashed shortly after takeoff in Detroit, killing 156 people. Everyone on the plane died except for one 4-year-old girl. How could a 4-year-old survive a plane crash that killed more than 100 adults? Isn't that anomalous? It's super fucking anomalous. But you know what? Sometimes anomalous things happen. How did the hijacker's passport end up at Ground Zero? Well, I really don't know. Maybe God guided the passport to safety. Maybe an Al-Qaeda operative handed it to police because they wanted to get caught. Maybe it was planted by a reptilian. It was me. I did it. Me and my close personal friend Hillary Clinton. None of this is plausible. But is it more plausible that the Bush administration planted such a weird piece of ultimately superfluous evidence in the course of orchestrating this secret controlled demolition of the tallest buildings in New York City, and that no one involved in any stage of that process has leaked anything about it for over 2 decades? Nope. Am I really debating 9/11 truthers online? Have I really learned nothing in 23 years?
No, it wasn't a controlled demolition, was it? I thought they switched the planes, didn't they? Didn't they kill the people and switch the plane? I don't even know, man.
The thing about anomalies is that they never really amount to any kind of substantive evidence that a conspiracy occurred. The argument from anomalies is often just a series of statements beginning, "Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that..."
This 4-year-old girl is made of a fragile material called flesh. How did she survive? They probably have a theory for that as well.
Cabinets on Wayfair are listed for $10,000? Oh my god, that's really anomalous. Isn't it weird that Sirius, the hero dog of 9/11, was photographed with Bill Clinton exactly 1 year before the attack? Yes, it's weird. You have proven that a weird thing happened. But that's all you've proven. It's a style of argument based entirely on innuendo, conjecture, and asking leading questions designed to push the audience to a speculative conclusion. It's like that History Channel show Ancient Aliens, where the phrase, "Is it possible?" occurs with comical frequency.
Is it possible that Bigfoot is actually an extraterrestrial? Is it possible the moon is not only hollow, but an artificial structure? Is it possible that the story of the Minotaur is based on actual events? Is it possible that the octopus didn't originate on Earth? Is it possible that what we have here are extraterrestrials wearing some type of protective suits? Is it even possible that Nessie is an alien entity that is able to pass through a wormhole that exists at Loch Ness?
Like, yes, lots of things are possible because possibility requires a very low threshold of evidence. It's possible the moon is controlled by reptiles. It's possible that life is but a dream. This rhetoric of asking leading questions functions in part as disavowal, because technically you're not making any claims, you're just asking questions. But it also provokes the imagination of the audience. It makes you feel like you're connecting the dots on your own. And that's exciting. It's engaging. It makes you feel smart, like you're an independent investigator, a free thinker. You're not a sheep who believes whatever the Mockingbird mainstream media forces down your throat. You do your own research. But do you? No, Patrick. Scrolling Telegram channels about how the Knights Templar are using 5G networks to make you eat bugs is not research. No one likes to feel like a passive receiver of information. Okay, well, some people do. Fleabag, maybe.
I want someone to tell me what to eat, what to like, what to hate, what to rage about.
Conspiracy theories appeal to people
Average video essay enjoyer. Yep.
Who want to feel in control of their beliefs. And I do kind of sympathize with that. I don't want to get knowledge cucked by some high priest telling me what to believe. This attitude is not at all unique to conspiracy theorists. Individualist skepticism is sort of the foundation of Western philosophy. The modern era in philosophy starts with Descartes, who wanted to question everything. In the Middle Ages, you had to accept the doctrines of the church, or they'd call you a heretic and they'd burn ya. But Descartes thought that knowledge shouldn't be based on dogma, it should be based on reason. And that does sound good, doesn't it? The problem, though, is that if you question everything...
Why is Contra louder than the game? Well, maybe the game should be louder than Contra. That's what we're here for, right? We're here for the sounds of swords swinging and fucking undead going, yeah, yeah. Is that what we want? And Contra just kind of like mumbling underneath. Is that what that'd be a better stream for you?
Then how do you know that anything is true? Descartes argued you can't even trust your own senses, because you could be dreaming right now. You could be deceived by an evil demon. So Descartes wanted to discover an idea that could not be doubted, and he came up with this Latin slogan, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, which...
Hey!
No headphone talk. Guy that you dragged in and couldn't talk, his mic wasn't working. It's working now.
I know. I was just procrastinating. Okay, let's see what they have to say.
Alright.
Hello, Changal, how's it going?
Don't tell me your mic's not working again. I will beat you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I'm muted.
Hello?
There you...
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, well, good luck.
Oh, what's up, what's up?
Oh,
I'm sorry about that.
That's fine, how are you?
So... Oh, I'm doing good. I saw you talking about Iranian history and politics, and I think your takes are correct for the most part. I just wanted to maybe talk about how, because what you said was and that you thought maybe older generations, because you had anecdotal friends or relatives that you thought represented those groups, you know how they would think, but you're unsure about how younger generations in Iran think about the political climate. I wanted to see what your take on that is.
Younger people in Iran.
Yes, Iranians.
Oh, I don't know
what they think of the conflict.
I don't know. I know that the IRGC youth are like insanely radical, more so than the current regime. But I don't know about the general population. I thought they just didn't like the regime as a whole, but maybe the youth like them more. I don't know.
Well, yes, that's true. Well, I'm an Iranian, and from what I see, people here believe is that the younger generation are even more radically anti the regime than the older generation.
Anti-regime.
Anti-regime.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, okay.
If you look at the last election that we had here in 2024, the what do you call it? The engagement in the election was around the official number and the real number. They're a bit murky, but it's around some say 15 to 20% to around 30 or 40%, which is a very low outcome. And almost and the winner and the winner of the election was a reformist, and because as you know, the elections in here are engineered, so there is no opposition in the election. But even in the engineered election, people still the people that vote are voting against the regime.
Yeah, because it's usually the case.
Younger.
Is it usually the case that the regime has their own candidate, but they don't always win? Is that right?
The regime has their own candidate. The point is, from 1384 or onwards, 1384 would be around 20 years ago. From 20 years ago onward, all the elections were practically at least engineered, or they were completely sham elections. It is true that there are quote unquote what do you call it, regime candidates and maybe anti regime candidates, but I think most people here believe they call it it's an inside wars, and it's basically just a show. It's a puppet show. I don't think it's that cookie cutter, but it's basically very close to being that. They have the elections here. You can't just go become a candidate. You have to be vetted by and they have a council here, and it's basically it's called the Guardian Council, and they basically just pick and choose who they want to be a candidate, and it's always the case that the regime uses this to the full effect, whether it's to show the world that it has the support of the people, or it wants to, change policies. For example, during the end of after Obama sanctioned Iran, after that they wanted to, because the economy was going to shit. So what they did was the reformists of the regime, they wanted to basically have talks with the U.S. So what they did was they won the election, and it was very obvious that the reformist candidate was going to win against the other ones because of electioneering. And they basically, did the JCPOA, and then after that, the other, you had the other president who was a mass murderer, and they killed him in a helicopter crash. So, and then we have this new guy who is a reformist, but everything he says I'm a supporter of the Wali Faqih, and I'm a supporter of the supreme leader, and basically it's all just a sham from the elections. So there's a trick that you have to, if you want to analyze Iranian politics, because Iran is different from almost any other country in this regard. Maybe the only other exceptions would be like Venezuela or maybe one or two more countries like this, where the policies of the leadership of the country is completely different from what the people want. And if you analyze the politics of Iran through that, the taxi driver who was talking, he said these are Arabs. That's a bit reductionist, and it's not that they are Arabs. It's that they are colonizers, but they are colonizers not from another geography. They are colonizers from deep within history that have, that's how I see it. That they have control of the government and the oil, and they're basically like exploiting us for their own agenda, which is, I don't even know what it actually is. It's some kind of messiah complex or something, and one of the center pillars of it is the destruction of Israel. So if you see it through that lens, and why people of Iran hate their regime so much, and why if like United States wants to attack Iran, they want to limit civilian casualties even more than they want to do it in other places, is because the Iranian people are completely different from what the regime wants. At least 90% or 80% of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the taxi driver, he had good idea, and we have it's a meme here that taxi drivers are very conspiracy brained, and sometimes they say some good truths, even in Iran. So I think that guy was it was a good what to call it, a good example of that.
Yeah, it's a shame he didn't have a better interviewer. But I was when I was reading about the state of the IRGC youth right now, and hearing about how they're a lot more radical than the first and second generation of that movement. They said something about elections, but is it are all the elections in Iran, are all the candidates actually regime candidates, or are there any that are, or is it like,
yes, 100%.
Is there usually
100%, yes.
Is there usually one candidate who's like the Ayatollah's preferred candidate or the IRGC's preferred candidate?
That is true, but and this election that was true as well. But they use it to their advantage, because they not only care about who wins, because all of the candidates are basically dummies. They, first of all, the presidency doesn't hold any power. Like it's a joke. They said it even themselves that we don't even have 20% of that power. That was around 16 years ago. Khatami said that, and now it's even worse than that. But it's true that there are some who might be less, like they might be more open to maybe talking with the West. Some of them might be less hawkish. Some of them might be less keen on doing the hijab, and that is true. They're basically the reformists of the regime, but they use this to their advantage, because what they want is engagement in the election. That is more important to them than who actually wins.
Yeah.
They want people to come to the ballot box, because this shows they can show this to the world and show them that they have the support of the people, because that shows their legitimacy on the world stage. They care about that more than they care about who actually wins. In the latest election, it was a big conspiracy, which I think it was true, that all the candidates' votes, which basically were a multiplication of 3. So it was obvious that they just like saw who got what vote, and they multiplied it by 3 in an Excel sheet to show that the election, the engagement was more than it was. It is true that, as I said, it is true that there are some maybe pro-USA or pro-Eastern or pro-Western candidates. That is true, but at the end of the day, they are subordinates of the supreme leader. So they basically have no say in what the foreign policy is, or what changes they can enact is very minimal.
Okay. Is there any like ongoing fear right now about what happens if this regime actually or just even like the incumbents like right now actually fall, and whether or not the this like new generation of IRGC people who are even seen as like too extreme for the current for the older generation who are more like pragmatic, is there any fear of them actually being able to sway control, especially now that there's, I don't know, is there not any dissatisfaction going on now with the fact that the axis is kind of like destroyed, or do people care? Does it cause any
Yes, instability yes, at all, that is or? true. There are what people call cracks forming that show that because they know they are going towards destruction. It's almost certain destruction. Because as you know, the economy is collapsing. It's basically we are going towards a hyperinflation or something like that in the following year. That's what many economists are saying. And on top of that, the U.S. is basically giving them an ultimatum that they're going to attack. And it's going to be either like Iraq, and they will bomb everything, maybe not with ground troops, so maybe something similar to the first days of the Iraq War, or they're going to choose to have the talks with them, and they're going to become like Gaddafi, and they will basically give up their nukes and stuff like that. And both of them are losing scenarios. I personally think that in this current situation that they are now, they are thinking that they should, like they are torn between what they should do, and that is actually, it's not just about being hard. You said the youth being more radicalized. I think all of them are radicalized. I don't think there's many pragmatic voices in the party, but they are pragmatic voices in the sense that they want to have peace talks with the West and basically have relations with the West and have talks. And then those are the reformists, basically. That is true, and those people are voicing a very, very unprecedented opposition to the talks coming from the top offices, and the cracks are forming. If I were in their situation, I think what they're thinking, the reason because they want to go towards war is they seen what happened with Gaddafi in Libya. After they gave up their nukes, and what year was it? I forgot.
With Gaddafi, 2010, 11, 12?
Yeah, around that time. I think it took like less than 1 or 2 years for the regime to completely collapse, and they fear the same fate, and they are correct in it, I think. So they are betting on having an actual total war with the U.S. So they can buy time and maybe make nuclear weapons or something like that. I think that's their end game too, because the only way they can survive against outside pressure is having nuclear weapons. I don't see them existing without that. What they in their mind idolize is something like the DPRK, where they can bully the entire world, and which that won't even happen because the people of DPRK are different from the people of Iran. They don't revolt because they had, in the time that the regime formed there was no internet, there was no free press, there was no, and the culture is different. The Iranian people are not gonna, it's not gonna happen here, but I think that's what the regime is betting on in the end.
You say that even the youth, like, they don't really care that much for the regime. Like they're really against them. But
yes, that's true.
What are their opinions on? Do people in Iran care all that much about seeing Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis just like collapsing, or does that? Or are they just
well, there was there were many slogans that people during the protests in many years have said, and one of them was Naqazana Lebanon, Janafada Iran, which means not Gaza, not Lebanon, and my life is only for Iran. So the people here, what they think of it is that this is a conflict that is basically what the Americans think about the Israelis, and maybe multiply that by 10, because they say this is a conflict that is 2 countries away from us. It's They are killing each other over there. Why are we entangled in this mess? Like, what do we have to gain from this? And why are we sending money? Why are we not just sending money? Like, sending money is one part of it. We are accumulating all this destruction, these sanctions that are destroying our economy, our population. Like, you have no idea what these sanctions and these international barriers have on people living here. Like, you don't have access to anything, to foreign banks. You don't have access. I'm talking to you on Discord through a VPN. But that has nothing to do with sanctions. That is censorship. But you don't have access to banks. You don't have access to travel. You don't have your currency is turned to shit now. Like, I think it's 2 weeks ago on New Year. It was a New Year here, 17 days ago. The dollar went to 100,000 tomans, which at the start of the revolution it was 8 tomans. So like, you can calculate how much the prosperity of the people has taken a hit from all this, these sanctions, this instability, and this is all based on, like, I have like tried to study this, or not study it, like follow it, or like see what the rationale is for like wanting to destroy Israel. Like, what is exactly the reasoning behind that? And there is almost nothing, like, there is, because the revolution is at the start of the revolution, many of them were from the Palestinians, or from Lebanon. I don't know too much about this, but there were people in the revolutionaries who were either trained in Palestine or were actually from there. And I think this ideology of this, they have something they call the Quds, and that is to take over the entire region to make the 12th Imam show up or something like that. I'm honestly not sure what the rationale is for this, but they're destroying the country and they are draining it of its resources for this ambition. They call it the Shia imperialism, because they are like, taking over Syria, they're taking over the south of Yemen, and they want to they want to become a player in the world stage, and with limited resources and guns blazing, and without a clear goal, all on the with the money of the Iranians. So people here, and there is also a thing that some people say that during the ancient times of Iran, the king of Iran helped the Jews, and the Persians and Jews have a relationship with each other. Some people even like think about that and say, why are we like fighting against Israel? Why do we want to destroy it? That is also a rationale that people take. But in general, people they just don't want their country to be destroyed for some cause, like 2 countries on the other side. That's basically what they think.
So it's not like, so obviously you say in Yemen, if the Houthis are struggling domestically, then one thing that can help them is if they fire attacks at Israel.
No one
because
cares.
It diverts. It doesn't work in Iran, right?
Yes.
So when
No one
Iran
here
fires
cares
rockets
about
at
the Houthis.
Israel, like when but I'm saying so when Iran fires rockets in Israel, that doesn't help the regime get some kind of like support by saying, look, we've got this other enemy instead. It doesn't really have the same effect. Okay.
No, that is not true. Yes, it does help, and for their supporters, that is true. So when the attack on October the 10th or 3rd, was it? When was the attack that they shot rockets at Israel? I forgot.
I think there were 2, but
yeah,
I don't remember which ones.
no, the second one. The second one was very flashy. They shot like many rockets.
Yeah, it was October.
They say 200 rockets. They shot like 200 rockets, and that's like they posted this everywhere in the city, and like they're trying to capitalize on it. But it doesn't sell to anyone. Like, everyone saw that and said, "Oh no, like we're getting fucked. We're getting, the currency goes up every day, the dollar." And everyone says, "Oh, like they look at this. They don't see it in pride. They see it as stupidity and destruction of the country." Most of the people, I'm not exaggerating. It's at least because there is no polling in Iran. The best thing you can do is anecdotally and from what you see online and what you see between the people. But at least 60-70% of people see that, and they see it as, they're going to use this to, put more pressure on us, on the people. The same with the attack on October 7th. I remember the day that happened at the university that I go in. They were like giving away sweets and treats, and they were, partying, and it was crazy because a week later, like it didn't even take a week, and they came back and they were crying, "Oh no, they are killing the innocent people there." And I was like thinking about like how these people are so disconnected. Like they are using, like they don't care about the people that are dying there because they are. Like they are just ideology driven. They are like crazy insane. Like they have, it doesn't make sense what they are doing. They're just driven by some sort of hatred for this Zionism and that they talk about, which is actually just hatred for the Jews. It's like the Zionism is for these people. It's just a facade, and it's just stupidity. Like there's nothing deeper to it. I think.
Yeah. Do you see any kind of like prospects for? I know every other year there's massive protests in Iran. Like, do you see any kind of potential that one of these might be like the last one, or?
There is very high potential. Yes, the last one that was in 2023, it almost toppled the government. But that's the point, though. Like because after the one in 2019, I want to say. Yes, 2019. After that one, I was thinking to myself, like, what would a bigger protest than this look like? Like, this is a nationwide protest. It has no leaders. It is a very strange thing. Like, it's a process of the masses because the one in 2019 was over the gas prices.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, the 2023 happened over the killing of this innocent woman who was killed for her dress code, basically. And then that happened, and that took around 8 months or 9 months, over which like 700 people died, and it was kind of violent. But I think to myself, like, what would happen? What kind of protest is going to happen more than this? Like, the problem with the Iranian problem is that there's no opposition, quote unquote. There's no real opposition. The people hate the regime, but who's leading them? Like, who's going to be the talking point of the opposition? There is not, and the regime has made sure that it stays this way. They have made it this way. Like, we had many intellectuals, we had many, leaders, but they either terrorized them. They if they were in Iran, they put them in jail. They terrorized them overseas. They have made sure that the people don't have a talking figure. They don't have a talking head. There is one person that is the son of the Shah, which many people now say he has a good chance of being the leader of the speaker of the people. I have my reservations about him. I think in general he might be a good idea because there is nothing else. Like, there's the other ones are not that known to people. But that's the big problem that Iranians face, is that there is no one that can speak to power. There is no one on the other side. And it's not like you look at Russia, like how many Russians support the Putin's regime? I'm pretty sure it's over 50% right now, right? Like, many people there support the regime, even though he's a dictator, even though he's authoritarian, even though he's authoritarian. Even though he kills his opposition, but no one speaks up to him. That's different in Iran, but there is no figurehead for the opposition, and that's always the downfall of any protest that happens here. Even if it takes 8 months, even if there's so much blood spilled, it just amounts to nothing in the end because there is no unified strategy. And with all the disinformation that the regime gives through social media and locking down of the internet and the kind of suppression that they do, it's very hard to get to see how just a protest can topple the regime. It has to be something from the inside that breaks. It has to they say that when a regime wants to fall, the last line of defense that has to fall is the suppressors, so the people with batons and the people that are in the streets beating people. They have to basically not be sure of themselves. Like they have to, and this happened last time. There were many accounts of this happening, but it wasn't as widespread. We have to see like what would happen in that regard.
How much would you say the Shah's son is like his father?
Like his father, he's much more educated and much more sophisticated. Like he speaks very well. He's much more democratic than his father. He doesn't believe in from what he says, he doesn't believe in monarchy or anything like that. He doesn't even believe, I think, in constitutional monarchy, which is something. He believes in term limits, and he believes in republicanism. I think he's I think like there's nothing I can point to and say that he was wrong on it. Like he has very good stances on everything. I'm just not sure. Like in general, I think he has, because if you see the previous Shah, Mohammad Reza Shah, the Shah before the revolution, he was an he was not a dictator, but he was an authoritarian. I can't say that word. But he loved his country. Like even his enemies now don't deny that. Everyone knows that he loved his country, and he wanted the best for the people here. And what he saw was because at that time what was hot in the world was basically this kind of Soviet leftism that was spreading everywhere, and that was also happening in Iran. What was different here was this kind of Islamism and religious fundamentalism that existed in Iran that that exacerbated all of that. And he also said it. He said it many times, that the threats to Iran are the red threat and the black threat. The red threat is the communists, and the black threat is the Islamists. And he did many things to consolidate or have a policy that he can move towards maybe having the lefty people be happy. He did the White Revolution. He gave the land to the workers, the field farmers. He did many things, and his economy was booming. Everything was good during his time. But there were these people who were, many of them were like not just organic leftists. Many of them were Russia-backed, or at that time Soviet-backed opposition here, who wanted to see the regime destroyed. And also many grassroots leftists, and as well as Islamists, they all together, they formed a coalition and basically toppled his regime. And he also didn't get toppled in the classical sense. He just left. Like he said, you don't want me, I'm just going to go. Which many people, many Gen Zs in Iran now curse his name, because they say, why did you leave us? Like, why did you, they don't say like, why did you suppress the people? They say, why didn't you suppress enough? Because there are many accounts that even the generals came to him and said, why don't you, we should like arrest, not even kill, we should just arrest like 700 people or 1,000 people to show these, to basically, break their spirits and stuff. And he was even against that. And after the revolution happened, the new regime just murdered everybody. They killed every leftist, every Tudeh, every leftist, everyone who was intellectually against them. In over 10 years, they killed more than, I think, there are many accounts of this. It's from 8,000 people to 10,000 people in prisons were killed. So, like, that's the gist of it. You say, how is he different to his father? He is very different, and he is much more liberal than him, because the world has changed. Like, it's not 40 years ago.
It's interesting you said that, because the Ayatollah, were you saying during the revolution, it was also backed by leftists as well, right?
That is true, yes.
Yeah.
And they were backstabbed. They were backstabbed. The leftists were basically backstabbed by the Islamists.
Yeah. I always notice that whenever I hear like people like Nasrallah or Al-Houthi, when I read their speeches, It's not surprising because I feel like so much of this kind of like Shia fundamentalist rhetoric is so identical to left-wing rhetoric. Like they talk about the language of the oppressed and the dispossessed and the weak of the world and the colonial subjects and everything like that. Like, yeah, there's a real overlap there. So I can see why they
true. If you
speak to each other.
If you can just find one speech of Khamenei, the supreme leader. You can just listen to one of his speeches. You're gonna instantly see all the talking points, the American talking points from 30 years ago, like old school leftists.
Do you think that was influenced by Soviets? Because I know. Yeah. Do you think that was influenced by Soviets? Because I know people talk about the PLO and their rhetoric being kind of like Soviet shaped, but I don't know much about it for Iran.
And they were absolutely. There were obviously people who were just leftist, but they were obviously Soviet-backed. Think tank, not think tanks, Soviet-backed ideology in Iran. That is true. The entire problem that Iran has with the United States. Like, what do you think it is? Like, why do you think Iran hates the United? Because they hate Israel. But why do you think they hate the United States? It's because during the early days of the revolution, they attacked the U.S. embassy, and they took it over, and they took them hostage for 400 or 500 days. That was obvious, and those were the leftists who are now the reformists, by the way. Those people that did that are now, all of them became reformists later. Those people, even the supreme leader at the time, the Khomeini, wasn't fond of what they were doing. Like, they didn't want to, because the United States were supportive of Iran. As they saw this Khomeini guy as a Mandela-like figure. They wanted to have relations with Iran. They wanted to, even before the Iran-Iraq war, they were giving us intelligence. Intelligence as to, like, the Iraqis are, wanting to attack you. And after the embassy attack, everything just went to shit. And all of the problems became came after that, basically.
I'm curious, how often do Iranians still talk about or think about Mossadegh and the coup and British oil? Does that come up very often in like the Iranian narrative?
Not very much. Not very much. It's people that do that are usually are dismissed by. It's a kind of lefty talking point. He was like the things that he did. He nationalized the oil and stuff like that. But he was trying to gain more power than he had. He was the prime minister. I don't know too much about the history. I think he was a good figure in the end. But people don't talk about it that much. No, people are not. They don't, because basically what he was doing was he was against the Shah's control of the government and stuff like that, which was true maybe, but that is basically out of context right now. Like, no one is thinking about that. People, old school leftists and people like that maybe think about it, but no, the mainstream, there is no talk about that.
So when people talk about, or even when you hear pro-regime talk about like America and the Great Satan and all that, like how often is the coup like?
They do talk about the coup, yeah. They do talk about the coup. Yes, they say that they meddled in our affairs and stuff like that, which is true to some extent. But what they are doing, they are basically just forging a narrative to. Like Vietnam and the US like fought each other for 8 years and they killed like 1 million people or so. Not 1 million, maybe like hundreds of thousands of people just died from both sides, and they destroyed everything. But they have good relations now.
Yeah.
Like, why are we like even if the US did something bad that time, that doesn't mean anything in the current time. Like, this shouldn't dictate how you do politics now. These people are not doing politics. They say this themselves. They are revolutionaries. They want to basically just, they are ideology driven. They just do whatever, like they go to Syria. They try to take over Syria. They help the Assad regime. Like, what does that have for us? Like, what did we gain from that? We gain nothing. We gain no geopolitical power. We gain no resources. We gain no economic incentives. We get nothing from that. Like, what was the point of that other than to have access to Israel and Lebanon and stuff like that? And that's not how you do geopolitics. That's not You don't do it through the lens of ideology and crazy, readings of the scripture and stuff like this. And the counterparts of these people are the Christians in the U.S. that think that they should support Israel because of some crazy reasons, that this second coming of Jesus is there. That's exactly the rhetoric that these people use. The difference is that these people are in power, and they have a regime they have the oil money of Iran to enact their power.
Well, actually, in regards to Syria, real quick, I usually go on those retarded tangents that people blame me for as they distract from the stream, but Syria was actually fairly important to Iran as a geopolitical partner, as an economic partner, and as everything. Like, even back in the 80s, during the war with Iraq, the Syrians sided with the Iranians. They supplied them with weapons, with intelligence. They even smuggled insurgents towards Iraq. Like, the Ba'athists in Syria were fairly important to Iran. Now, everybody knows I'm not a fucking supporter of Bashar al-Assad or the Iranian regime, but like, it's more than just some sort of religious.
Okay, no, but maybe what you're saying is true. The Assad was a.
It's not maybe. It's
wasn't even, no. But even think about it. When Assad left, before he left, he wasn't defending the Iranian positions in Syria. He was just letting Israel have free reign on destroying Iranian positions in
okay, but I don't know how to
Syria.
you, but he was not.
They
was
were
not defending even the Syrian positions in Syria.
No, but he kicked out the Iranians because the Russians told him to. He didn't, like, the Iranians didn't even get the power in Syria because Russia got it. Iranians were just the foot soldiers there. And also on top of all of this, the regime and the Iranian people's their interests are exactly 180%, 80 degrees apart. Like, the regime wanting to defend Syria has nothing to do with the people. But I understand, yes, maybe in some sense supporting Assad was vital to them. But in general, I do still think that there are many accounts of this. The former foreign minister said so, that Qasem Soleimani went to Russia and talked with Putin, and Putin told him that you should go to Syria and defend Assad. This is, you can talk to us. There was a four-hour secret interview that was leaked a few years ago, where we basically just said that Qasem Soleimani was a puppet for the Russians. So this is more like Russians' foreign interest that was driving that, rather than even the regime's foreign interest. I don't even think that having Syria
health warning
was even a good foreign policy if you count the regime's interests.
I mean, even before the regime took power, I'm fairly certain Iran was still very friendly with the Ba'athist government. Like, they went way back. Their entire stick was because they fucking hated Saddam Hussein and his party. Like, even before Saddam Hussein, when Bakr was there, they hated him and they basically made an alliance against him. Yeah, it has been a long-standing thing, even before both Bashar and both the regime. It has been a thing. Now, I'm not saying it was a good geopolitical move. They clearly blundered it, but it was something that was dictated by things other than just simple religious fanatic bullshit.
I think you're right. It wasn't religious, but I think it was just. You can just explain it very easily with just Russian interference. I think Russians wanted to hold Syria, and they just wanted Iran to be the foot soldiers. I think that explains it much more easily.
Can I ask both of you, because I don't know much about this. Hang on, I just wanted to ask, is this like one of those things where countries maybe align over a common interest at one point, but then as they align, they start to develop a more long-lasting thing, and they build up a mutually dependent relationship on the road that becomes very different? So like they might have a mutual interest over the war with Iraq after the revolution, but then obviously now a lot of their partnership has been to do with like arms shipments and things like that moving between Syria and Iran and Lebanon, so they can do the fucking access.
That is true.
So
that is true.
I'm just like, how much did that kind of like essential? Yeah, so how much did that like essential?
But also like
change?
before the sanctions in Syria, the Syrian regime helped the Iranians to circumvent the sanctions on Iran itself.
Yes,
Yeah.
Like they
That is
used to
true.
supply them with stuff they couldn't actually produce.
But the
or,
reason,
But you're not going
but
to need
the reason,
sanction relief if you're not just trying to fucking destabilize the region, right?
No, everybody needs a sanction relief regardless of what you are doing.
No, I mean like they wouldn't have needed it because there wouldn't have been sanctions. No?
I mean, it's kind of hard to see. The geopolitics of the 1979 Iran itself was not having a very great prospect, especially with their conflict that was already ongoing with Iraq, and they had the thing with the Kurds and the Turks. Like, they did not really have plenty of friendly relations in the region, except with a few countries such as Syria and, ironically, at the time, Jordan.
Interesting.
I think it is true that maybe there are some alignments, but I think ultimately the fact that the Iranians sent so much resources, it is said that it's $120 billion or something crazy like that they sent over there. This was, I think it's more of a Russians, telling the Iranians what to do rather than the geopolitical interests of Iran. It might be there are some reasons that you can say that there were, incentives for them to do something like this, but in general, I think it was a big loss even before the Assad regime collapsed. Like the Iranians had no footing in Syria. They were kicked out. They had just a few forces in a few cities that just fled after the Assad left. Even before that, the Iranians were completely cleared of that region by the Russians.
Actually, something that people often overlook is that Iran was basically scaling back their influence ever since
That is true, yes.
Like, even if you check out the paper that was published by Israel Katz, and he keeps spamming it, where Sinwar was asking Iran for more funding, and they basically told him, okay, buddy, we'll do what we can, and just scuffed it off.
Yeah. So is that whole thing, because obviously they're doing that a lot now, where they're saying we just need to focus on America, and like the Axis is kind of not really happening. That's been in the works for quite a while, you think?
Yeah, it was a long time for that.
Damn.
It's like even Syria itself was, before its downfall, it had a very, and I say extremely, not very, difficult situation when it comes financially, but nobody was really holding their weight.
Yeah.
Like, I know, maybe I told you before, but like I know a university professor, a chief of department, and his salary in the University of Damascus, government university that is, and the most prestigious in the country, was like $60. Like, can you imagine a chief of department at the most prestigious university is having $60? And no, it's not like some sort of okay, the prices here are cheap. No, $60 is like enough for a couple of like maybe a rent for 2 weeks and a couple of gas cans. Like, that's it.
Someone in chat is saying that Iran still has a good grip on Iraq, though, because the PMF is the biggest militia.
Yeah, of course, Iraq, because actually Iraq is the only country that's holding its weight. The militias there basically control the country. They have, like, you can even make the argument that financially speaking, the militias in Iraq are doing better off than fucking Iran itself.
Wow. Wait, so what's...
There are news that they're putting pressure, the Iraqi government is putting pressure on these guys to tone their shit down. Because
I don't know
of
how to
US,
make it to you, but those guys are the Iraqi government.
I mean, they're crazy people, yeah. I mean, I don't think they're gonna lower their tone. You know, like what led to Qasem Soleimani's assassination was these Iraqi militias attacking US bases in Iraq. So, like, these are serious threats, yes. Hashad al-Shabi and stuff like that.
It's also crazy because those guys sucked up to the Americans a lot when ISIS was growing.
Yeah, that's true.
What, the Iraqi militias?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, is that true?
They would have basically gotten butchered if it was not for the Americans stepping in.
No, but did they like get arms from them or something like that? I don't think they did.
Directly, I don't believe so, but like the Americans actually did turn a blind eye as they kept getting American weapons from one source or another. Like, they got Abrams tanks, they got the Humvees, they got everything.
Yeah, I mean, Iran and the United States were aligned on the ISIS fight. That is true.
I mean, I wouldn't say Iran and the United States. It was literally everyone in the fucking world. It's crazy
that's
how
true.
like they managed to make every single person in the world to view them as an enemy.
That's what you get for being based.
It was like, do you know that meme about the alliance of the willing? This is the alliance of the unwilling.
Yeah. What do you, if the regime did get toppled, say this year in Iran, what do you think like the regime that follows it would look like? Like, what are people in Iran? What do they want? Do they want like a liberal democracy? Do they want a constitutional monarchy? Do they want fucking just a more aggressive Islamic rule? I don't know.
What they, I think it's very obvious that they want a secular kind of democracy, yes. But I think even if they somehow vote for constitutional monarchy or something like that, that's still going to be democratic. No one is going to vote for an authoritarian shit like what we have, because even the current regime that we have in the laws, it's a democratic regime. Like they have a majlis, they have a Congress, they have presidents, you know. It's and even the supreme leader in the first draft of the constitution, not the first draft, the first constitution, because it was amended.
Sorry
13
for
years ago.
interrupting, but there's this one thing I heard from a fucking Christian dude that basically that Iran has, in a nutshell, a parallel government. Like one it's actually civilian and one it's actually the fucking Islamist, and basically they are at odds with each other. Like I remember there was this scandal a few years ago when I think I forgot what was the office, but it was basically spamming shit against Soleimani in his adventures in Iraq. Like, yeah, is this true or
It's
not?
not. I don't think you can categorize it as two parallel governments. No, it has a civil sector, like the government, you know, we have like traffic controls and police, but no, it's very very ideologically embedded in itself and everything. No, I don't think it's two parallel. It's just basically the Islamists controlling everything, and as much as they could, they have embedded themselves in what civil life everyone has. I don't think it's
Yeah,
even
but
possible
what
to
I was
have
asking
any
about
more.
is I heard there are some branches in the government itself that, for example, oppose the Quds branch or the Republican
That is
Guard.
true,
Like,
but they were no, they were not opposed publicly. This interview that I told you from the former foreign minister, you can listen to that. He was against what this Qasem Soleimani was doing, but he never said this anywhere on the record. This was on the record on a secret recording. But he never even dared to. No one dares to in the government to criticize the foreign policy or anything like that, because that's basically all of that is under direct control of the supreme leader. It's like the foreign policy is not made in the foreign minister's office or in the president's office. It's all the foreign policy is 100% dictated by the supreme leader. But you could say they have they have criticism of each other. That's natural. And as of recently, these criticisms have become more public because of the existential nature of the threat. And that's where you see the cracks forming. But no, there is no branch or any official kind of thing that dares to contradict the official stance.
Very interesting. Like I actually heard it from an Iranian old dude, so maybe it was an old thing, or maybe it was referring to something very specific. I will have to
Maybe
dig this
specific,
up.
yes. Yes.
Okay, what else?
Okay, so I'm not trying to do the Hassan thing here, but like I would like to know what's your view for like the
You
rest
like
of the
the
Middle
Shah?
East, the geopolitics. No, I think it's clear what you think about the Shah, but what do you think about how Iran should actually interact with the rest of the Middle East?
I think it's very, very obvious. It's like what everyone here wants is just like a normal country with who follows its own interests. Right now, what we are doing is not following our interests. We are just doing some ideology-driven random shit. What the foreign policy stance of a country should stand for is the interest of the people. I think
It's
everyone
actually
wants
a
something
bit
like
of a meme, but I used to debate a lot with the Iranian nationalists online back in the day, and they usually bring up something like the Palestinian occupied government or the Arab occupied government. I don't know why, but they think we control your government or some shit.
Well, that's a
That's
taxi
true,
driver,
yes,
right?
man.
Calling the Iranian. It's like
That's
it's just like a reverse of
contentious, yes.
people calling Hezbollah Iranians, right?
Yeah.
You would
Yeah.
think
It
so
has
though, because
some-
like the amount that why is a country that's like a 1,000+ miles away just talking about Palestine all the fucking time? It's like Iran and America.
No, why is a
Like,
country that's like 2 fucking continents away talking about Israel all the time and sending them with guns?
yeah, why?
Well,
we know
what
why.
you say has some truth. What you say, people think, it has some truth to it. Many people believe this, and it has some truth to it. As I said, there were people during the revolution who were Palestinians, or many of them who were Iranians were trained in Lebanon or Palestine. And these
I don't
people,
think
this
Palestinians.
Nasrallah guy, not
Okay, I
Palestinians,
don't believe
Lebanese
so.
and Palestinian. Well,
Lebanese, possibly, very likely. I believe so. I don't doubt it. But Palestinians, like, there are no Shia here, and every single party that is Palestinian at the time hated Iran with their guts, be it Islamist or monarchist. So I don't think so.
that's if you look at Shah of Iran's stance on Palestine, he was pro-Palestinian. Like he wanted to
Yeah, but
Israel
like
to.
but like even both Yassin and Arafat, who were the 2 prominent Palestinian leaders at the time, hated Khomeini. So I don't think he was actually that well beloved at the time.
I distinctly remember. I have to look at the names, but I distinctly remember many prominent people who, not very prominent, but there were people who were themselves Palestinians and they were in the revolution. And the ties of these, maybe not so much Palestinians, but more of these Lebanese, like these Nasrallah and these
Like the
Hezbollah
Sadr
leaders,
and
goes
Mughni, yeah, I
back
believe
to-
so. They would have probably
Yes,
been
these
there.
people go back, like these people go back 40 years or something. And I think it's like you could argue that the Iranian government is more a government of them and ideologically coming from there. You could argue something like
Not
that.
really. They disagree very much, ideologically speaking. Maybe the Mughni gang and the Sadr people, no, not even the Sadr people, but the Mughni gang, yeah, they would I agree with them. But if you want to talk about basically any relevant Palestinian party, no, I don't think they align at the slightest.
what were you saying about the Shah being pro-Palestine? What was his stance on things? It would have been in the 70s, right?
I think I don't know what he was supporting, but he was like against the, like he had a common sense stance from what I have heard about the Palestinians, that he wasn't pro-Israel. He was, if you would like categorize him, he was more supportive of the Palestinian cause. He wanted to end the conflict. Like he did some. He did some measures. He took some measures to like find a peace deal or something like that. I'm not too versed in that history though.
Did the PLO have a stance when the revolution happened? Did Arafat say
have no
anything about it?
idea. I don't know.
He didn't say anything about it, but when Saddam Hussein invaded Iran, he was fairly supportive of him, while Ahmed Yassin publicly opposed it because he was Shia.
Wait, Arafat supported Hussein's invasion of Iran.
Yes, there was even like basically a clandestine force. It was unofficial, but it was formed by the Jordanian government, and it included plenty of Palestinians that fought with Saddam. It was called the Yarmouk Force. The Jordanian government still doesn't acknowledge it.
Yeah, because and that makes sense because back then Saddam was like the kind of playing the same role that Ayatollah is now, right? He was the great white hope that was going to take down Israel.
Not really. Nobody really expected of him, but like,
yeah, but that
he
was
did, provide support and everything, like, because he at times even aligned with Israel. Like during the Lebanon war, he supported the Phalangists alongside Israel.
During the
Which is
Lebanon
weird.
war.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the same as like fucking. They say that about Assad as well, though, right? Like Hezbollah still praises Syria's role in Lebanon, even though obviously they were supporting the Phalanges as well.
Yeah, but after the Israeli intervention, they didn't actually support the phalangists. They were very supportive of Hezbollah and the Amal and their gang. And the phalangists they supported were against Lahad and were against the people that aligned with Israel. So yeah, it makes sense.
Well, I didn't know that though. I would have expected Yassin to not like them to begin with, though. That makes sense.
Oh, Yassin didn't like them at all, but it was mostly because they were Shia, not because of any geopolitical reason. Which I would admit is a bit of a Giga Chad position.
Yeah, why not? Also, I would probably say that America's support for Israel versus Iran's support for Palestine is probably a little bit less destructive, though, right? As in to themselves, like America kind of doesn't.
I mean,
really
I guess
lose
what's
that
your
much to help
demographic,
Israel.
but yeah, yourself, yeah. But unless you are someone in the other end of the barrel, yeah, it's a different story.
Where the fuck
Yeah,
is
I
this
know. You
raptor's
also have to
nest?
take into account when maybe you could say that about U.S. and Israel, but it is true of the Iranians, of the regime support of the Palestinians, is that they don't care about the Palestinians. Like they just, even if every single one of them died, they just don't care about the people there. They want to destroy Israel. So maybe the United States think this. I don't think they think the same way about. Like they actually want to protect Israel. The Iranians don't want. They don't care. Like if the entire region gets nuked, they actually they threaten Israel with nukes. They have done this multiple times. They have written this all over their rockets.
Nukes they don't have.
They have said we will maybe not explicitly nukes, but first of all, why would you want to make nukes if you don't want to destroy
No, I'm
Israel?
just joking about. Would you threaten a nuclear country with nukes that you don't currently have?
Yeah.
But like they have said this in their speeches. They have written this on their rockets that we will burn Tel Aviv and Haifa to the ground. And maybe they have not said that we will use nukes, but like if you nuke Israel, you will kill every Palestinian as well. Like they don't give a shit about that.
I mean, you can
want to
just
destroy.
use some loyal stuff and throw them far away. Just saying.
It's what I say. It's the same thing about like a lot of
IWC
these.
is listening.
It's the same as the left-wing activists, though. It's not really. It's not so much about being pro-Palestinian. It's about like the idea of Palestine that they support. You know, like the narrative, not the actual.
Why
people.
do you think? Why do you think these leftists like suddenly? Because like after these protests that I saw like this crazy shit on the Western left that they supported somehow Iran and there were protests and the United and the American universities where they were reading like Iranian propaganda, like literally the supreme leader's speech there.
Yeah, I kid you not. They were calling me a Zionist the other day. Like I
no,
was
but
in a Twitter
Iranians
debate
don't
and
believe. Yet, like Iranians don't believe that shit. How is that? Like leftism on its face is not compatible with this. Like I don't understand how this even correlates with each other. That we have leftists that support like the worst of the worst, and they cite them. Like you can support Israel and you can support the Palestinians, but you don't have to go to the extent that you like support Hamas and you like chant about killing every Jew in the region. Like I don't understand where that exactly came from. That the leftists like exactly aligned themselves with Iranian propaganda. Like that was a bit crazy to me seeing that, and it also clicked in my head like like the Iranian revolution. They were also leftists that helped the Islamists win the revolution.
It's because they're good at selling themselves to the West, right? Like they're good at using the same rhetoric of leftists. They're good at it's just a good story, you know. It's a colonized people who are constantly oppressed. They're kept in a cage in one place. They're subject to settlement expansion in the other. And then one day they finally snap and they decide to break out and lash out and maybe they commit some immoral acts or whatever. But and then the response to that is they all get genocided in their cage. Like yeah, to most people that's like a really compelling story. So especially if you believe in like oppressors versus oppressed and like liberation and you don't and like especially liberating the third world from the West, yeah, I can see why it sells. Like it's just a good narrative.
But is there any other? But is there any other issue that so many people in lockstep are going to like just unequivocally, like without question, just start like going to hardcore most extremist shit from out of nowhere like this. Like I don't think like this is a bit crazy to me. Like seeing how they were Hamas flags and like in universities in America. Like that shit is insane to me. Just seeing that image of that.
I think a lot of
people
that
they're like falling for this propaganda.
A lot of that, I think a lot of that extreme comes from diaspora, like at least from based on what I've seen, and that maybe I can see why it happens because if you're like if you're diaspora as a Middle Eastern or a Muslim person
You mean
in the West,
So you mean they were?
like
So you say they were actual Palestinians?
Palestinians or just Arabs or Muslims in general. It doesn't have to be Palestinians. This is just based on what I've seen. Like, obviously, there are white people doing it as well, and their explanation is a lot easier. They're doing it because they're bored and they want to LARP, right? Like, but for diaspora, it's because like especially if you grew up in post 9/11 world, like if you were coming of age at that period, then you were basically given the worst of like Islamophobia and racism and like sort of guilt by association, and people were attacked for it and they were ostracized, and then you do end up in this place where like you're in the West but you're not really like, there's kind of like an identity crisis where you're not really going to become like the kind of conservative Muslim that your parents are because you're not in that world, but you're also not going to really identify with like the West, and especially with like Western foreign policy, right, and Western intelligence, because that's your first memory of that is the Iraq War and WMDs, right? So I think from that, like you do end up with this kind of demographic that just has much more of an interest in like being listened to for the first time. And I think if you're like an Arab or a Muslim in a university in America or the UK or Germany, all that, like people are going to listen to your opinion on Palestine, provided it's like the radical, like the right one.
It depends.
Yeah.
Really.
But I
think maybe in some circles or anything, but like most of my relatives in the state, for example, would even refrain from saying their background.
Because of in which context?
I mean, in the general context, like if they are just like people asking them where they are from, they would just say, "Well, I'm just a Christian from the Middle East." They would even refrain from saying they are Palestinian or anything like. People would avoid.
You would have. So you'd avoid that in the context of like maybe normie life, like at your job, if you're blue collar or something like that, because of people might think you're a terrorist, right? Is that what you're referring to, or?
No, not really. Like even my cousin is doing PhD in the States, and she tells me that she almost tells no one she is Palestinian. Like she sometimes pretends to be Lebanese or something, but almost no one she tells them that she is Palestinian.
Interesting. Because of what?
And that's
what you're afraid
that's
of?
in
Like,
fucking
go on.
That's in fucking New York University, which is, I believe, fairly progressive.
Well, is that because of like the police then, or the like Trump administration, or?
No, not the police, but like generally people will start treating differently. Like maybe some people will be sympathetic, other people will just think you are fucking like you have an explosive vest under your clothes.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? So if you're in some of these universities, there's a good chance as well though that you're going to feel like now's your time to shine because of like because like it's an issue that you're probably expected to know more about or to have a more authentic opinion on. Yeah, I don't know. That's just what I've seen anyway. I feel like obviously like right now a lot of like Middle Eastern diaspora voices getting like elevated to levels they haven't really been elevated to before because of this conflict.
Yes, but
actually I was
also,
one of them as well. Like, fuck,
keep in mind that many people with that background would often refrain from associating themselves in the site. It's because more often than not you are going to face some repercussions that you do not wish to meet.
Yeah, I know. Well, obviously now, yeah.
Not just obviously now, like a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, it has always been like this. But like now, I think it's much worse, but I did not hear any anecdotes as of now.
Well, apart from people getting deported, right?
Personal anecdotes, like relatives of mine. Like,
okay.
I heard stories all the time about relatives of mine getting assaulted or maybe fired from jobs or like people stop talking to them or anything. But in the recent months, I know none of those personal anecdotes because maybe they didn't tell me, maybe it didn't happen yet. But yeah, I don't think it will be any better soon.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know in general though why like the same people who were talking about like who were probably attending like trans rights protests 2 years ago are now on this little train. I don't really understand that.
With the pro-Hamas train?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's like the biggest contradiction you can have. And
I think a lot of it is just to do with like oppressor and oppressed, though. I think that's what people identify with because it's very like cinematic, you know, underdog.
Wait, Lord Box, I got a question. Do you think if there's like social media in like the 1960s, right, and like you know the MLK movement and shit,
Yeah.
you think like LARPers would do like something similar too, like inciting violence and shit?
They want to do something similar.
Well, like a Malcolm X. Something.
Are you asking if people right now are trying to replicate civil rights protests?
No, like a hypothetical. Like if
they're okay, you need to start from the beginning.
all right, during 1960s, all right, it's like black people and shit. If they had social media as of today and shit, right? You think there'd be something similar?
There'd be LARPers
back then too, like LARPers too.
I mean, there were LARPers, right? They existed. Yeah. Malcolm X was a LARPer. He didn't do anything.
Yeah.
He wrote about violence and he spoke about violence. He didn't go and confront fucking white supremacists in the streets during the protest. Like that's what MLK did, right? Like that's what the peaceful protesters did, and the fucking lunch sit-ins and all that. Malcolm X.
So Malcolm X was the first firebomb Walmart bro.
Yes, he was literally. He was. I mean, the only violence Malcolm X engaged in that I think I know about wasn't actually political violence. Like he used to have a bit of a criminal life before because he had a pretty shit upbringing. But as far as political violence against white supremacy and against the police and everything, I don't think he actually did any of that. Not when he was protesting, anyway.
So
yes,
Malcolm X is like what, the Bad Panada?
Yeah. Or the Hassan, I guess, because I don't know.
I mean, Hassan doesn't have badass pictures with guns, so I don't think he is.
Yeah, but what was Malcolm X using the gun for?
Tapping, I think.
He was using it because the Nation of Islam were after him. That photo is taken from him being like on the lookout because Nation of Islam people are after him after he left the organization and outed the fucking leader as a pedo or a nonce. Yeah.
That's a fire
I'm not
pick,
really
though.
that invested in the lore.
Yeah. So
wait, is it the one looking out the window?
Yes.
Right, that's him?
Yes, that's him. That's him on the run from the Nation of Islam. Yes, that's not to do with white supremacy.
I mean, that picture went hard. Like, I don't blame people for simping for him.
Yeah, it goes hard, and it has but people do a meme of it where it says "by any means necessary" underneath, as if they're talking about fighting racism. It's like he wasn't fighting racism. Well, the only racists he was fighting were fucking Nation of Islam people who were trying to kill him.
I mean, he was fighting racism. Yeah.
Fighting anti-Semitism of the Nation of Islam. Fighting
I mean,
the
he was
anti-white
fighting
racism.
Nation of Islam, right? So
Well, because like his whole pilgrimage and his reform thing was about how he used to support segregation, like he wanted black state or something,
Right.
but then he changed and he was okay. He supported the vote and integration after the end. He never stood down from being pro-violence or he didn't even stand down from the anti-Semitism. Really, he just toned it down.
wait, question. So you
I mean,
said
I'm
that. I think
pro-violence,
you said
so I
that.
don't
Oh, go
blame
ahead.
him.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Wait, say that again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say.
I'm objectively pro-violence, but like calculated, so I don't really blame it.
Yeah, but when I talk about violence, I mean in the American context was you had the non-violent protesters like domestically versus the violent protesters. Not like they should be non-violent in every aspect of life. Yeah.
I mean, if someone protested violently at a Trump rally where he was very present and with a very clear vision to him, I would not necessarily complain.
Yeah, but these are different times, right? The leader at the time when it was MLK, Malcolm X, was first it was Kennedy, then it was Lyndon Johnson. So, and these were people who were persuaded to support civil rights in one way or the other.
Yeah, I wouldn't protest violently against those.
No.
They were also like Lyndon Johnson. I don't know if you read his records, but like he
said
was
the
very
N-word a
chill when
lot.
it comes to Israel Palestine.
He was chill with Israel Palestine.
Yeah, like actually he had. I think he was King Hussein simp for a while.
Was he?
Wait, when you say
Yeah.
chill with Israel,
Like there are
Palestine, you mean, like,
recorded
with Israel,
conversations with
Palestine?
him. Maybe I should send it to you because it's very interesting what they talked about.
He was also he said the N-word a lot.
Oh.
Well, who
The
of us
president?
didn't?
Have you not read this article about how Lyndon Johnson was an N-word connoisseur?
So he
That's
was,
what they
he
called
was like
him.
what, like a sundowner type of guy?
No, I
Hey,
didn't say it.
Hang on.
Come on. Why you
Let's
got me?
see. Lyndon Johnson.
I just said the Arabic
N-word.
version.
Who's in Paris? Yeah, I thought so.
Here. This article is like the funniest thing you'll ever read. I couldn't read it on stream. It wouldn't be allowed to. Fuck me.
Okay, I think I need to read it. Where is it?
Here. I'll put it in the side chat. Yeah, that article is quite special.
Oh. I thought just South A. Never mind.
No.
Holy shit.
But he also passed the Civil Rights Act, so I'm sure there is a debate somewhere on whether or not he had the pass.
Would I give him a pass? Wow. I mean, I don't know.
I'm just
It's like
reading
saying,
it
like,
off screen and like listening to you laugh. About
Well,
it.
yeah, you shouldn't show this on stream. I don't think it's a good idea.
Wait, Laura Boys, are you still doing the experiment?
What experiment?
Yeah, already know.
It's been fine,
that
yeah.
really
Like it
caused-
seems to have not really caused any problems.
Wait, we can say it?
Yeah.
The stream?
I think if black people say the soft A on YouTube, it's fine.
Yeah, I heard really said it all the time too.
Yeah, he
so.
says it all the time. Yeah.
So like,
Really?
I mean, technically, like, I could read the article without saying, you know.
If you want.
All right, bet. This is the first time in history, all right, in the Lunar Box in history, all right. Lyndon Johnson said the word nigga a lot. Okay.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were gonna read the article. Holy shit.
Yeah, the first part.
Oh wait, was that actually in it? Yeah, it was. Okay.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
caption. Okay, I got you.
Let's
Oh
see,
yeah,
yeah,
and then,
let's see.
and then there's a paragraph break. Okay. Oh, you forgot the editor's note.
What?
Readers may find some language included to be offensive.
So that's the whole shit.
Yeah.
Wait, so we can say like, you know, the word art on Discord too.
Yeah, if you want, yeah.
All right, so for all the Discord mods, all the yappers and shit, you can't ban me. All right, me, Relly, and the Somali guy, Karantos, we can say it now. All right.
Karanto.
And maybe Sundowner. Okay, maybe. Actually, you know what? I might give him like a 1 week pass, lucky. Or maybe $100. Maybe. So. Hey, Sulfur. Hey.
Thank you. I will make very bad use of it.
Sulfur, you said you could say no, but Box is the big man. All right, 6'2", I think, in Scottish.
So
he's the big
stop
man.
speaking with your shitty Canadian privilege. I am a brown person and a black person just gave me the pass.
No, that's not how that works. You're not getting passes for fucking. Okay, this is why it was a bad idea, wasn't it? Because people can't be responsible.
What? Okay. What if Sundowner went to every black person in the Discord, right? And like 99%, all the black people in the Discord gave him the pass. And like we physically wrote like a note saying like, oh, Sundowner, like a check mark.
That's not how the fucking internet works, okay? Because the whole point in that, okay, the way that the passes work, in my experience, is people talk about giving someone a pass in front of them, not in front of just like any cunt, random person. No? Can you give a white person the pass to go into a fucking shop and call the black person working in the shop the N-word? Is that how that works?
I mean,
that's a no, right? Don't even fucking pretend you're thinking about it.
Okay, so another question. If there's a racial slur which is associated with a certain ethnic group in the Middle East, Am I allowed to say it even if a section of said
No, you
slur
can't call yourself a
is
sand
actually-
N-word with a hard R.
Okay.
No.
Oh wait, Lotterbox. Okay, if that's the case, right? You allowed us African Americans, my brothers, to say nigga, right? Is there any other ethnic slurs that you might let other ethnic background use, like Jews, Arabs,
Holy
etc.?
shit.
Yeah, like Arabic slurs. Can I say them?
Probably not, because I don't know the rules with the Arab world. And I don't trust you
I mean,
to
we are
make
very
them.
chill. We say slurs all the time.
Yeah, I know, but I still don't trust you to make the rules.
Okay, can we ask someone who's Arab to make the rules? I know plenty of Arabs who are very expert in this subject.
Wait, Shango, are you Iranian or what?
Wait, so can I say the K word?
Nah, it's more of a Arab thing.
That's a bit too spicy.
It's not the K word is not an Arab thing. The K word for Jews.
What for the
Yeah,
Middle
she's
East?
Jewish.
Is that? I didn't even think that was unusual. I thought Ethan and Dan said that to each other all the time. Do they on H3? Am I just making that up, or is it Dan?
Wait.
Or is it the other Dan? Dan
I
Solomon.
think you love imagining the K word.
Yeah, maybe. No, I don't. I swear to
We're thinking the same K word?
the Jew one. Yeah, the one for Jews.
Yeah, say it.
I thought the D one.
I'm not saying it.
We give it a
I want
pass.
to make
Okay.
sure you know what it is. Say it.
Yeah, it's for like a
Why would I say it,
educational
bro? Like,
background.
We need to verify which
that's not how that
word you are
works.
specifically
It's
referring
not
to.
my job.
Maybe they said the K word, but it could be a different K word, so we need to make sure which
Yeah,
one we are
yeah,
talking
there are
about
lots of
here.
words that start with K.
It's
Say
the
it.
one that rhymes with bike.
Bike?
Yeah.
Can you say it? I'm not sure. I can't
Why are you trying to get me to say
think-
fucking slurs?
They're Scottish. Hey, aren't there is there slurs for like Scottish people too?
Okay, bye.
I'm gonna call hangnails a. Never mind. I'm not doing it.
Do it, do it,
I'm
do
rising
it.
above it. I'm rising above it.
Fucking
I was gonna get extra misogynistic there, but it's not happening. I'm not doing it.
Okay, is
I'm
the
actually quite
Iranian dude still
progressive.
here?
Okay.
What were you gonna?
That's fucking
Is the
cat.
Iranian dude still here?
Yes.
Okay, so there's
Hello?
a certain slur for the Iranian people which starts with an M and goes in rhyme with the Jews. Do people there take it as offensive?
What's the M word? Mujahideen?
No.
What?
Right,
Mullah?
that's-
I don't know. I have no idea. It's M? I don't know.
Yeah, it refers to people who worship fire.
Fire. Right.
That's cool.
Also, there's a person not associated with racist who wants to hop in. I'm leaving now, so Donor, maybe you should drag him in. He's Bulgarian
Who?
and he's very expert when it comes to slurs, and he wants to ask some very important questions about Iran. So I'm leaving. Get him in. Goodbye.
Oh, Shane, I got a question. Since you're Iranian, right? You think the U.S. might pop off on Iran?
What was the slur? I didn't understand.
Don't worry about him.
No, don't worry about it. He's pretty he's like Jordanian and shit. So, you know. You think the United States is gonna bomb Iran or not?
It seems very probable right now. I think so. It depends. It depends on one person. It depends on. This is the reason you can't predict this stuff. It's because it's not like a group of people like deciding something based on like interest and stuff like that. It's just one person has to decide, and that's the supreme leader. I would think that they will not come to the talks. Like I would say the chance of them going to war is higher than them surrendering. That's what I think. Like I'm not sure how much that's gonna come true.
You know what? This is my hypothetical, man. All right, I think Iran, they need some democracy. All right, they need like a full-on D-Day invasion. All right. You know what I'm saying?
But the US is not gonna bring ground forces to be D-Day. I don't think they're gonna put boots on the ground because they have already like failed at doing that like 2 times in the Middle East. They don't want this to be the 3rd time.
Wait, who? The United States?
Yes, with Iraq and Afghanistan.
We did pretty
They're
good.
not gonna do
We
it
did pretty
again.
good with the what's that guy that looks like Senator Saddam, right? We did pretty good with the Saddam and the first.
No, but that
didn't though.
But that is
Like, you got
no,
rid of
but,
him and then-
no, but that's but in Western politics, that's seen as a big failure, like the invasion of Iraq. Many people say that was a failure. From Iraqi's point of view, I think I'm not sure, but if I was an Iraqi, I'm not trying to what do you call it?
Excuse?
Orientalism. What is
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
want to do that. But I would think the Iraqis are better off with the United States destroying Saddam for them. But from the United States perspective, that was a failure. Like the invasion of Iraq, they have no reason to go there. They lost all so much resources, people, and money. From their point of view, they don't want to get dragged into something like that again. They're just gonna do like they did in Libya. They're gonna do airstrikes and stuff like that.
We should. Okay, we fucked up, right? The first war, we should have just like, you know what I'm saying? Saddam Hussein, all right? First time.
Yeah.
Whatever. Meet the guy.
No, wait.
Check him out.
Here's a question. Because like Israel and hang on, because Israel and America they do bomb Iranian like sites every now and then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do Iranian people do they trust America to not bomb them as civilians, or do they think like every time there's a fucking strike, they think they're just gonna get their house domed, or what? Like, how does that work?
The people think most of the people actually it is very a controversial, I think, opinion, and some people are torn on it, but I think the majority of people actually would support a kind of intervention. I'm not sure exactly how I feel about something like that, but if you said that, are they sure they're not going to target civilians? I personally I think that they have more incentive to not target civilians than they have in somewhere like Gaza or something like that,
Yeah.
because Iranians are basically against the regime. They support something like this. Many of them. I don't know what percentage, but I'm pretty sure a lot of them don't mind the regime being hammered. And if the U.S. starts like bombing cities and like killing people, not only it's going to be like they have to it's probably a war crime and stuff like that. And on top of that, the Iranians are going to rally behind the regime, and that's not going to be good for them.
Yeah.
Both the Israelis and the United States knows this, so they're going to be, I think, and many analysts say this as well, that they're going to try to not target civilian population. But as you know, like this Hamas and these Hezbollah and these guys, and maybe even the Houthis, these guys all fight like each other. They put their rockets, their ammunition below places that basically use the people above as a human shield, and it's very effective. So I'm pretty sure that the Iranians are also doing the same thing. So maybe not nuclear sites, because that would be a bit too crazy, but they very probably have rocket sites and rocket cities, as they call them, below major cities. Like I'm pretty sure that's very, very likely that many of the ammunition depots and even launch sites or something like that are going to have parts of them that are below population centers.
Is that what gets
so
struck
that
when, so usually when Israel does airstrikes on Iran, I never really see like particularly high death counts or anything. Are these usually like strikes that happen outside of the city, or where is it they are usually directed at?
They usually, there were multiple strikes over the years. Some of them were on, they usually target weapon systems. So the last attack that they did, they were attacked these S-300s from these anti-air defense systems that are from Russia. They attacked those. They attacked the drone facilities that are, they make drones there. These manufacturing plants. And places like that, they also attack. I think because there's no info on exactly what happened those days, like from the Iranian side at least. But what they said themselves, and from what you can see from the images, because there is no image from like a building blowing off or anything like that. They are attacking military targets. Other than, you know, targeting that Ismail Haniyeh guy in Iran, like maybe that's the exception. But they just target military sites. I think in the last attack they killed like, I want to say 2 people, or I'm not sure, maybe it's about 18 people. These were soldiers though. I think it was 2 or 3 people at the very least, but I think there were some unofficial sources that said that 18 people died. These were like soldiers, but still. I think they're going to be extra cautious with Iran. But I mean, in war, you know, there is no, what do you call it? They don't give out sweets. Like it's going to be carnage, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be, like they're gonna eventually start killing civilians. Like I don't think that's you cannot stop that.
Okay. I'm gonna bring 2 other people in. Okay.
Yep. All right. Do you want me to go, or?
I don't mind. People can stay for as long as they want. Yeah.
Oh, Chingo, I actually have a quick question for you.
Sure.
In Iran, does anybody ever talk about the Anglo-Soviet invasion in the 40s?
So, and you mean the post-World War, during the Second World War?
No. Yeah, 1941, when the Soviets and the British both invaded. Is that like a notable part of Iran? Yeah.
Yeah. It was a famine back then. Yes, they occupied parts of north and south of Iran. Yes.
I can't even remember
like
what
Iran. There's always, and this is what the regime also the talking point that they are correct on is that the foreigners always meddled in our internal affairs a lot of times. Whether it was the Mossadegh era or whether it was what you said and the famine that happened, there were many instances of this. Even the coming of Khomeini, many people say that this was a plot of the U.S. and the Westerners too, because Shah was this is not just the regime talking point. Like many people say this that the British. Wanted the Shah to go because he was threatening the world with increased oil prices. Like he made OPEC, and he was basically saying we will, because you are ripping us off. It was a very Trumpian talking point, but he was partly correct. He was saying that you are giving us crops. You are ripping us off, and we're going to make everything more expensive to you. And because of this, like they overthrew him. It's maybe some truth to that, but I don't think, like people that say this, I don't think that I disagree that was the main cause of it. I think the main push of it was internal, even though I'm pretty sure like foreign influences maybe helped out.
I mean, the West did genuinely screw over Iran for a lot of its history, but people kind of use it as an excuse to whitewash the Ayatollah and stuff. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, that's like 20 IQ retarded talking point. Yes. That's like the regime propaganda.
I can't remember what was the rationale they gave for the invasion 41-2? Was the Iranian government like working with the Axis or something, or like what was the reasoning?
41-2? 492.
Yeah. Sorry.
After the Iraq war, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrogate you. I was just curious if you knew anything about it.
41-2. I'm not sure what 41-2 is.
The question is whether or not when the British and the Soviets invaded Iran in the war, why was that? Was that because they thought Iran was helping the Nazis, or what?
No, it was because, from what I know, I don't know the history, but during that time, Iran was it was a place that they could move arms around or something like that. They called it the Bridge of Freedom. That guy said that was true. I don't know exactly why. I don't know the history during that time, but it wasn't because the Shah of Iran at that time he stated that he was neutral. He wasn't in the Axis or the Allies' power. He was neutral, but they still ran him over and basically occupied Iran. I'm not exactly sure what they gained from it, but apparently it was very vital for them to do it.
Yeah, apparently it's because they wanted the Lend-Lease arms to get safe passage through. It was for just logistics.
Yeah,
Then.
that's
And maybe
that's crazy.
British oil, maybe.
Also, a quick military update. Apparently, more American planes and equipment has arrived in the Indian Ocean near Iran.
Hey, more B2s,
Wow.
more
Hell
bombers.
yeah. USA.
But I'm getting. I have a. I mean, I'm trying to defer it, but I have a draft in 2 months, so I'm gonna see you all.
Oh,
on
dude,
the
if there's a
battlefield.
draft, if there's a draft in America, if there's a draft in America to fight in Iran, America will literally explode.
Yeah, I agree. Like, there's no chance you can fight.
You're from Iran?
Health warning.
Yes, he is.
What?
Sure.
You from Iran? Or
Yes.
is it Iran or Iran? I think it's Iran, right?
It's Iran. Yeah.
So like,
yes.
your shit pops
Iran
off.
so far
might get drafted?
away.
Okay, who's talking? Spider, you're talking. Go on.
Oh, so like, so you know, so you might get drafted if shit pops off, right?
What?
I don't.
He's saying you might get. I have to translate for.
So
He's
if
saying that
stuff
you might get drafted
pops
if
off.
things pop off. Yeah.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be like I'm not gonna try to go to it, but I mean, if you get drafted, you can't just. It's not easy to not go. Like you're very compelled to go.
Yeah.
You're gonna lose everything if you. But
I heard and also one of the main island that these planes are landing at is in the territory of Diego Garcia, and Trump also actually sanctioned the same island.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
did do that,
tariff.
yep. He did sanction
Not
the island
sanctioned,
that he's
yeah.
sending stuff to. Tariff.
is
sorry.
that even a country? That's not even a country though. That's just like
It's a territory. Yeah.
like they don't have autonomy. Yeah, they don't have autonomy. Like they're just part of.
It's British controlled, isn't it? Diego Garcia.
Yeah, because it kicked out the native people in the 70s.
It's owned by the yeah. It's owned by one about you know, he owns the one island.
True.
So.
But it's
And-
basically just like
and,
leased out to America for military stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I don't think there's any permanent people that live there. It's all just like government and military personnel.
Yeah. Well. What are they?
And another thing,
What equipment have they moved there? Is it bombers again?
I think
or-
like more like big bomber planes, lots of like military gear, like weaponry. I don't know the exact specifics, so I'm sorry, but I think more planes have been arriving at bases in Saudi Arabia too. It looks like they might seriously be gearing up to do it.
Yeah,
they're
that's
in
true.
Saudi.
They have also brought. Yes, they also brought. What they want to do is not use the surrounding countries to attack, because if they do that, Iran is going to retaliate against those. Like they have a strong case to retaliate. So what they were trying to do is to have their aircraft carriers on that island do the like launch their attacks from there, which I don't think that's gonna stop them from. That's gonna stop the regime from like retaliating anyways against the surrounding countries. But okay.
And I gotta say, if a war does break out in Iran, it's probably going to cause a lot of anti-Semitism here in America, even more than there already is, because people are going to see it as being like a war for Israel or whatever, and you know those bad actors are going to exploit it.
Yeah, but the fact is, like Western leftists don't give a fuck about Iranians either, right? Like they.
Totally.
I
yeah,
think it'll
yeah,
just
yeah.
be. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, another thing I want to ask you, Lona, really quick is
I thought Hassan does.
Anyway, Lona, something I really want to ask you real quick is on the topic of Zionism. There's this book that Jabotinsky, you know, the revisionist guy,
Yeah.
that Jabotinsky wrote back in the 20s called The Iron Wall. And I hear like leftists reference it a lot. And I haven't read the book, but there's like one sentence where he says something about how there should be like a wall between like the natives and the Jews or something like that. Like what exactly is the importance of that book? Like, why do I hear people referencing it so much?
Because Jabotinsky's idea was effectively what went into action with Israel later on. So, first of all, it's a lot less mental than people make it sound, but he was obviously one of the right-wing Israelis, like in the original Zionists, and he believed that the only way that Israel could actually ever survive as a Jewish state is if they assert themselves through strength. They have to like do everything they can to make sure that the world knows that they cannot be moved, and it has to be done through force effectively. So that's like what the Iron Wall essentially is Israel just like, if anyone tries to fuck them, you fuck them back a million times harder. So that's basically what the Iron Wall is. But yeah, there was also a lot of talk about separating from the natives, but even then, I haven't actually read the book itself. I've only read references to it. I think there's a paper on it from Avi Schleim that I read. But even then, he's talking about how Jabotinsky, like a lot of the other Zionists, is still quite aware of there being like this moral dilemma of Zionism. How they're like, on the one hand, we need a country, but on the other hand, like people live here and that's a big problem. But obviously Jabotinsky's answer to that was that, yeah, they're never really going to accept us through negotiation or peace. We just have to fucking bully them into accepting us. As far as I know, that's what he's saying.
I could be wrong, but didn't Jabotinsky, I mean, he was definitely a hardliner on the issue, but I don't think he was like super racist about Arabs. He just believed that they wouldn't trust them, though.
I think it's maybe, so I don't know if he said this because I've only heard this secondhand, but he might have actually even said they have every right to fight us. Like, but maybe that's someone else. I don't know. I know Diane said that.
Breaking news: Trump just pulled out a chair for Netanyahu again at the White House.
Cute.
Oh my God, bro.
America first.
America first.
And Jabotinsky,
he is. It's amazing that all these fucking like fresh and fit dipshits like supported Trump, because Trump is actually like the most Zog president. Like, if ever there was a Zog president, it's fucking Trump.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the topic. With Jabotinsky, weren't a lot of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising leaders followers of his?
Leaders were. I think the leaders. I don't know. I know a couple of them were. But I don't know if a lot.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean a lot. I meant like I know at least some of them were.
Yeah, some of them became revisionists. Yeah.
Is revisionist Zionism even still a popular ideology in Israel, or has it been kind of replaced by other ideologies?
Well, a lot of the revisionists became Likud, didn't they?
Oh yeah, because it came out of the Irgun.
Yeah. Well, there was Begin. There was Sharon. Yeah. Even Ehud Olmert, his parents were Jabotinsky followers, but he was more of a labor Zionist that eventually went to the Likud. So yeah,
Jabotinsky died before Israel was formed, though, right? He died in like the early 40s, I think.
Don't remember when he died.
Yeah.
But if you're saying that, then
and another thing, I know Trump did meet with Netanyahu, but he canceled their planned press conference because they want to talk about the tariffs.
So Netanyahu's off the hook then, basically.
Yeah. And now he's and then Trump apparently tried, and then Trump tried contacting the Egyptians and the Jordanians instead.
Interesting.
Man, Trump is just one bad day away from completely switching his policy and becoming like Pan-Arabia's greatest warrior or something.
That would be pretty based. I'd like to see how it goes.
Also, Lannis is here. I noticed that Lannis hasn't said
so cucked, dude. Fuck.
What?
Who, the Algerian guy?
Lannis, the guy with the lion profile. Yeah.
Who,
I guess he's not talking.
Hangnail's saying that if America gets
he,
drafted, all of you guys will dodge it because of your autism. What the?
True.
Man, I remember when Hangnails was a nice person.
Wait, it's only males though. It's only males that get drafted.
Autism? What the fuck, man? I think this stream is like. I wonder if this stream like makes people worse.
Wait, Lord Boys, can people in Scotland get drafted too? I mean, like the age demographic.
Yeah. I think the UK can do a draft. I think.
What's the age limit for people in?
Bro, I have no idea. We haven't done a draft. We haven't done a draft since World War II, man.
Mm.
Fuck.
Was there a draft during the Falklands War? I don't think so.
No, there wasn't a draft during the Falklands War.
Yeah. Okay.
Shit.
Yeah.
Get me away.
Well, I know that there are British
I thought
forces.
The Falklands War was the Soviets and the Finnish.
No, the Falklands War was when Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands, which was British territory, and Margaret Thatcher retook it, and she actually won. She actually regained popularity through that war. Like didn't Thatcher's approval rating go right up after that?
Did Thatcher's approval rating go up after what? Falklands.
The Falklands War.
Yeah, she rescued the empire. Yeah. To be fair, the invasion of the Falklands was a really bad idea. I don't know. It was just a few thousand British people lived there, basically. People who wanted to be part of Britain.
Yeah, I think the whole rationale for the invasion was the Argentinian regime was very unpopular, and they tried to like regain popularity by reclaiming what they thought was their territory.
Yeah.
And they invaded the day after anti-government riots in Buenos Aires.
Yeah,
but they ended up getting
just one shitty empire trying to get rid of a slightly less shitty empire.
Hold on a second. I gotta step out. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Can I make 3 short remarks and then ask Django some questions?
Yeah, but your mic is so quiet. You need to push it because I've already pushed you to 200%.
Yeah, your mic is hella low.
Hella low.
This is the max extent that I could shove my mic down my throat. So.
I think we could hear him, right?
Is it better now?
I think it's good.
Oh my God, they're coming for me.
Yeah, so first of all, the user
Doing what's cook. Not associate. Are you Algerian?
Me?
Oh, good shit. Go ahead. Yeah, are you?
No, I'm not Algerian.
Algerian. Are you oh, I think Sandar said that you're Algerian.
No, he was trolling because I posted some anti-Algerian memes or something like that.
What the fuck?
Yeah, first, the US Army is volunteer-based, so therefore Iran is very out of the question. Second of all, when Sundowner talked about the geopolitical interests of Iran, it is true that since Cyrus's times, Iran has wanted to have bases on the Mediterranean coast, but right now Iran doesn't have the financial capacity to do that. It is also evident given the structure of their navy, which is mostly made out of patrol boats, as they just want to do trade interdiction in their zone against Saudi and other GCC ships. And third of all, Bibi's relationship with Netanyahu isn't all that well. It's been pretty rocky. There's a great article on Axios on that. But
Trump's relation, you mean, or you said Bibi's relationship with Netanyahu?
Yeah, meant to say Trump, sorry.
Okay.
But if we return to the questions, I asked Django something in the chat. But in general, Django mentioned that MEK has low to none support in the population of Iran, but they do have a pretty large footprint in Albania and in Paris. Are there still terrorist attacks carried out by the MEK in Iran proper, or they're pretty quiet right now?
You want me to answer first, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. From what I know, the MEK they were powerful until 1367, which is 1986, like after the Iran-Iraq war. So until then they were prominent. They were doing a lot of terrorist attacks against the regime, and they had proper support. But I think right now they are basically irrelevant. Like, I don't think they have any support among anyone, especially in Iran. They have some people who they have in their camps. I don't exactly know what they are exactly doing there, or what exactly how they are financially like supported. Some people say they have oil wells or something somewhere, but in general, no. They are just they have no relevance in any discussion. They just try to insert themselves into the talking points, but in general, no. Their views are basically the regime 2.0. They don't have, like, they are not opposition because of their ideology. They are the opposition because they are not the ones in power. And on top of that, they have no foothold in the people. They used to have a lot of support, but they don't anymore. And you ask how they like get Republican lawmakers to speak to them. I think that's like the biggest disgrace these people have done. Like John Bolton and the other one, who was the foreign secretary during the first Trump? It was Pompeo. Yes, Pompeo. Like, these two guys, I think, talked at the convention. Like, that was, I think, the biggest fuck you they could have given to the Iranians, because like they are giving legitimacy to many people call it a cult like the MEK. I do think most of the people either don't even know what they are, or if they do, they just don't they find them as reprehensible as the regime itself. But
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think
they also fight against the regime, so you could say, like they are maybe temporary allies or something. You could say that.
Yeah, funny thing is that Rajavi spoke to some Republican lawmakers 2 days ago, I think.
Where? Who? Oh,
Rajavi.
which Republican? I know the president of
There
the.
was a convention. I can link the video.
Yeah, but I mean, no one in Iran even follows this stuff. They are just like sucking their own tails. They have no prominence in the between the people. I don't understand how like these, because when I think they don't care because they get so much money. Apparently John Bolton and the other guy, they got like $60,000 for like one speech that they gave at the convention that the last time. But yeah, these are like crazy people. They are as extreme as the regime, and they are no different than the ones currently in power. You can like find, you said Rajavi, like the husband of this woman, you can find his pictures with Khomeini after the revolution. Like they fell out over power dynamics. They don't oppose each other.
And if we talk about ISKP and the Balochi separatists, how are the problems reported in Iran, and also how do you feel the regime is handling the situation?
ISKP, I see. This is the
Islamic State
Eastern, these
Khorasan.
terrorist guys. Yeah, apparently these are ISIS, from what I heard from before, but they are not that prominent. They have done a few terrorist attacks, but I don't think they are, like they have much, like they are just terrorists that have done, I think, 1 or 2 terrorist attacks. I don't think there's any like analysis you can do about their power. I'm not so sure.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
not.
Also,
I don't have an idea.
if we
Yeah, thank you.
If we talk about the pan-Anarist movement, or what are the feelings in the population? Is there a larger sentiment?
And Iranism? You mean like the Greater Iran and stuff like that?
Not necessarily Greater Iran, but more cooperation with Tajikistan, Afghanistan.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know how people feel about that. People are not very political in that sense, or I'm not in political spheres. Like you might think I am, but I'm not. Like, I don't know how much people like think about these things. But me personally, I'm okay with having cultural relations and strong ties with all the Persian-speaking and culturally Iranians around the Middle East, that is Tajikistan, Afghanistan, even Iraq. Because as you know, like Iran is a very multi-cultural and multi-ethnic country. It's not like monolithic like many other, like maybe parts of Syria or something like that. We have Turks, we have Kurds, we have like all of these are Iranians. Iran is not like an ethnic. It's not an ethnic group or something like that. It's a cultural thing, and the most thing you could say that unites the people is the language. You could argue for maybe that's the most unifying things, and there are many other countries that also speak Persian. Afghanistan, the Tajiks. So it's not inconceivable that in the future you could have a regional pact or something like that. But I mean, I don't have very strong opinions on that. Like the situation currently is like is very dire. Like it's the existence of even the borders of Iran as we currently know, and like the economic collapse of the country. Like it's like thinking about far future stuff. Like how would you, like in an ideal world, maybe even in an ideal world, you want Iran to have nuclear weapons. Like why not? But in the current situation where you have a regime that suppresses its own people, kills people in the streets, and wants to destroy everyone in the world, like you have to like work with the problem at hand and then come to and then like think about future prospects is what I think, because if you like try to like this is the problem, if you try to go too far into the future, you're just gonna like stay in indecision for the rest of your life, and you're not gonna do anything. Like there have been many talks, and this is also something that the regime wants here, is that people don't know what they want after the regime collapses, and they like put fear in the people's minds that if we collapse, we're going to become like Syria. If we collapse, we're going to become. When they say Syria, they mean before Assad collapses. They mean this destruction that follow. They don't say that after Assad collapses anymore, because Iranian people like that to happen. But they try to put doubt in your mind that how good things in the future can be if you don't know exactly what you want, exactly how you want it. But that's not true. Like if you have a problem right now, you can do it piece by piece. And the first thing you have to do is to get rid of this regime.
Thank you very much, and maybe I'll ask
thank you.
a question. Isn't Khamenei an ethnic Azeri?
Oh no, apparently he's Indian. Believe it or not.
No,
He's not
because
Azeri.
I wanted to say that the driver was wrong to talk about an Arab-occupied government when he should be talking about the Turkic-occupied one. But whatever.
No, it's not Arab. When you say Arab, it's not correct. Like it's as I said, Khomeini was Indian. He was himself was Indian. We have many state people, government people who are Iraqis right now. That doesn't mean it's an Arab-controlled government. That's a little bit of because as you know, Iran was invaded by the Arabs 1,300 years ago or something like that, and people still like think about that, and that's a big talking point. And they have a deep hatred for like the Arabs and stuff like that. Like that is a natural thing that people have. Even though we have Arabs in our country, like the southern of Iran, people are ethnically Arab. The hatred is very wrong and is misguided, because the current regime is not Arabic. They are hardline Islamists. They are Islamofascists or something like that.
Lord Box, I also want to remind you, there's also Rick Khan has been in the waiting room for a while. His family is a Mizrahi Jewish, and I think he's been wanting to talk to you about something.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
But I still have questions for Changel, though, the Iranian guy.
Yeah. I have another thing. Another thing that happened in Iran way more recently was the Iran-Iraq War in the 80s, and that definitely kind of played a huge role in shaping the country's history as well. When Saddam Hussein tried invading, didn't they get all the way to Iran or something? They got pretty far into the country, right?
They did, but the Iranians repelled them, and then sadly they didn't accept the peace offer, and the Khomeini and the hardliners said, no, we're going to take Baghdad and we're going to just destroy Iraq, and they prolonged the war, and eventually they lost, and they had to after 8 years and around 1 million people dead, they had to come to the negotiating table. What was your question? You said, what did you ask?
I guess it wasn't really a question, but like, I'm sure they still talk about that event a lot in Iranian propaganda and history.
A lot, yes, they do. They do, yes.
Because that was way more recently than the other stuff.
They do, yes. There is also the Syrian war, and that's also like something that is a little bit, became also prominent. But yes, the Iran-Iraq war is still like a very big part of the culture here. Even though Iran hasn't gotten any war reparations, Iran, like they still have, the very good, ties with Iraq, but we never got any reparations because Iraq was the instigator of that war. But yes, it's very prominent in the culture. You can see it everywhere because so many people died and got martyred. Many people got with chemical weapons got killed, and yes, that was a big deal.
From what I understand, it was basically like World War I style trench warfare in a lot of places, where they would just like send hundreds and thousands of men over trenches and just right into like machine gun and gas fire. It was like very horrific.
Yes. The deaths on the Iranian side was, I think, more because I think the traitorous, like basically, incompetency of the leadership and the military leaders. Because, as you know, after the revolution, they killed all the top-rank militants and the generals, and there was nothing left of the military, and Iran was weakened. During the Shah regime, Iran and Iraq had some problems with the border, but Saddam would never dare to even start an invasion like this.
Well, yeah,
But
because they were a lot more.
Yes, I mean the regime weakened the military, and due to the weakening the military, it became this. You say trench warfare. Yes, some parts of it was classical warfare, but what you know now as the RERGC, that you call the RERGC, during those times, these people fought a insurgency type, non-symmetrical warfare type war against the Iraqis, and they were also they had a prominent effect on the war's outcome, even though their methods were very they didn't care about human lives, because, as you know, it's also prominent in other Arabic cultures. It's the martyrdom and the jihad kind of stuff. So they would just bring young people, 14 years old, 15 years old, from schools, not even by force. Like, many of them were brainwashed, or not brainwashed, maybe patriotic or anything like that, or maybe jihad feeling, and they brought them to the front lines without training and with a gun, and they basically put them to the meat grinder. There are countless of these horror stories that the military leaders say now of their incompetency. That there's a example of this of this guy. Oh God, I forgot his name. Mohsen Rezai, who is now, I think, a economic advisor to the supreme leader. He was also the presidential nominee a few times. This guy has said in an interview that we knew that the Iraqis, our operation was given away, was compromised, and they knew that we were going to attack. It was an operation with divers. They were sending divers under a river somewhere, and they were trying to take it. I'm not sure the details, but they knew the operation was compromised, yet they still did the operation. So they just basically sent these people to their deaths.
Jesus. Well, wasn't... Also, by the way, another little Trump update. He's back to talking about the Gaza plan.
Hey. The Riviera, what's Baby doing? Is he smiling?
What do you, Loner, what do you think of the Democrats and the Republicans on foreign policy? What do you see? Maybe except Trump, because Trump is just crazy and unpredictable, but just on the principles and what they have accomplished, what do you think about their foreign policies? Which one of them has been more effective, do you think?
Trump's is coherent in some ways, at least. Democrats are just, I don't know. I feel like both of them have just completely abandoned. This is true of a lot of the rest of it. With the Cold War, a lot of these countries were at least decisive on what they wanted and what they were willing to commit their arms to. And this time it's just nothing, really. Trump has got this kind of weird brand of isolationism, but also we're going to be massive hawks on the things that matter to us. Whereas the Democrats are just very piecemeal. I feel like people don't like military spending anymore because of the Iraq war, mainly. People don't like intel and America's liberal stance to foreign policy because of the Iraq war as well. But I think as a result, the Democratic approach has just been this kind of drip feed, where they give a little bit to Ukraine, but they say you can use this, but not in that way, and you can use this, but not in that way. And for Gaza, it was kind of the same thing. Israel's got a right to defend itself, but also the destruction is really bad, so we're going to do one embargo on this thing, and we'll sanction this settler here. But it just, again, very incoherent, I think. They're not really willing to commit.
Because something that I see, among the Iranian analysts, not the government ones, I mean the people here and the analysts that talk about these things, it's a very consensus that the democratic plan to deal with Iran was a disaster and it backfired. The JCPOA and trying to denuclearize Iran through peace talks and stuff like that, that was a big mistake, and the people hate the Democrats for it. They hate them a lot. They hate them.
I have my Sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I've had my own problems with how the Democrats handled Israel, but again, compared to the Republicans, it's like night and day. I mean, Trump literally wants to
No,
like
but-
openly.
Yes, I mean, I agree that Trump is crazy and his foreign policy on some aspects and his domestic policies are a disaster, in my opinion, on what I believe in. But on the special case of Iran, it's like the outcome of the Obama, like there is a chart you can see of Iranians being executed in Iran for any crimes, for either drug charges or political violence, and it's exactly like you can just map it directly to the 4 years of Obama and then 4 years of Trump and then 4 years of Biden, and it just goes up and down because of the stick that Obama was like. The view that the Democrats have of Iran is that it's like of the regime, is that the regime, you can just talk with it and they will pragmatically talk with you, and they want the interest of the people, and they will denuclearize themselves to have economic prosperity. But that's not how these guys operate. Like, they have misread how to deal with the problem at hand, and because of that, the Iranian people have paid for it by basically feeling abandoned on the world stage. And many people here love Trump, and I think mistakenly, but they think that Trump's foreign policy is going to help them, and it's going to, at the very least, like, weaken the regime. It's going to weaken the regime, I agree to that, but there's also a high chance that he's going to start a war, and I'm not very fond of a war starting, even though maybe in the long run it might be good for the people, but it's going to be a bloodbath if something like this happens.
Well, basically, like, if also, like, Trump can like order strikes on Iran for like up to 90 days, but after 90 days he has to get like congressional approval if he wants to like continue a full-on war. I believe that's how it works.
But that was the case with Iraq as
Isn't
well,
that
wasn't
like
it?
a joke?
Yeah, that's not actually going to be used, is it?
That's not going to be a problem. Like, if he wants to. I mean, he's like already breaking every law. So even if you take that talking point, that's not even going to work.
But this is one that even normal presidents will go past. Like, no one follows that 90-day shit. Yeah.
If only.
Because you just have a different definition of like what actually going to war is, for Congress.
He also has the Congress, so even if they want to vote, they're going to vote with him. So
Congress is going to go to war with Iran. Yeah.
Is this necessarily will constitute going to war if he orders an attack on the Iranian?
No, not necessarily. To cross the American threshold, no.
It's like the intervention in Libya or Syria, where they bombed with where they used, I don't know Serbia, but where they used drones and didn't put any soldiers there.
Well, yeah, in Serbia it's the same thing. They used planes to bomb Serbian territory and they bombed into Belgrade and all that, but they didn't send any ground troops.
Interesting.
I mean, I live in Israel. I have mixed emotions about this because, well, I understand the importance of fucking bombing them. Yeah, I understand this, but like, I mean, we will get bombed too.
I don't know.
Wow.
I mean, the thing
do you actually believe that? Do you actually believe that? I don't think you do. That Iranians have not the Iranians, the regime has the capability of actually effectively damage Israel.
It had capability to hit Nevatim air base, the biggest air base in Israel in the Negev.
I think that's a little bit of a. I'm not saying you are, but that's like a right-wing talking point a little bit, because the Iranians, they can't have any attack on Israel. They don't have any power from the mainland.
No. Listen, they have it's missiles are basically a statistical weapon, right? I served in the Iron Dome in the IDF, basically, and every artilleryman can tell you fire enough metal into a square area, you have exact, for artillery specifically, it's not the exact example, but you have set equations of how much metal you should fire into a certain area to cover it.
On the last attack they did, they shot 200 missiles or something like that.
That's right.
To
No, that's
Israel proper. And that was
correct.
but That was 1/3 of or 1/4 of their entire ammunition depot. So
Well, isn't it also, hang on,
do you
isn't it
believe
also the case now, before we go into that, isn't it also the case now that America is sending air defense of
Yes,
our
they are
own?
sending THAAD, but
No,
the
but no,
equation with air
the
defense is
the
basically to
missiles
shoot
are like
enough to
supersonic.
overwhelm. And you always can shoot enough to overwhelm. It is easier to manufacture bombs and missiles than it is to manufacture air defense systems and planes, and like it's a game of numbers, okay? And I believe that if Iran really wants, they can do serious damage, not in terms of like we will be annihilated, but in terms of like I don't know, maybe difficulties will be felt by the average Israeli, which is me.
I don't think that's. I mean, maybe that's some sort of a threat, but even like as I said, that was like 1/3 of their entire ammunition. Like even if they replenish all of that and get twice as much as they had, how many buildings or military bases are they going to hit? Because none of those, there was 0 casualties. There was like 1 Palestinian that got killed by a rocket falling on his head or something like that. Was terrible.
He was killed exactly by a interceptor debris that fell down.
No, it was. Yeah, it was a debris. Yeah, a debris fell on his head. But there was 0 deaths in Israel. It was like a road that was hit and a school. And I agree that maybe if you shoot 200 rockets, maybe 2 of them is gonna hit. But like you can compare that to Israel's capability. Like they have airplanes. They have missiles.
Yeah.
they
You have the
bunkers.
David Sling. You have the Iron Dome. Well, Iron Dome is not for the ballistic missiles, but you have the
defense,
Arrow
yes.
2 and Arrow 3. I think you're
No,
German, right?
I'm not talking about the defense. I'm talking about the offensive capabilities. Like it's night and day. Like even if Iranians, let's say they can kill like 200 people with missile attacks. If they shoot all of the missile, that's still nothing compared to the damage that Israel alone, without the United States, can do to Iran. So
I don't think
I
Israel
don't think-
alone. I don't think Israel alone. Listen, it's also a game of having reserves. You don't throw everything you have, right?
I mean, if Iran is bombing, if Iran is bombing your cities, you're going to want to throw everything you have. I don't think the threat.
Cities.
No, I don't think that the threat that the regime actually is it is a threat, but it's not a big threat to Israel proper. The most threat that they have is through these groups that they support, like Hezbollah or Hamas. And
They
these
are
guys.
all threats.
don't
They are
think-
all threats. But think to yourself, Iran was getting Hezbollah as a deterrence measure against Israel for not attacking the facilities. You know this, right? This was their like MO. Now they don't have Hezbollah. Now, if the facilities get bombed, they will be very, with the back to the wall. Don't you think?
Is your fear that they're just going to be feeling? Is your fear that Iran is just going to feel like they're a cornered fucking animal and they're done? So they might as well they'll just unload everything they have at one last pop.
No, but my point is they, even if they unload everything they have, short of nuclear weapons, if they somehow have nuclear weapons, that's different. But short of nuclear weapons, their capabilities, it cannot possibly have any can pose a big threat to Israel. Like look at Ukraine and Russia. Like these are 2 neighboring countries, and Russia, the superpower, is like stuck in Ukraine. Like how is Iran going to damage Israel from like 2 countries? The only thing
If they
can do
throw
is
everything at once, I think yes. And if they are enough with the back to the wall cornered, they might try. And also you said short of nuclear weapons. I don't believe they have nuclear weapons by now, but I'm a physicist, but I'm not in the nuclear field. They might have enough for dirty bombs. I don't know. Can be an option.
What's a dirty bomb?
Dirty bomb is
like
a conventional weapon where you strap like radioactive materials to it, and you just bomb it, and you just create nuclear pollution. Without the nuclear weapon capability of energy release, you get like a effects of nuclear pollution. It's a term. I think it's a real term. Like you can Google it.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure if you're like the fallout from that is going to be as much as a nuclear weapon from for the attacker. Like the entire world is going to fucking destroy you if you do something like this. That's like basically chemical
you
warfare.
think the nuclear you think the nuclear taboo stands also for dirty bombs? I'm not sure. I don't know. It's not tested.
No, I mean,
it's uncharted.
No, I mean, it's a very big step from just shooting rockets. Like that's, I'm pretty sure that if you do something like that, there's going to be very bigger international outcry. But hey, I mean, I don't know. Like,
I think the problem is there's like I don't think our friend here is like worried about losing. I think they're just worried about like if Iran is actually going to get its facilities struck, then their response is just going to cause like a good amount of damage to Israel, like enough for the average citizen to be worried that it might be them. You know, is that basically what you're saying?
It's a very small country.
I really
yeah,
doubt.
I know.
I really doubt.
It sounds like you're worrying that Iran just throws off one last fucking blast and just unloads everything they have, and then Israel maybe loses like 100, 200 people, right? That's like worst case scenario. No,
the worst case scenario if Iran manages to disable some infrastructure, in my opinion, like power grid, water grid. Military capabilities. This puts Israel in a very like precarious state.
No, but think about it. If Iran's back is to the wall, they're not going to shoot to Israel that is 2 countries away. They're going to shoot around themselves where they can actually do some proper damage. They're going to want to destabilize. When they say destabilize the region, they don't mean that they're going to shoot Israel. Their target for Israel is complete destruction. They don't care like killing a few people. What they will do if their back is against the wall during an attack is going to basically attack their neighbors and maybe stop the oil from going through the Hormuz Strait and stuff like this. They're not going to put their focus when they're actually dying towards like shooting it.
No, they're not dying. They're not dying. Their grand plan of obtaining a nuclear weapon is foiled basically, right? Is that how you say in English? So like.
Yeah.
Then this will not be like cornered in terms of like they fear annihilation, but cornered in terms of like their whole project, their whole economy that supposed to build this is gone now, and it's like kind of a loser.
Okay, but no, if I mean they know what the capabilities are. They're not going to shoot just their last shot at destabilizing the region just to like tickle Israel. I don't think that's realistic. I do think that what they're gonna do. I think what they're gonna do is they want to start a war. What they would like to happen is that the war goes on for longer than maybe a few weeks and a few months. Like the bombing is not going to destroy their will completely. That's what they are counting on, and they can rally behind this and actually start. They hope is to actually have a nuclear weapon. They want to become like North Korea, so that is their end goal with this all war talk and stuff like this. And if they get to the nuclear weapons, maybe they will. After that, they will actually consider, going out with a bang and destroying Israel as they destroy themselves. That is a probability.
Yeah, this is for sure. They're aiming for nukes to use them, not to. Yeah, I don't believe.
Yeah, but before that, I don't think it's realistic that they're going to attempt even to. Like they have lost so much during this few months that. It's very inconsistent, and they are under the threat of being attacked.
Yeah, but they
by
didn't lose the main thing yet. They didn't lose the thing that they were propping the other things to protect. You understand? It's like circles that go towards the center, and the center thing is their nuclear, obtaining the nuke, and then you deny them of this. So like.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying is probable, but I would say that it's very strategically unwise of them to do something. But hey,
it is strategically unwise to rig all of your economy to just destroy Israel and get the nukes.
But this is But this is like you are like one step from non-existent at this point. Like you are on the verge of destruction. Like this is very like even the most ideologically driven non-pragmatic person is going to like double think this. But even
listen,
they might be so crazy
Sinwar was ideologically driven, dogmatic, and he was dogmatic enough to go for a suicide mission basically.
Yes, that's true.
It's like I feel. Never mind.
I mean, so
No, I
the thing
mean, I
about it,
agree with you. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that I'm not very worried about them hitting Israel again. I'm not too worried about that. Even if they do, they're not going to do too much damage. I don't think that's a very big concern. Like, because what you're saying is basically we shouldn't attack Iran. Like, this is what you are talking about. I'm also for not attacking Iran. Like, I'm also for
This
that.
is
But
not what
your
I'm saying.
argument-
This is not what I'm saying.
then
I'm
what?
accepting my fate willingly. That we should attack Iran. That this is the correct thing to do.
well, I mean, the thing about a hypothetical attack on Iran, like let's say it doesn't just stop at strikes. Let's say, God forbid, there's like actual troops on the ground. That would just simply be a
Where?
bloodbath.
From
In
Iran? In Iran.
Yeah.
I don't think Israel is capable of sending troops in. I
No,
don't think
United
US
States.
is
No.
willing to send troops in.
I agree.
Yeah,
I
because
agree.
that would simply be unbearable. I mean, Iran's basically like a giant mountain, right? In terms of geography, it's
Not. It's like you seize the capital and then the regime collapses because the people don't want
I
the
don't think.
regime.
It might be like that. I'm not like I'm 50-50 on this. It might go like Iraq, where the regime failed in like 10 days or something like that.
The regime will
Or
fail.
could
It doesn't
go-
have popular support.
Well, yeah,
no,
well,
but,
the regime
but think
failed.
about
The
this.
regime
No,
failed.
no, but think about this. These guys are at their core. These guys are insurrectionists, so they're not going to give up to just
That's
just
right.
because
You
they
will
lost the
you will
government.
have
They're
another
going to
Iraq with a
become
vacuum. Yes, probably.
or an Afghanistan. You're going to have an Afghanistan.
Yeah, you will have
And
something
that's
with a
going to be a
vacuum.
night-
Mhm.
Yes,
Well, yeah,
that's going to be a
because
nightmare.
in Afghanistan, like when America invaded Afghanistan in 2001, it didn't take long for us to take Kabul. It only took like a few weeks or something like that. But we spent like the next 20 years fighting the rebels in the mountains, and we just could never really dislodge them properly. And also, a lot of them would run over the border to Pakistan and stuff. So I feel like if, God forbid, something similar were to be tried in Iran, we'd see a similar result where, yeah, maybe we could take Tehran and depose the regime, but I wouldn't stop their supporters in the hills and in the more rugged parts of the country from forming a considerably effective resistance. And that's where the grinder would really begin.
Also, like
Yes, what I think the most effective strategy of destroying them is to have them be destroyed by from inside, from the people here, like killing them and destroying them from the outside. That might work, but if you are occupying, start sending soldiers in, that's going to be a nightmare. Even
I
the
have
people
a-
here are not going to accept something like that.
I have a curious thought about Iran and destroying from the inside and whatever, right? When you have the protest in Iran for Mahsa Amini, which was the girl,
The Kurdish girl who was killed for not wearing
I
the
don't know
hijab.
if she's Kurdish, but she was murdered by the Modesty police, right?
Well, yeah, that's the
So
important
there
part.
were super major protests. They had to bring Hezbollah in from Lebanon to pacify the people.
Wait, did they?
Israel
I didn't know that.
can create the pager plan, right? Couldn't
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Israel just turn off the lights in Iran for these protests for the time to assist them?
Why?
I don't.
Why would they do?
Why would they do?
Why would they turn off the? You
to-
mean they would suppress the protest in Iran? Why would they do that?
No, turn off the lights.
help the
Turn off the
protesters,
power
you're saying.
in Iran.
I
Turn
can
off the
tell
power
they
to
sabotage the
Iran.
regime.
Yeah, to sabotage the regime, to help the people
Uh-huh.
topple the regime.
I read an
But
article a couple of years ago about someone saying that we should give Starlink to the protesters.
Yeah, no, but I
Like that
mean,
kind of
Israel has the capabilities, the pager plot. I mean, theoretically, if you can do the pager plot thing, you can do much more. If you can assassinate Ismail Haniyeh in the IRGC quarters where he was a guest of honor, you can do much more, right?
Bro, isn't half
We
of the
already had-
IRGC fucking Mossad operators anyway right now?
Right,
That
right.
is true.
Just,
yeah.
just activate them
why
to kill the other half, and then you're done.
Exactly. Why the fuck Israel didn't do anything, or maybe Israel did and it failed.
Or maybe I mean many people here believe in the conspiracy that Iran and Israel are just friends who are just this is all just memes for them, and there are some evidence for that, like the Iran Contra affair or the fact that
Yeah, because
the October
Israel and
7th
Iran
attack
kind
just happened.
Yeah,
and,
'cause
and
Israel.
stuff like this. That people with conspiracy brains are going to say, hey, like these people, like the Israel has so they have assassinated so many people here, from the Fakhrizadeh, from and all these crazy plots that they have done here, and
Well,
they
I mean,
say,
the
like, how are you
scientists-
not? And I don't think that's a conspiracy. I think that they just, it's unwise of them to just start assassinating state leaders in Iran, because that would be crazy. Like, because anyone who would come after this is going to say, why is Israel meddling and assassinating our military leaders, even if they are from the regime? Like, that's not going to be a good look. I think it's going to happen.
don't
It
think
has
so.
to be
I
a
don't think
nation,
so.
right?
The thing is that like Israel kind of Netanyahu loves using Iran as a threat, so that way he can rally against it and he can get more support
That
from
is
the
true.
West and its population.
That is
And on
true.
the other side, Iran, the Ayatollah, they are using Israel and America as threats because they can also use them to rally support. So they kind of both kind of live off of each other.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
hate
The right
Netanyahu.
wingers of both sides love each other. The right hardliners always love each other. Yes.
Yeah, listen, I hate Netanyahu. I think he is a traitor that should be tried for treachery in during the war, right? Because he's mishandling the war and letting people die for nothing. But I don't think he is a cynicist up to that point to have a extremist Shia regime that has bounded itself to annihilate Israel and to break bread with them. Basically, I don't think this is the case for Netanyahu, even for him.
They don't need to break.
But also think about this. Like, what you're saying is, like, this is very, very unlawful. As even though that might be a joke, but it's not very to just start assassinating like military leaders.
Unlawful?
And,
Who is upholding the law?
political
Who is the
lead-
global police?
I mean, it's a little crazy. Like, just starting
That's
doing that,
right.
you're going to lose a lot of support. Like, it's,
America
That's why I
did it.
wanted to. That's why I wanted to assassinate Saddam. Like,
Yeah.
they actually fucking planned it. I don't think they are worried about the law.
Okay, that,
No,
no, but
they wanted
on
Saddam
that-
in the fucking like
but,
90s, right? So okay.
Yeah. They had like a propped up a studio room to film him and murk
Wasn't
him.
there also,
They had an
wasn't there also
exploding
like a plot-
statue. That was another one. They were going to booby trap a statue. They were going to
Wasn't there
fucking
also a plot to like? Wasn't there also a plot to break his telephone?
yeah.
Yeah, but then there was also, I think there's also fears that if he died, his son Uday would take over, and he was far worse.
Yeah.
The only reason
mean,
they
the
aborted that
reason
mission
they
was
did
because they
the-
blew a bunch of their own guys in that dress rehearsal, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And the guy who was dressed as Saddam survived. So it went,
the reason you say the pager attack, the reason the pager attack was successful and worked is because the Hezbollah has no grounding and it has no support from the people there. It's just some foreign funded thing that is an entity that's just it has no legitimate government. It's just like a military there. That's different from just starting to assassinate heads of state, even though they might not have the support of the people, but they are still legitimately, quote unquote, in power, right? Like, you can't
You
just.
think
if
the
you're not from
Iranians
war-
would rally around the flag for a religious dictatorship?
Not the people, but I think the current supporters who are like torn apart right now are going to be united. Yes, the hardliners are going to be united.
Aren't
yes.
a lot of Iranians secular?
They are
Yes, that's
getting
true.
secularized because they hate the regime.
Also, I think
Yes,
I think
but there is
Mahmoud
still a
Kaiser wants to say
minority.
something.
I think we're underestimating like the nationalism that's still there. Like, if your country gets attacked,
nationalism.
it's still like, yeah,
Do
you're
you
still
think the
feeling
nationalism
like-
is actually for the Islamic Republic, not for the
Yes,
great
people-
Persian
for the
nation?
country. For the country.
No,
but
the
there's
people.
a-
No, the people. No, the crazy thing is the people here. I mean, I don't to that extent, but many people here just pray to that the Israel or United States just bombs these mullah out of orbit. Like, this is things that people here actually think, even though they love
Where is
Iran.
here?
They love
Are
their
you from
country.
Iran?
Yes, I'm from Iran.
Oh, really?
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. He was here. He was talking about like Iran and stuff.
Yeah, I hope no one's
Interesting. Well-
fucking engaging in acts of treachery by talking to each other, right?
Wow, this is I didn't
Wow.
know this. No, but like.
Yes. We will fight each other in a few months, bro. We
Did
will-
you get tortured?
we'll go to-
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah.
Yes, on the
Yeah,
fields
Chongo-
of.
Chong-
yeah.
Yeah,
Do you like
Chongo,
the Shah? Do you like the Shah?
Yeah, Chongo, me and you are gonna be fighting the desert soon. It's gonna be me, Lannis, and then versus you. We're gonna be like fighting in the Persian Gulf somewhere in a few months.
No, it's like more than Normandy. We will liberate, and he will join us from the FFI.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I will be drafted, so I don't know if that is true. I don't know.
So do you live in Iran, Shankar, or are you just from there?
I currently live here, yes.
Oh,
No,
so
I'm
you do
joking
live-
about the draft. I hope we don't get drafted. What? What?
Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
I do live
did you
here.
hear me? Okay, yeah, I guess so.
Yes.
Just so Loner might not be joking. You might want to make sure that like you're not committing treason by talking to like Israelis and Americans and stuff.
Reason? I mean, if the state knows, I guess that will be problematic.
Yeah,
You know how many Israelis recently were tried in Israel for like treachery because they had some Iranian intelligence approaching them and asking them to photo certain places.
I didn't know.
I didn't know that was a thing.
I saw recently there was some pretty intense protests in Tel Aviv, and like a female member of the Knesset got thrown around by the police. I saw that happening.
Yeah. Naama Lazimi.
Yeah, that's her name. Yoar Galan got pushed to the ground a few weeks ago because he called the settlers like, what did he call it? Settlers subhuman or something?
That's not why they pushed him to the ground. He was just protesting.
He was protesting and he got caught in the fire, which is something that happens in protests when people get rowdy.
Yeah.
Was that like a fucking save the hostages? Was that hostages ceasefire deal, or what was that protest
Listen,
about?
they all are mixed between save the hostages, fuck the government, don't undermine the Shin Bet director because you are investigated by him. All of this is a fucking mix of all of them, and this shit. I mean, I'm very torn apart on this because this Shin Bet director shot his pants on the 7th of October, right? Literally, he shot his pants. He had only one mission and he didn't do it.
What was he supposed to do?
But what?
What was his mission?
To prevent it.
Oh.
To.
I mean, they all did that.
They all did that, but he also gave like a report, which was publicized here in Israel, and where they claimed that like basically we saw signs and we didn't interpret them correctly, and that's it. We fucked up.
Yeah, they saw 5
Basically,
signs, but that was everyone, though, wasn't it? That was Halevi and it was Shin Bet.
Yeah, but Shin
IDF
Bet is. I think Shin Bet is in charge of seeing the signs.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense.
Well, I mean, because there were all kinds of warnings, like those scouts on the border, like those female scouts, the ones who sat the monitors. They reported seeing like Hamas training way more than they usually did, and they saw them like.
Yeah. But Shin Bet saw the SIM cards activating, and this is like a sign. And maybe the military intelligence can see this? I don't know. I was not in this, so like basically, I mean, but now Netanyahu is firing him for whatever reason after 1.5 years of war, which he was fine with him, and very suspiciously there is a investigation on Netanyahu's closest media aides on receiving money from Qatar. So like people make 1 + 1.
I mean, wasn't like right before the recent ceasefire fell apart? Wasn't that the same day he was supposed to go to court?
Yes.
Yeah, which is very convenient timing.
This is I think it's irrelevant because he has to go to court for the next months every week 3 times because this is how his hearing is scheduled. It's not like a special thing.
And speaking of Netanyahu, you speak of Trump earlier, and I think he ended up slipping up, and he said that Gaza was where the Palestinians were locked up or something like that. He used those words.
Fuck.
What funny about the press conference is that Trump said that Bibi would never give Gaza away for peace, right? Trump said it, and Bibi actually voted in the Knesset for the displacement plan, or however you call it in English.
Wait, there's actually a Knesset vote on that?
There was a Knesset vote on the disengagement. Yeah, disengagement plan. There was a Knesset
the
vote,
disengagement
and he voted
plan.
yes. He voted for this.
But I thought he opposed it vocally, didn't he?
He opposed it vocally, but he voted for this, bro.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, Israeli politics 101 for you.
Yeah, based.
That brings me to another thing. How much of the Israeli population supports the Trump idea?
I don't know. I don't
Like,
support it personally. I think it's stupid because it's unrealistic.
That's
It's also
the
very
first reason.
No. Listen. If the Palestinians would decide of their own volition to say, listen, we'll find a better place to live, I wouldn't mind. But like, they are here. They are not moving. This is the reality, and I don't want IDF soldiers to move them forcefully, because these are my friends. These are people who I work with. These are people who I know from my childhood. I don't want my friends to take part in this.
Yeah.
Trump is like a ball of chaos, just random things that no one wants.
The Riviera plan. You know, the Riviera, it's so beautiful. Make it the most beautiful Riviera of the Middle East. Going to have nice bearded belly dancers and cheese hummus bowls for my friend Elon. Me and Netanyahu are going to...
Is there... So the Knesset's not voting on any plan of action for Gaza now besides the...
No.
Yeah, okay.
They are not voting. And if like right now the Knesset is... I think Smotrich also said this, but it got beyond Smotrich, you know, because he gives the radical ideas.
Yeah.
And it got beyond Smotrich that Israel would annex parts of Gaza until they release hostages.
Yeah.
So for annexing, the Knesset would have to vote. 100%.
Okay.
Well, Smotrich and Ben-Gvir are also like both open Trump supporters, right? Like, didn't they like endorse him?
Yeah, Bibi also open Trump supporter.
Oh,
Also,
yeah, of course, I knew that.
Also, do we think that it's a Smotrich's idea? Do you think the Knesset would vote in favor of it, annexing for hostages?
I don't know. This is a very hard thing to tell. I don't know.
Okay.
Also, might depend on the size of how much you annex. If they annex only, I don't know, Beit Lahia, only one neighborhood, you know.
Yeah.
This might pass.
And the reason I was asking about polls, because I saw recently there's something saying that like 85% of Israelis support the Trump plan, but I don't really know if there's any evidence to that. So that's why I was asking you.
These polls are problematic. Let me tell you why. When the polls say 70% support the ceasefire deal, whatever, right? They don't. This is a very broad question and not in specifics. Because if the question would be stated, do you support the ceasefire for ending the war and leaving Hamas in power? Do you support a temporary ceasefire and then coming back to the fighting, you know? All of these fall under the question, do you support the ceasefire?
Uh-huh.
So like it's different to gauge. It's a general issue with polls which are not detailed.
Well, that's why I think if you asked most Israelis, like if everyone in Gaza just like got bored and left, would you support that? They'd probably say yes. Okay, but if the question was like, would you actually want the IDF to go in there and conduct a fucking like expulsion campaign and shoot over people's heads until they run away to Egypt or into the sea? They'd probably say no. You know,
I think less people would say yes to that. I want to hope that I live in a place where less people would say that.
And also, just to be clear, the Knesset, that's basically like Israel's parliament, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just to make sure. Just to make sure, because it's not like a
uni-chamber parliament. Yes.
Yeah. It's a very, very tenuous, not tenuous or tedious. I don't know what the right word is. It's a very dangerous situation over there right now from everything I've been seeing lately. Has there any news updates from Syria, by the way?
I don't know.
Yeah, that Erdogan is willing or trying or in the process of taking over like air bases in Syria and Israel, bomb them before they come.
Oh.
Well,
Well, you can't have Hassan there.
At the start, Giuliani was trying not to get Turkey involved because he knew that would happen, but given the airstrike, it's pretty much a done deal that Turkey is going to take over some Syrian air bases. After that, Israel said that they just don't want Turkish presence in the south of Syria, but I haven't read any new reports. Giuliani was going to have a diplomatic meeting too with some Arab leaders.
Giuliani was propped, like Trump is right about the Syrian uprising and Giuliani being propped by Turkey. He's like very on spot on this. If on anything, you know.
Depends what
I mean, I know the SNA. I know the SNA.
You're very quiet.
I know the SNA was like backed by Turkey, but I don't know if HTS was specifically really supported by them.
He's right in that it was propped up in the sense that they were given economic aid, but SNA were really just Turkish proxies. That's the big difference. Also, the people there were hired by Turkey. There were Grey Wolves that fought there. Ex-ISIS fighters. When Giuliani had a larger degree of autonomy, he even had an offensive against SNA units. They squabbled also during this.
What is the SNA? Is it Tahrir al-Sham?
No,
Syrian
the Turkish
National
backed
Army.
rebels are SNA.
Syrian National Army, I think.
Yeah, but the most bulwark of capturing Syria was done by Tahrir al-Sham of Giuliani, no?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the one that rallied them all together. Yeah.
Yeah, but
he's the Bismarck.
The thing
Yes,
is that
literally.
did a lot of work because when Hayat al-Sham started to have gains, they conquered Aleppo in 2 or 3 days. There were uprisings in Dara. The old FSA rebels rose up again there. Even some of the US-backed ones in Antauf, in the Antan pocket helped. Kurds also took over the resort, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe Sufur can fact check me on that.
Yeah, and I think I could be wrong, but I think there are some Grey Wolf members in the SNA. If anyone knows what those are.
There are.
Really?
Yes,
Yes.
there are also ex-ISIS members. I don't know if you can hear me, but Turkey used to recruit ex-ISIS members. There are a lot of Iraqi Turkmen there, a lot of Turkmen groups in general, and this is there are 2 battalions which are very loved by Erdogan. One of them is the Hamza one with I forgot his name, but they do a lot of war crimes and they always have the latest Turkish equipment. In fact, those were the guys that dropped Soviet anti-ship torpedoes on the Syrian coast, and they were the ones that was mostly responsible for the Alawite massacres.
Yeah,
Basically, this is like a Turkish foreign legion.
Yeah. And the
This
Grey
is
Wolves.
how you describe it.
I wouldn't describe it as that because the French Foreign Legion is very disciplined. It is just Turkish thugs.
Yeah, but it's Turkish. It's not French, bro.
Yeah, I know. But still,
And the Grey Wolves in particular are like a super far right, like Turkish paramilitary group. They're very active in Turkey. They're active in Syria. They're active all over the region, and they're basically racist against anybody who isn't Turkish. Like they hate Arabs, they hate Jews, they hate Kurds, they hate Armenians.
Ultra-nationalists of the garden variety that you have in every country.
True. Yeah, they're basically like neo-Ottomans. Is how I best describe them. They're like pro-Ottoman revival people.
Fucking Turks,
The
bro.
Ummah.
In fact, I think
No,
they're so
Ummah is a Muslim term, specifically religious.
That was Arab.
Term.
Well,
Not Arab,
Ottoman.
Muslim.
Oh, in fact, I think the Grey Wolves are so radical they don't even like Erdogan. They think he's like a Western plant,
Based.
which is the same thing Hassan believes. Interestingly enough.
I don't know,
they
this conversation of Hassan with the Iranian dude. Listen, it's like every Iranian person in Israel that I meet, like, you know, Persian Jews, that I meet, I always talk to them, always ask them, like, when it's possible to have a small talk, like, how was it there? I met someone who was 40 years old, who asked me where to go in Jerusalem, and I noticed like a weird accent, and I told him, what's this accent? And he said Persian, and then I asked him how was it to live in there, and I think he's from Isfahan. He told me that his neighbors were nice and they had like a shop there, and they didn't sell alcohol, and they were fine.
Well, there's actually a lot of Persian Jews in Los Angeles, in LA. In fact, during the UCLA campus protests, the pro-Palestinian campus protests, the Persian Jews, I think, were the ones that led the violent attack on them.
I love the Persian Jews. I love the rice. I love the ta'dik. I love the gourmet sabzi. Love everything.
Yeah, I don't know if you knew that, Loner, but the attackers on the UCLA campuses were predominantly Persian Jewish.
What, the Jews who attacked the protesters?
Yeah, the encampment.
They were mostly Persian.
Yeah, that's what I've seen. In fact, apparently they even make posts online saying things like, "We're not like the Ashkenazis. We fight back," or something like really cringe like that.
This is something you could hear in Israel, basically. Yeah.
I keep saying this. It's not. People say it's racist. It's not. Like the browner the Israeli Jew.
It's not racist.
The more fucking like nutter they are. Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean,
basically, in Israel, you have some kind of race relations between Ashkenazis and Mizrahi Jews, and Mizrahi Jews are considered by the the generalization, maybe kind of racist, to be hot-blooded, poor working class people who came here, and the Ashkenazi Jews are more the upper middle class, kind of more educated, more rich, which is kind of bullshit these days. Maybe it was much more prevalent in the past when.
Well, isn't the term Mizrahi very new? Like, wasn't that coined after Israel was created? The word Mizrahi.
Yeah, it's basically Sephardic. It's because the Inquisition in France drove Jews out of in Spain. Inquisition in Spain drove Jews into the Arab world to mix in, and Sephardi is like very similar to Sfaradi, which is Spanish in Hebrew, and it's like but right now these days they are all of them called Mizrahi because they come from the east hemisphere of the world.
Yeah, like Eastern, like
and
East,
North Africa. Yeah, Yemen, Persia, Iraq,
the
Lebanon,
Caucasus.
Syria. The Caucasus, maybe also, they are closer to Mizrahi.
I know,
but they are their own. The Caucasian Jews, they are their own. The mountain Jews, proud mountain Jews.
Whoa.
Based. I mean, Lannis, I know your family is from Russia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're Ashkenazi.
I don't like to see myself as Ashkenazi.
It's fine. I'm not trying to like generalize or categorize. I'm just saying like most people would probably consider Russians to be like Ashkenazi leaning, but then
In a general way, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to mute the stream.
Oh, hello.
Dobry dzień, hello.
Hey.
Nah, I'm like, I grew up near, a community that I believe had a lot of, people from the Autonomous Oblast, funny enough.
In Russia?
Yeah. Some. I'm saying some because I can't extrapolate specifics, but I do know a lot of them came from the Soviet Union in the late 80s. So
yeah, Jews that came in the United States.
Yeah,
in the late 80s, it was difficult to live as a Jew. It was difficult to live in this time. A lot of refusing.
Late Jews. 80s, like literally 2 years before it collapsed.
I'm not sure.
That's at least from what I read.
No, I'm not helping you.
I'm gonna
But-
go. Thanks for the chat.
Like, one of my friends
Yeah, that's
who
all
I'm
good.
still
Thanks,
friends
Loner.
with,
Thank
have a-
you.
Take care. Take care.
part of that community.
Take care, bro.
But no, it was.
Oh, Loner, by the way.
I was actually.
By the way, sorry. Sorry, Loner. I sent you a private message. If you could see on that on Discord.
Oh, did
Thanks.
you?
Sorry for.
You probably need to add me as a friend for me. Oh,
Goodbye.
there it is. I got it. Cool. Okay.
Goodbye. Bye.
All right.
Take care. Sorry. Take care.
Yeah. Cool. Take care, man. Bye-bye.
No, so
Russian Jews had a very hard time leaving the Soviet Union, like you said, the Refusnik and stuff.
yeah, I'm not really sure. I think it was lifting travel restrictions, but because this happened like 1989, 1990, so but yeah,
Maybe, but like most of the people, because I'm judging by the Aliyah to Israel, and most of the people just skedaddle from the USSR
Health warning.
after it fell because they could. This is why I'm saying it's like weird to me to hear about people and the substantial amount of people that came to the States who are Jewish. This is why I'm saying, just judging by the immigration pattern of post-Soviet Jews into Israel.
what I assume happened is that there was an already established community there, but there was an influx of Russian Jews from to that community.
Yeah.
It's in metropolitan Detroit, so I'm not going to specify where because the town is really small, and I don't want to end up doxing myself. But
Don't.
Please don't.
You never know. You never know who's listening.
yeah, they just know it's Metro Detroit. It was nice, honestly. Like, it's not as bad as people say. It really isn't. The reputation is kind of exaggerated.
Reputation of whom?
Detroit as a city.
What is the reputation?
Oh, there's
no.
gangs everywhere that they steal. It's crime-ridden. It's grimy. It's abandoned. It's dirty. It's horrible.
But it's a Jewish neighborhood. Even the Jewish gangsters are like goofy.
No, I'm talking about the entire city.
Okay.
It's got and the reason why is mainly just because of a lot of mismanagement and deindustrialization in the 80s, I want to say.
Yeah.
So that's where that came from. Nah, it was never really true to begin with in terms of like accuracy. If you go to like one of those like neighborhoods that people freak out about, it's really empty. There's no one around. It's more of like a ghost town, and generally people will mind their own business. It really isn't like as bad as people say it is. So when you hear like
Our very own moderator Maruzzi is from Detroit.
oh cool, yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's talked about it a few times.
I'm not there anymore. I'm near Ann Arbor now for college. Not U of M. I'll just say that. But I lived basically my entire life there. And it wasn't too bad. Like I could probably sit here and complain about all sorts of stuff all day, but at the end of the day, it's very marginal and it doesn't really like affect so much people, if you get what I mean.
Warning.
And back to our original discussion, aren't a lot of Russian Jews in Israel very right-wing too?
I don't know, because a lot of Russian Jews are also upper middle class.
Oh. Because I've heard that like a lot of the former Soviet ones are like very like right-wing politically, but again, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not-
well, no. You need to understand the economical thing. Yes, the communists should be, treated like Nazis. Should be as illegitimate, in my opinion, as Nazis.
Okay.
Because what they did.
Double genocide theory.
Yeah, true.
No, it's not. No. It's not double genocide. No. These people killed people. Like one group of idiot murderers killed people because of race. The other murderers group killed people because of class.
Oh yeah, no. I was just making.
And
I was
also
just
race,
making-
because of the fucking.
I know what I'm saying is controversial, maybe.
I would argue on of Stalin's killings were racially motivated. He was just like a massive bigot towards anyone who wasn't culturally Russian, which is funny
He
considering
was Georgian.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he wasn't culturally Georgian.
Yeah, he was.
What was his?
Josif
what was-
Vissarionovich.
Yeah, that was his birth name. Yeah, Yusuf.
Yeah.
Well, he was also
Vissarionovich, yes.
he was also massively anti-Semitic too, right?
Gigashvili was something like this.
Fucking JAO was just a reservation. Of course he was.
He also I think he also used the K slur a lot. Like he, yeah, I could be wrong, which is
Yeah.
funny because he had bad facial hair and he defended using the K slur. So I guess he was Mike from PA in a previous life.
Wow. I mean, it's like but Lyndon Johnson said the N-word, and he was like, he passed the Civil Rights Act, so that doesn't mean anything really.
Well, hey, Stalin also supported Israel, so
Yeah. Okay. Listen, it's becoming a bit more of just social hour, so you guys can just do this when we're not streaming in the Discord. Like we have VCs, but fuck.
yeah, I'll dip
I'm gonna
out.
go back to the vid.
Don't worry, we do it.
Good. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the video. Okay.
Bye bye.
Take care, guys.
Stop
Bye.
it, yeah.
I'm leaving. They can stay there. There we go. Oh, they all left at once. Nice. Okay, I don't know why my Discord's not making the noises. Okay. Conspiracies.
Has to be true because it's on t-shirts and coffee mugs, popular everywhere among people who want you to know they went to college.
Hey!
From the Cogito, Descartes tried to deduce that God exists and that God wouldn't allow a demon to deceive you. It's not a very good argument. Descartes is not a good philosopher.
Yeah. He's just a religious dipshit, isn't he?
Health warning.
The problem is that knowledge is inherently a collective endeavor, and that's even more true now than it was in Descartes' time. You can't really do science by yourself anymore. To some extent, you have to trust the work of other people. Conspiracy theorists don't trust science because science is an institution and they don't trust institutions. A lot of conspiracy theorists go even further than that, and they adopt this oppositional attitude to knowledge. In other words, whatever they want you to believe, the opposite is probably true. On a YouTube clip of Richard Nixon telling Billy Graham that there will be a pogrom in America if the Jews, quote, don't start behaving, the top comment reads,
I always wondered why I was conditioned to dislike Nixon by the media. Things are starting to make sense.
This idea that every mainstream source of information is conditioning from the Judeo-Bolshevik
Manufacturing
banking
consent.
cabal leads to a kind of fetish for stigmatized and secret knowledge. Conspiracy theorists play up how persecuted and silenced they are because they see institutional opposition as proof of their correctness.
I really hope someone investigates the mindset of someone who doesn't trust any, Western media, Israeli media, and all that, but then they will just literally fucking throat anything that comes out of Al Jazeera, like the state media of a slave country. What's that about? Why? How do you get away with that? Is that okay? Is that okay? What's that about?
An Austrian painter and conspiracy theorist once said in his book, My Struggle, oh, poor baby, my struggle. He should have just called it My Journey, my whole entire journey. He wrote that the media's insistence on the protocols of the Elders of Zion being an anti-Semitic hoax is, quote, the best proof that they are authentic. This is one reason why
There's no one else. There's no other big left tuber gonna throw Malcolm X into here with the protocols. I feel like not enough leftists know that Malcolm X thought the protocols were based. That he distributed them amongst Nation of Islam recruits as essential reading. Can we just talk more about that? I don't know. I feel like we need to demystify Malcolm X. It's not really, the effort's not gone far enough.
conspiracy theories are impossible to debunk. The attempt to debunk them is
Oh!
seen as shilling, and therefore as proof of the conspiracy. If it isn't
I like
true,
shilling, though.
why are you so eager to disprove it?
Yeah.
Conspiracists see the media, the academy, the medical establishment, every reputable source of information as a kind of Cartesian demon lulling us all into a dream world from which their goal is to awake. And it's this experience of awakening that conspiracy theorists are trying to trigger, with an overwhelming gish gallop of anomalies that eventually climaxes in a wild leap in logic. The most egregious example of this possibly ever, is the Dutch conspiracy theorist Janet Ossebaard's 10-part video essay Fall of the Cabal, which recruited
10-part.
millions of people
Not bad.
into QAnon in 2019 and 2020. Fall of the Cabal begins with a section called Things That Made Me Go
What I'm going to do is first of all give you a short overview of things that made me go
Things That Made Me Go is
Oh, that's from, wasn't there that Brainiac fucking series? Brainiac Science Abuse, where they would do stupid experiments. They had a bit in the middle that was like things that make you go, like the McDonald's parody. And it was like, are all rooms room temperature? Fucking brilliant.
It's just a random list of anomalies. Not arguments, just questions. Isn't it weird?
Isn't it weird that the Vatican's audience hall is full of references to reptilians? Did you know the Vatican's telescope is called Lucifer? And since when does the Pope make the sign of the devil? 9/11.
Wow, that's really anomalous.
Are you aware of the fact that children cartoons contain subliminal messages of sex and violence? Why?
That's super fucking anomalous. Fall of the Cabal does allude to a few things that are real. Like, yes, Monsanto and Bayer are companies that make carcinogenic herbicides. That's true. But then that's just casually mixed in with, blood libel.
Do you realize that these foreskins are actually sold? That it's a trade? What's next? Drinking baby blood?
Look, what is the point of this? There's no logical connection between any of these points. It's just a bunch of ominous innuendo leading the viewer to the vague conclusion that something isn't adding up. We've been lied to. And that is always the preface. We've been lied to. What is the purpose of opening with that? Well, if you can make your audience feel like everything they've ever been told is a lie, like science is fake, like school is indoctrination, the news is propaganda, the so-called fact-checkers are dangerous.
The so-called fact-checkers are dangerous.
It leaves the audience in a very vulnerable position, because now they have nowhere to turn for reliable information, because you've convinced them not to trust anyone, and now they don't know what to believe. And if you're a propagandist, that's exactly where you want them. Because most people are uncomfortable with doubt and uncertainty. It leaves you open to alternative explanations, even bad ones, because any explanation feels better than none. So this is the critical moment, when you make the logical leap into hyperspace. You've broken the audience down, and now you get to build them back up. You get to be the Morpheus telling them how deep the rabbit hole goes. And you may as well go ham, because at this point, they'll just believe anything you say.
Get ready for some conspiracy facts. The North American Man-Boy Love Association. This is their mascot. Why are children exposed to Illuminati symbols, chemtrails, cannibalism, George Soros, the Rothschild
Has
family?
she edited this, or is this actually what the video is like?
Follow the money. Adrenochrome is real. It is the ultimate
Oh my god, here it
drug.
is.
The same
John Tickle. Things that make you go,
Things that make you go.
Here's one for you. Why doesn't glue stick to the inside of the bottle? Here's one for
Why doesn't it?
Church of Satan Chelsea Clinton is so fond of. If you can really jump from one timeline to another parallel one, you can time travel. I have grown to fully trust Don, master of all masters. He is a genius, a 5D chess player.
Not gonna lie, everyone just went, This entire chat is quietly humming.
A man with a huge heart. Hugh is not a cult.
The most insane.
I'm like, is it because of something to do with like oxygen? Because I don't know. Right? I couldn't tell you.
The insidious thing about this form of indoctrination is that, to the people susceptible to it, it feels like critical thinking. They think they're connecting the dots. asking questions the sheeple can't handle. They noticed the anomalies, they followed the money, no one told them what to think, except you kind of did tell them what to think. You just did it in a way that made them feel like it was their idea. And when people feel like something is their idea, they internalize it as part of their identity. They become possessive of it. Where they once may have been open to skepticism, they'll now be on guard against it, ready to dismiss it reflexively as shilling. So the point of the argument from anomalies is not to support a conclusion with evidence. The point is to trigger a crisis of belief that primes the audience for a kind of conversion experience, an initiation into the cult of mystery, of secret alternative knowledge. And that conversion experience is called the awakening, going down the rabbit hole, taking the red pill. It's hard to overstate the influence of 1999 cyberpunk science fiction film The Matrix, a great movie whose legacy is unfortunately tainted by association with every manner of Looney Tunes buffoonery. The Matrix became the centerpiece of 21st century mythology that it is because its allegory of awakening from a dream is a universal archetype. In Western philosophy, there's Plato's cave, Descartes' demon. Lenin says the revolution will arrive with the workers' awakening of class consciousness. In Hindu and Buddhist thought, the illusion is called Maya, a deceit that conceals the true nature of things. What's called enlightenment by Western Buddhists is a 19th century translation of the Pali term bodhi, which is more literally translated as awakening. So the Matrix can mean whatever you want it to mean. The directors of the movie now claim that it's an allegory for transgender awakening.
Hey.
But whatever your interpretation...
Talk about Switch, the character Switch. She's called Switch, for one. She's very fucking androgynous. And she was originally written to change gender when she goes into the Matrix. But it was 1999, and they were like, yeah, it's not a good idea, is it? No. Okay.
Taking the red pill is to awake from a dream world. It's a revelation that explains the feeling you've had all your life that something is vaguely wrong.
You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind.
By taking the red pill, Neo undergoes a rite of passage, symbolically dying in the dream world to be reborn in the desert of the real. For Neo, this also entails the realization that he is, in fact, the main character of reality, which also probably speaks to something in the conspiracist mindset.
Hey.
When conspiracy theorists tell you to wake up, they're not trying to persuade you about the causes of a particular historical event. They're urging you to transform the way you think about the world in general. Dylan Lewis Monroe's Q-Web diagram connects the dots from Atlantis to the Rothschilds to the Vatican to 9/11 to reptilian extraterrestrials to Obama's fake birth certificate.
Hey.
It's all connected. In the Q-Web, the Western pyramidal hierarchy has been replaced with a mesmerizing Eastern tangle, which the authors of Conspirituality compare to a Buddhist mandala meant to guide the viewer to awakening. So, what is it the conspiracy theorists are awakening to? Wake up! Part 3. Conspiracism. So wake up to what? Well, like every convert, conspiracists are awakening to a new worldview, which I'm calling conspiracism. And yes, it deserves to be an ism, because it's not a theory, it's a way of thinking. The details constantly change, but the fundamental mindset remains the same. In his 1964 essay, The Paranoid Style in American Politics, historian Richard Hofstadter said that conspiracist thinking was not unique to his own era of hysteria about looming one-world communist government. He tracked its roots all the way back to the founding of the United States, when there was a panic about the Bavarian Illuminati infiltrating the Freemasons and plotting to replace Christianity with Jacobinical atheism. In 1798, Timothy Dwight, president of Yale University, said, quote,
"Oh my
sons
God!
become the disciples of Voltaire and the dragoons of Marat, or our daughters the concubines of the Illuminati?" Concubines of the Illuminati. I, for one, welcome my new sex lord, Adam Weishaupt. When I heard he was professor of canon law at Ingolstadt, I was like, oh my God, that's so fucking hot. That same year, George Washington received a letter from a German reverend warning him of a, quote, society of Freemasons that distinguishes itself by the name of Illuminati, whose plan is to overturn all government and all religion. This conspiracy theory was popularized by John Rope.
The music is so loud. Whenever I put music this loud in video essays, I just feel like I'm... you can't watch it. Are we watching this for the one reference she makes to Palestine? No, just watching it because it's a ContraPoints video. This was like my original inspiration for watching for making YouTube videos. It's like... But then I realized it's more fun to just yap on stream. I wonder what would have happened if I'd stuck to it, eh? Do you think I would have transitioned?
Opuson's 1797 book, Proofs of a Conspiracy, against all the religions and governments of Europe carried on in the secret meetings of Freemasons, Illuminati, and reading societies, collected from good authorities. Well, if it's from good authorities, Washington wrote back, quote, I have heard much of the nefarious and dangerous plan and doctrines of the Illuminati, but he assured the minister that the Freemasons in America were not involved. So, conspiracism has existed for a long time. Illuminati conspiracy nonsense crossed George Washington's desk, but we could go back even further than that. In the year 64, there were conspiracy theories that the Great Fire of Rome was an inside job ordered by Emperor Nero. Olive oil can't melt marble columns. Nero, of course, blamed the Christians. Christians were in many ways the Jews of ancient Rome. Well, the Jews were also the Jews. They often are. So this is not a new way of thinking. The internet did not start this. It's actually kind of amazing how consistent conspiracist rhetoric is across centuries. Another passage from that letter to Washington reads,
Our present time, pregnant with the most shocking evils and calamities, threatens ruin to our liberty and government. Secret, the most secret plans are in agitation.
I want to learn more about why Arab conspiracies are so fucking mental. I don't think people realize how, if you talk, I get this from my dad. The conspiracies they come up with in the Arab world are fucking mental. I just wonder why, though. I know it's normal still in, like, back with Assad, Syrian state media published a fucking documentary style. It was a fiction, but it said it was based on historical documented fact. And it was basically just reenacting the protocols of the Elders of Zion. Like, it's just a bunch of Jews coming up with the protocols and writing it. And it's really dramatized. But I wonder if it's actually just... It can't all just be stuff that's come from Europe. I feel like they've got a lot of their own ones as well.
Like, it sounds like someone translated Alex Jones into 18th century English. According to Hofstadter, the paranoid style is characterized by, quote, heated exaggeration, suspiciousness, and conspiratorial fantasy, as well as feelings of persecution. It's overheated, over-suspicious, over-aggressive, grandiose, and apocalyptic in expression. Sound like anyone you know? But I think conspiracism is more than just a rhetorical style. It also has certain core beliefs. Political scientist Michael Barkun says the 3 principles of conspiracism are nothing happens by accident, nothing is as it seems, and everything is connected. I agree, but I want to use a slightly different definition because I do my own research. I'll call the 3 principles of conspiracism intentionalism, dualism, and symbolism. Now pay attention.
Wow, that's just basically the same shit, but you made it sound nice. Intentionalism is like nothing happens by mistake. Is that not what she's going there? Okay. Clever. Clever. That's very good that's very good academia. Just take a thing that already exists and give it a nicer word. Give it a Greek symbol. Oh my god, make a formula with Greek symbols. Yes! Counter the tariffs with more Greek symbols. That's what the Democrats need. They need more Greek symbols.
Because this will be on the test. Intentionalism is the idea that everything that happens is the result of a deliberate plan, that there are shadowy agents of evil.
This is how people treat fucking Gaza, by the way, or like Israel. Everything's intentional, and also everything is like the collective decision of the entire nation. The way people talk about Israel is so fucking soaked in this shit. Like, I wonder if that's one of the other everything's connected, I guess. Which is why people call it anti-Semitic as well, like a lot of the rhetoric. You'll notice that the more you watch it, The more you watch it, just think of those two principles. Like everything is intentional, everything's part of the plan, and also everything is the collective decision of the nation, the collective will of the nation. Which is why you'll get someone like getting a clip from someone gets a clip of a settler talking about how they should like murder all the Arabs and shit like that. Yeah, they do that very, very aggressively. It's also like when I talk to a lot of people who are quite pro-Palestine, it's like the amount of, we talk about settlers, like the actual, imagine a settler in your head. If you're not Israeli, you're going to think of some fucking like hillbilly shithead who thinks God gave him like the house that he lives in, probably living in some kind of like makeshift shack, throwing rocks at Palestinians, burning down fields and shooting people. But a lot of people don't actually know that most settlers who live in like quote unquote the settlements are not really like that. Like, and some people think all Israelis are like that. Settlers are usually, from my experience, and I guess you can look at polling as well, settlers are obviously, they're right wing. They think they don't really see any problem. They don't think of themselves as stealing land or anything like that. But most of them are like, it's almost just like, it's people who live quite close to the Green Line and just live as like suburban fucking dipshits. Like, but the ones who do the actual like settler violence, who live wedge themselves between Palestinian communities in a fucking hilltop and attack people and are really suspicious of outsiders and shit like that. Like that's like a minority of settlers who do that and think like that. But they don't get filmed. They don't appear in the media. The ones who live in areas that are actually on the, like the wall is deeper in the West Bank than the Green Line. So a lot of settlers are on the Israeli side of the wall, even though it's still Green Line, still West Bank, like they're still there illegally. But obviously, like no media pays attention to them, even though they are the majority of settlers. Yeah. And then even them, the settlers who maybe don't do the violence, but they're still just like racist, right wing and everything. Even them, like they're not Israelis. They're not the ones who live in Israel proper. But to a lot of commentators, anything any of these people do is all just like representing the entire nation, which you wouldn't really do for any other national group, I don't think.
Scheming behind every misfortune. There are no accidents, and no significant event is the result of mere human ignorance or incompetence, or of systemic forces beyond human intention. Dualism is the idea that all of human history and politics are best understood as an epic battle between good and evil, the forces of light against the forces of darkness. When bad things happen, when there are wars, disasters, poverty, these are simply the result of evil people doing evil things because they're evil. And finally, symbolism is the idea that everything has meaning and everything is connected. So politics and history are sort of astrological in nature. There are no coincidences. Everything is teeming with signs and symbols that we can decode to discover the truth and define the future. Now, these are all pretty common patterns of thinking that most of us slip into sometimes. And not everyone who flirts with conspiracy theories is a full-blown conspiracist. But people who believe in all-encompassing super conspiracies like QAnon, the kind of people who think the Deep State Mapping Project is an accurate depiction of reality, those people are full-blown conspiracists. Now, let's explore the labyrinth of their madness in excruciating detail. It's okay, I've had a spiritual awakening. I've learned to enjoy losing subscribers. Conspiracist Principle 1. Intentionalism.
Why is she talking about losing subscribers? Does she think she has conspiracy theorists in her audience base? Okay.
Hello, my pretties. In October 2024, conspiracist Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie, if you're watching this, I've already put a hex on you. It's too late. In October, Marjorie posted a series of tweets arguing that severe hurricanes in the southern United States were deliberately geoengineered by government agencies to suppress Republican voters.
Hey.
Damn, I wish it worked. A year earlier, Marjorie, tweeted that climate change is a scam perpetrated by, quote,
very powerful people that are getting rich beyond their wildest dreams, convincing many that carbon is the enemy.
How?
can this woman believe that anthropogenic climate change is a hoax, but the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is planning each specific hurricane? Well, because she's an idiot, but also because she's a conspiracist, and conspiracists believe that nothing happens by accident.
Hey.
So they cannot grasp the concept that carbon emissions might cause climate problems as an unintended byproduct of industrialization. But they have no problem whatsoever believing that big government Satanists are using HARP to create.
It's just so impressive how these guys managed to flip all the climate change narrative on its head. Because Trump will talk about how green energy is bad for the environment. Like, he'll talk about consequences of green energy that are never going to outweigh fossil fuels. Never, by the way. But he'll still talk about fucking wind turbines upsetting the whales. Oh, God. And they also talk about hyper-wealthy people benefiting from climate change propaganda, when meanwhile fossil fuel companies are the ones who make the money off of oil and gas. Like, come on. It's just amazing how they managed to flip those two things on their heads. Actually, it's the climate activists who are doing it for money. And actually, it's climate... it's green energy that fucks the environment. Wow. Yes, I know heat upsets whales, and that's actually why a lot of them are appearing in the fucking beach, because they have to go to areas that they wouldn't usually to find food. Yes, well done.
Create hurricanes, and the Rothschilds are starting forest fires in California with Jewish moon lasers.
Hey.
This is intentionalism. The idea that everything that happens is the result of someone's plan. And if it's not immediately obvious whose plan it is, that must be because the plan is secret. Conspiracists see world events as a big puppet show. For every war, every terrorist attack, every recession, every pandemic, every election, revolution, or so-called natural disaster, there must be a man behind the curtain pulling all the strings. In the most general sense, intentionalism is a way of explaining why things happen. Why does a volcano erupt? Well, a scientist who cares about facts and data like a cuckold might say that the collision of tectonic plates forces magma through cracks in the Earth's crust, leading to an eruption. What a coincidence. Move along, sheeple. Nothing to see here. An intentionalist explanation would be that volcanoes erupt because someone makes them erupt. And who that someone is depends on the specifics of your worldview. An animist or polytheist might say that a volcano erupts because the mountain is angry, or the god of the mountain is angry. A monotheist might just say, because God is angry. Not all monotheists, but you know the type.
Go devil spawn, you just keep pushing on to the hell where you will forever burn.
And a conspiracist might say that volcanoes erupt because the globalists are using volcanic smoke signals to numerologically communicate the dates of upcoming wars, recessions, and terrorist attacks. I predicted in 2022 globalists would use Mount Etna smoke rings to signal war. They have done it before. 8 June 2000 equals 1 year, 3 months, 3 days before the 9/11 attacks, where buildings collapsed. Collapse equals 133. 8 June 2000. Mount Etna smoke ring stunt occurred on Kanye West's birthday. What a coincidence.
What a coincidence.
Kanye West and Mount Etna have the exact same numerology. Checkmate. Geologists? At this point, I don't even know who we're checkmating. Conspiracism is pre-modern thought applied to postmodern politics. Karl Popper said,
Wow.
The conspiracy theory of society comes from abandoning God and then asking, who is in his place?
Wow.
Well, apparently the globalists,
God is
or the
dead.
deep state.
God,
or the
God is dead. God is dead. That's what Nietzsche said. God is dead.
Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Vatican, the World Economic Forum, the Bilderberg Group, the Satanic Cabal, the, you know.
Oh, fuck, I'm gonna die.
The New York,
If these guys
Hollywood,
run
international
away.
banking, Rothschild, Soros, communist Zionists. You know the ones. So there is disagreement among conspiracists
Hey.
about who they are, about who controls the world, who is the puppet master. But they all agree that someone is. It's a kind of intelligent design theory of world events. Conspiracism is to politics, economics, and apparently meteorology what creationism is to biology. And it's motivated by a lot of the same anxieties and misunderstandings. Like creationists will say, well, if God didn't create mankind in his own image, then I suppose it's just a random accident that one day monkeys gave birth to Meemaw. Okay, but that's not what the theory of evolution says. Science Cuck Chuck's book is not titled On the Origin of Species by
Science
Random
Cuck
Accident. Oopsie doopsie, new species originated. No, it's On the Origin of Species by natural selection. Natural selection is not
It's over time, yeah.
a random accident. It's a long-term process where heritable characteristics better suited to a particular... Why am I bothering to explain this? Why am I even making this video? Why do anything at all? I guess for the pleasure of rolling the boulder up the mountain once again. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Okay, well, don't tell me what to imagine. The point is, evolution doesn't need a plan. I mean, you could argue that evolution is God's plan, and okay, seems like a weird plan, but it's not weirder than ordering Abraham to sacrifice his kid and saying, just kidding, at the last moment. It was just a prank, bro. Father almost sacrificed his son. Prank gone wrong. Hilarious. Liked and subscribed. Now, things get a little more complicated with history and...
God, how did fucking BreadTube, whatever the fuck that means, go from that, like this, to the shit we've been watching over the last couple of weeks? Do you notice how even we were talking about the most batshit fucking conspiracy theories, like anti-evolution, climate science and shit, she still like takes a minute to explain why their thing is wrong, as if just in case maybe someone really is compelled by that's weird about the passport thing, is watching and then they realize, oh, actually, yeah, lots of weird shit happens in plane crashes. Whoa. It's quite normal, actually, for weird things to happen because it's a plane crash. You know, planes aren't supposed to crash, for one. So you're already kind of like outside of the realm of what we expect to normally happen.
Health warning.
Shit's flying around really fast. And meanwhile now, it's just everything, far more complex issues that are much harder to explain are just taken for granted. It's like, yeah. Oh, Ethan Klein is doing Nakba denial by saying that 800,000 Jews were kicked out of the Middle East. I'm not even going to explain why. Just watch this other video. Like, fuck me. We went from this to that. Fuck off. Kill me.
Politics, because obviously a lot of things that happen in politics are the result of someone's deliberate plan. Whether or not you believe in 9/11 conspiracy theories, I think we all agree that someone decided to fly planes into those buildings.
That's why it takes her a year to release a video. I don't know if it's that. You think ContraPoints is working 8-hour days to make a video like this for an entire year? No. No. Double Nakba theory. Yeah, people just borrowed the fucking aesthetic, but not the substance. And even the aesthetic isn't as good because they don't do costumes and shit like that. They just do it to a white wall. Weird. Yeah, she does side videos on Patreon, yeah. I think those are the ones that she, yeah. If she's working like 8-hour days or anything, that'll be why she's doing it. It'll be for those things. At least half a year doing research. It's hard to say because me and her do very different kinds of like research. I don't know. To do a half-hour video that was kind of like this sort of thing with much less work on costumes and set design, that would usually take me a month, and that would often involve reading like 3 or 4 books. But when I did those, it was what was I gonna say? Fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. But when I did those, I wasn't working 8 hours a day on my videos. I was like doing a little bit of streaming here and then. Also just kind of like frolicking, hanging out with friends. So I know her schedule. Okay. Hello, Kiwi Farms user. What? But I did it with like 30-minute to 1-hour videos, not 2.5. I don't think if her job was just these videos, it would not take a year to make one of them. She could probably make one in, if you did 8-hour days, you could probably make a video like this. I can't really involve set design because I have no idea how long that takes. If you excluded set design, you could do a video like this maybe every, this length, 2-3 months. If you actually did like between 8 and 12-hour days. Yeah, I would say that, but you lose a lot when you do it like that as well, though, because especially if you're doing like passive kind of research on a lot of the online stuff, you might just kind of browse stuff for like an hour a day or maybe half an hour a day, but maybe like 9 months down the line, you might just be doing it one day and you'll come across something that like introduces a new 5-10 minute segment in your video, so like, not knocking it. I'm just saying, like, when people say it takes a year to make, that's assuming it's like a full-time job of just making this one video, which that's not the case. If the monthly tangents are 45 minutes, then yeah, a lot of work would go into those. YouTubers make videos so they don't have to work 40-hour weeks. That's not true either, though. You can tell people, because I remember, I don't like the guy, but Thought Slime, when he was making videos, is it he or they now? Thought Slime was churning out a fairly decently edited video and scripted more than once a week. Like, that's if you do it all day, every day. Like, Perun, that person is working on videos like all the time to do that. Like an hour-long lecture, basically, every few days. That's full of information, like absolutely fucking stacked with it.
Health warning.
Cornlord Jake worked or still does fast food, I think. Jake, I don't think, is making a full-time living off streaming now. But when I made video essays, I didn't... I was not good at it. I wasn't good at, like, the work ethic. Because it's just a type of work that is really annoying to do for 8 hours in a day. Second Thought was allegedly spending 30 to 50-hour weeks to make a video essay every few weeks to pay for supercars to drive. He has multiple channels, but I don't think that guy is doing 50-hour weeks for those videos. I don't know. Will you make any more video essays? I keep getting ideas and I get excited about them and I write a paragraph and then I just go back to streaming. I don't know. Like, if I was making video essays again, I would have to properly change my streaming schedule to fucking, like, I don't even know. My video essay schedule would have to be something like, my stream schedule, sorry, would have to be maybe 4 days a week, maybe 3, if I was really serious about doing video essays again. But I don't know. I think it's also because I know video essays will just not be very rewarding in terms of like money or views. It's just gonna, it will actually, I know Contrapoint says she's like fucking Sisyphus and everything, but like compared to the shit I'm gonna do if I make video essays again about like basically debunking the, because most video essay ideas I have now are just one by one getting rid of this like mainstream, or debunking this mainstream far left like dogma on Israel-Palestine, which is not going to be rewarding in the slightest, because the only cunts who would actually want to watch those videos are like, what, some H3 viewers maybe? Like BreadTube, like they're not interested. They don't want to hear it. They want to hear fucking, they just want to hear someone regurgitating the number of fucking women and children who have died, and also that Israel's evil, and also that like every war crime or every historical chapter of the history is summed down to one very simple sentence about Israel doing bad things. Maybe some quotes from Herzl and Jabotinsky. Right-wingers aren't interested in what I would put out either, though, because what I put out is not like I'm never going to say, like, Israel can do no wrong. Like, far from it. So, and I'd probably still shit on Traveling Israel every now and then because he's a dipshit. So, I guess that's the other problem with it as well, is that there's not really any reward incentive for it other than that it's work I would like doing, which is cool, but I also have, like, bills to pay. And because I don't tolerate Islamophobes, which, yeah. And also because it's all just like a dead topic to everyone apart from the tanky sphere now. Like, no one cares about Actually, I don't know. Like, do normies still care about Israel-Palestine? Like, I feel like compared to October 7th, like since October 7th, I feel like it's the popularity of that topic. Popularity is a weird word, but it stayed relevant for quite a long time, especially compared to Ukraine. Do a video debunking one by one all the arguments about Euromaidan and Ukrainian move towards democracy or US-backed coups. Oh, I've done that already though. I've done that loads. Yeah, that's all I'm saying though. All I'm saying is that there's just like, usually when I do stuff like this, it's either going to be like, there's like a triangle, you know, like it's going to be fulfilling, fulfilling, or have monetary reward, or have like viewership reward, which isn't always correlated, but and doing video essays only meets one of those, whereas streaming does like 2, sometimes 3. You know? And I feel like it needs to meet at least 2 of them to justify putting the work in for it. I don't know. Have you watched the Casual Historians videos before? Bits of them, yeah. There was this one channel that was shown to me by a very, very small channel talking about the history of Zionism and a bunch of other history videos. I think they're a part-timer, but it was really good in terms of the information. It wasn't that like entertaining or anything. It's just literally a guy in his room talking to the camera for like 3 hours. But I wonder if I can find the channel again. Can't remember what they were called. If I remember, I'll put it up actually, because this guy had like fucking 5K subs. It was really small, but I was really glad that I saw it. It'll be in my history somewhere. I just need to go and dig it out. Anyway.
Holograms or whatever it is you people think happened. Russia invaded Ukraine, presumably because Vlad Putin made a plan.
No.
Not a good plan, clearly, but technically some kind of plan. And the invasion of Ukraine is typical of the way actual plans tend to play out. 1, it's a plan of a single faction, not of some unitary global elite. And 2, the plan is marked by human frailty. It's haphazard, it's improvisational, it unfolds in ways the planners didn't anticipate. This is not how conspiracists understand plans. In his best-selling crackpot ravings, Behold a Pale Horse, conspiracist William Cooper describes his intentionalist view of history. Quote, "A grand game of chess is being played on a level that we can barely imagine, and we are the pawns."
Wow.
He then absurdly suggests that before continuing the book, the reader should play, quote, "at least 2 complete games of chess. You must learn the rules they play by." And yes, they is in all caps. Conspiracists are incapable of any other typographical style. Conspiracists think that if political power seems divided and incompetent, that's just because we're stuck in the dream world at the bottom of the pyramid, unaware of the evil chess demons secretly controlling everything. Listen to how 18th century conspiracist Augustin Barruel described the secret causes of the revolution. Quote, "Even the most horrid deeds perpetrated during the French Revolution,
Fuck, I'm poisoned.
everything was foreseen and resolved on, was combined and premeditated. They were the offspring of deep-thought villainy, since they had been prepared and were produced by men who alone held the clue of those plots and conspiracies, lurking in the secret meetings where they had been conceived." This is not how things actually happen, though, Augustin. An event like the French Revolution is too complicated to be the result of a perfectly executed master plan. But just like creationists, conspiracists often fail to even understand the alternative to intelligent design.
What is this? J-Stock. Willie Mac. What?
I'm still working on my Destiny Part 2 video where I interview a lot of people, including him in it. We discuss a lot of allegations. People accusing you of doxing, right? Because you're referring to Kiwi Farms. Ryan did this with Anna. And then J-Stock is doing this. Queeman is sort of doing this where there's DMs about you saying like, hey, I wish this person, has this person been doxed yet?
Yeah, for Anna, that's bullshit. For just like Queeman, I'd kill him if I could. I'd choke their fucking house and do it. But not for Anna, no.
That was
people,
not an effort to dox her, is what you're saying.
Yeah, no, what the fuck? Like, why would I even want to do that? Like, what am I, want somebody to kill her? Or what? Like, that's fucking retarded. I do want somebody to kill Jistical, though, or Lav, or Mr. Girl, or Queeman. Those people can all die.
It's taken so long to come out.
Poor Queeman. Oh, twink bastard child. Okay, normal. Fine. I don't want to watch Destiny stuff. I'm just gonna get angry. No, thank you.
Conspiracist Gary Allen writes, there are really only two.
And I don't mean triggered, I just mean angry. Like there's a difference, like I shout and I get triggered, that's not me being angry, okay? I don't want to get angry in public. Fuck. No.
Two theories of history. Either things happen by accident and neither planned nor caused by anybody, or they happen because they are planned and somebody causes them to happen. This is a false dichotomy. We don't have to choose between the conspiracist view of history as a masterful game of chess and the straw man alternative that everything happens by accident for no reason. That's not what mainstream historians are saying. They don't think the French Revolution was an accident, they just think the causes are complex. From the Enlightenment to inherent tensions of the estate system to harvest failures in the 1780s. And yes, obviously various people involved in the revolution made plans, but none of those people were masterminds secretly controlling every twist and turn. Which, if you put on your Sherlock Holmes hat, you should probably be able to deduce from the fact that most of them were guillotined. Masterful gambit, citizens. Intentionalism especially runs rampant in the way people talk about the economy, a topic where most people are a little conspiracist. You know, why did the price of eggs go up? It must be because the president turned up the big red inflation dial on his desk. Not that the president has no control over the economy. You know, he can appoint the Federal Reserve Chair, he can propose taxes, tariffs, wars, that sort of thing. But a lot of times, blaming the president for the price of gas and eggs makes about as much sense as sacrificing the king because the river flooded. It feels good to blame someone, but in reality, there's not a single person on this earth who can precisely predict, much less control, the economy. And that's sort of creepy, right? Like the whole world revolves around money, but money is this weird abstraction you have to do math to understand. Most people aren't up for that, so we talk about the economy like it's an angry volcano god. Conspiracists really love to literalize the invisible hand. William Cooper claims that for the secret elites, it is as easy to predict and control the trend of an economy as to predict and control the trajectory of a projectile. The economy has been transformed into a guided missile on target. So who is launching this missile? Whose hand is the invisible hand? Well, conspiracists usually say that it's the international banking cabal, or the Rothschild-controlled central banks, or a bunch of other words that basically mean Jews. Again, more on that later. To actually understand the economy, you would have to use scientific, systematic thinking, not animistic, intentionalist conspiracy thinking. In a way, every systematic theorist, from Milton Friedman to Karl Marx, is closer to being correct than literally every conspiracy theorist. And yet, even the most systematic thinkers still rely on intentionalist metaphors to communicate their ideas. When Adam Smith wanted to describe how the preference for doing business at home leads merchants pursuing their self-interest to also unintentionally promote the good of their country, he said, they're led by an invisible hand. When Karl Marx wanted to describe the extraction of surplus value from the working class, he said, capital is dead labor that acts like a vampire. It comes to life when it drinks living labor.
At one point he calls capital the common Jew. As in like, and people debate over whether or not he's actually being anti-Semitic when he says it, or whether he's saying that this is what people would normally be anti-Semitic about, but it's actually just capital. You know, who knows?
And the more living labor it drinks, the more it comes to life. An invisible hand that guides us. Vampires drinking blood. These are anthropomorphic metaphors that describe an unintentional pattern as if it were an intentional action. So why use these metaphors? Well, because this is how humans think. We make sense of the world by imagining it as a reflection of ourselves. We see the earth as a mother and the sun as a father. We imagine an economy with hands, capital with fangs, and the universe itself with a mind like our own but greater, which we call God. I don't think it's stupid to think this way. I just think it's human. Humans think humanishly. So some level of intentionalism is probably inevitable. We sort of can't help it. It's one reason why conspiracy explanations of events are so appealing, and it's compounded by a few other motives. Motive one is the denial of chaos. I'm sorry, I know we're like 3 subsections deep. Unlike better YouTubers, I have not succeeded at organizing this video into an internet-friendly numbered list. It's scary to become an adult and to realize that, in fact,
Your parents don't know what they're doing, and no one knows what they're doing. There really are no grown-ups, not in the way you thought when you were a kid. It's unnerving to think that no one is steering the ship. So even if the deep state puppeteers are evil, it's maybe reassuring to think that at least someone, somewhere...
I think this is why you see people who suffer internet harassment centralizing all of it to one person. The next time Hassan complains about Destiny or like it's just because it's more convenient. Or even fucking the way that Destiny is talking about his feelings about Queeman and J-Stock, right? Like as if they're the reason he's, you know, going through problems now, I guess. Fuck me, man. Noah doing it with Vosh. Yep.
is in control. Someone is daddy.
You know, it's like daddy arrived and he's taking his belt off.
Motive 2 is the denial of collective action. Why would Augustin Barruel want to think that the French Revolution was an Illuminati master plan? Well, because he was a Catholic monarchist. So it was ideologically more convenient for him to think secret societies planned the revolution than to accept that it was in any sense of the people. It's like the American conservatives in the 1950s who could not imagine why anyone would choose to be a communist, so they assumed it must be water fluoridation and Manchurian brainwashing. Or like the conservatives today, who see every progressive social movement, from LGBT rights to Antifa to Black Lives Matter, as top-down plots perpetrated by Soros-funded crisis actors on behalf of the globo-homo woke.
Bro, there are people who think I'm funded by Israel. Still. People who talk to me think like fucking Teuton and shit. Man. Where's Teuton? I hope he's listening to this. Get him, I hope he's paying attention to this bit right here. Maybe his son started streaming, so he's probably fucked off. Yeah, well.
Agenda. Motive 3 is proportionality bias, the tendency to assume that major events must have major causes. The idea that a world historic disaster like the COVID-19 pandemic could be caused by something so trivial and accidental as a bat virus being transmitted to humans via pangolins or whatever, it feels narratively imbalanced. It's more satisfying to imagine that it all unfolded according to a master plan of a secret global conspiracy to control the human race with face masks and arrows on the floor of the grocery store. Wake up, sheeple. Motive 4 is the need for someone to blame. This, I think, is the big one. Whose fault is it? Is a very important human question. The elites are the reason I get no—
But it was from a lab.
no women. I know this may sound crazy, but retaliation is an instinctive reaction to injury. When something goes wrong, we look for someone to punish, even if it's not really anyone's fault. When a storm destroyed his bridge, the Persian king Xerxes supposedly ordered his men to whip the sea as punishment, according to Herodotus. So probably that didn't happen. You can't—
Oh yeah, Herodotus was full of shit sometimes, wasn't he? He spoke a lot of fucking nonsense.
Trust what a Greek says about Persians. I'm always saying that. But there's also real examples. During the Black Death, Jews were falsely blamed for poisoning wells and were massacred in pogroms across Europe. In 2020, Trump called COVID the China virus, using a similar kind of scapegoat logic to direct populist rage at foreigners, which is the entire thing he does. It's all he does. At the height of the pandemic, millions of people viewed the Plandemic trilogy of conspiracy documentaries, which falsely claimed the virus was deliberately engineered as part of a global conspiracy to take our freedoms. Plandemic provided scapegoats by making cartoonish villains out of everyone from Anthony Fauci to Bill Gates to the WHO, WEF, CDC, CCP, John D. Rockefeller, Big Pharma, global communist agenda.
And it's not that no one deserves any blame for the way the pandemic was handled. The 10 richest men in the world doubled their wealth in the same 2 years that millions of people slid into poverty. I think that's worth being angry about. But the conspiracist tendency is not to blame opportunists taking advantage of unjust systems and perverse incentives, and it's certainly—
Yeah, but what if it turns out to actually be a China virus, though? Like the fucking... yeah, like, just a huge fucking bit of negligence from the Chinese government. Oh no. What if that's what... Oh no. I don't want that to be correct. If that turns out to be true, the vindication for MAGA, they'll just think they're right about everything. Even more so. If you can imagine it. It can always get worse, guys.
not to blame the systems and incentives themselves. No, conspiracists demand blood. So they seek out secret covens of witches and reptiles and Satanists whom they imagine are motivated by pure ontological evil. Speaking of which, Conspiracist Principle 2, Dualism.
She did it in reverse order, 1, 3, and 2. What?
Dualism is the idea that society, and maybe even reality itself, is a struggle of good against evil, light against dark.
There's a battle being fought over our heads for world dominance. A battle between
Oh, sorry. Anyone who tells you that they're not doing this when they do oppressor and oppressed is full of shit. They might think it's like some fucking objective scientific way of looking at the world or material conditions, like to make it sound more modern and all that, but actually it's just dualism. It's just good and evil, but it sounds more academic. That's it.
Good and evil.
Either you are with us or you are with the
us.
terrorists.
Hey, I'm with you, President. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm joking. Come back. Replace Trump, please. The terrorists. The goddamn terror. We have to stop the terror.
I'll quote another Marjorie tweet because she thinks with the same subtlety that she does pull-ups. Quote, "We are in a battle between good and evil. The Democrats are the party of pedophiles, murdering the innocent unborn, etc., etc. The Democrat Party is flat out evil. And yesterday they tried to murder President Trump." Imagine the Democrats attempting something as proactive as an assassination. Not really their MO, is it?
No.
Dualism is a view of human behavior devoid
We're gonna
of moral
escalate.
ambiguity.
My God, wait, has Noah done or said anything? Has he been seen since going to those protests in DC? He wasn't seen in the Hassan. I was honestly, when I watched that video, that 1 minute fucking I'm about to go and commit a school shooting video, I was honestly expecting to see like the next day that he's gone and tried to blow up the White House, but he didn't, did he? Oh well. Now watch this drive.
Where people do bad things not because of ignorance or a misbegotten sense of righteousness, but because they have consciously sworn allegiance to the forces of evil. And it must be a great confidence boost to people who think this way, to know that because they haven't sworn allegiance to evil, they must be on the side of righteousness in everything they do. Sometimes people call this Manichaean thinking, in reference to the religion founded by the ancient prophet Mani, who taught that there is not one God, but two opposing powers, the Father of Greatness versus the Prince of Darkness. But I feel like calling it Manichaean evades the fact that most people who think this way are, well, followers of more popular religions. So I'm calling it dualism. Now I'll just say it. Dualism is wrong. The world is not a battle between light and dark. Light and dark are complementary and codependent, and I know that's true because it was revealed to me by the Archangel Metatron in a mystical vision I had after consuming some sacred plant medicine from the Mother Earth. Checkmate, Manichaeans! Sometimes the best way to test an idea is to look at the other things it leads people to believe. So let's look at some dualist thinking in action. In May 2024, Buckingham Palace unveiled Jonathan Yeo's portrait of King Charles III, which depicts the monarch against a red background evoking like a sea of blood and fire. Normal people agreed that this was funny, But conspiracists flocked to social media to speculate that Kate Middleton was dead and the portrait was painted with her blood, and that vertically mirroring the painting along its right edge reveals the face of Satan, Prince of Darkness.
No way!
Conspiracist Naomi Wolf quote, "These Satanists just don't sleep." My God. It's really bad for your skin to not sleep. That's probably why they need the adrenochrome. So look, I agree that the king is bad. We're on the same page there. But he's not bad because he's a secret Satan worshiper who hides demonic images in oil paintings. No, the king is bad because, prepare yourself Brits, yank take incoming, because monarchy is bad. But conspiracists do not...
Mate, you guys elected a president who doesn't believe in fucking dinosaurs, okay? Your country had a fucking attempted coup, and the guy who led the coup got voted in president by the popular vote. Don't tell me about fucking the monarchy, okay? It works. It fucking works. Because right-wing extremists are never going to fuck with that shit. They're never going to go in to this House of Parliament or to any other fucking institution of the crown and to upset it, right? Because it's too cute. They like the jewels. They like the throne. They like the fucking sergeant at arms with a big stick. Trump doesn't believe in dinosaurs? I don't know. Like, probably not. I'm pretty sure he said something about dinosaurs, didn't he? Isn't that why all the Republicans went mental? You're actually a monarchist? What happened? I'm just saying, like, constitutional democracy is like big fucking deal, man. That's why we don't abolish the monarchy. It's because it's like number 20 on the list of priorities for this country. Like, didn't do shit. And also, if you're gonna get rid of the king, you gotta do it fucking cautiously, okay? Because if you go too fast on that, you might get some nasty head of state shit going on. I don't know. It's a process. It's delicate. I don't want to become like America. I'm just saying. I don't want to be an idiocracy, which is apparently what awaits us when you get rid of the king.
Understand that problems can arise from a form of government itself. For conspiracists, the problem is never the structure of power, but rather that the people currently in power just so happen to be evil Satanists. Listen to how QAnon propaganda film Q, the plan to...
The entire country shutting down to mourn the Queen was kind of cringe. Yeah, your entire country almost fucking collapsing because the president didn't like the results of an election. That's kind of cringe, okay? And for whatever reason, our right-wingers have not yet caved to the madness that takes place in America and even in Europe as well. They might do it, okay, but we've enjoyed 10 years of relative tranquility with our right wing compared to like fucking fascist Le Pen in France or the AFD or the fucking nutters in Spain. We've avoided most of that. What about Brexit? Again, Brexit was not from the far right, okay? Far right people liked Brexit, but it wasn't like... Until now, okay, until like just last year, every other country in Europe has like far-right populist factions getting like 20, 30% of the vote, 40%, and here we just avoided it until reform. So, and basically it's all because of the monarchy, you know, that's my theory. Did I say Spain? Not Spain, because they have a monarchy.
Save the World, directed by Joe M., describes the root of all societal problems.
We were taught that capitalism was the cause of a massive rich-poor divide and the reason for poverty. Others were taught that communism, the system of equal wealth across all people, was really to blame for the mess. But you see, folks, it is none of these things. What you must learn is that it was the criminals all along. What you must learn is that it has always been them, a colossal global criminal class.
Joe M. argues that inequality, crime, and war are not the result of any particular political order, but are the result of satanic criminals taking over government, industry, media, and banking and deliberately oppressing us, the good people, by attacking the family, poisoning our food, and murdering our beautiful dead wife JFK. Rest in peace, sweet angel.
The world is currently experiencing a dramatic covert war of biblical proportions. literally the fight for Earth, between the forces of good and evil.
The apocalyptic tone conceals a kind of optimism. If we could just purge the deep state, then all the world's problems would be solved. No more war, no more poverty, no more crime, because all of that is the deliberate plan of the ontologically evil cabal and their mainstream media shills.
We realized that the problem was never capitalism or socialism, Democrat or Republican, black or white, Muslim or Christian. We know it was just very powerful criminals who had too much power.
It can be tempting to think that conspiracists are confused socialists, since they're seemingly so bothered by rich elites. But they're not socialists. They think both capitalists and socialists are bad because they're all puppets of the real satanic power behind the throne. Some conspiracy theories, like QAnon, are very explicit that the enemy is literally Satan. But conspiracist dualism can also be a little more subtle than the least subtle it is possible to be. John Bircher-style anti-communist conspiracy theories of the last century usually didn't mention Satan specifically, but the way they told it, communism may as well have been the devil. When conspiracists like Alex Jones or his major influence Gary Allen rant about communism, they're not talking about actual communist theory or practice. Like, here's how Gary Allen defines communism. And yes, the definition is in all caps. Quote, an international conspiratorial drive for power on the part of men in high places willing to use any means to bring about their desired aim. Global conquest. Hey. He argues that Karl Marx was merely a patsy, a pamphleteer and hired goon of the Illuminati communist bankers, that no one in power ever sincerely believed that communism is good, because he defines communism as a plan to consciously do evil. Quote, the issue, very simply, is the enslavement of you and your children. The idea of satanic elites was taken to its extreme by New Age conspiracist David Icke, who popularized the theory that the secret rulers of the world are literally inhuman, that they're shape-shifting, blood-drinking, extraterrestrial reptiles who are using a metaphysical construct called the Saturn Moon Matrix to imprison humanity in a simulation with bad vibes. Maybe ease up on the red pills there, buddy. I think you've had enough. We need red pill Narcan stat. We're losing him. To illustrate why dualism is wrong, let's use MK Ultra as an example. Why did MK Ultra happen? Did the CIA experiment with mind control because they were Satanists who delight in doing evil? No, that's not how things happen. In all of human history, almost nothing has happened because of Satanists. The CIA wanted to develop mind control because they were good American patriots with a paranoid conspiratorial streak of their own. They saw videos of American prisoners of war in Korea declaring allegiance to communism. And instead of concluding that this was the result of torture or genuine disillusionment with what America was doing in Korea, the CIA feared that the communists had developed mind control, and they would not allow a mind control gap. So they didn't think they were doing evil. They thought of themselves as protecting the free
mind control gap
world against an existential threat. And when those are the stakes, the ends justify the means. And that is how you end up seated in front of a
mind control vacuum. Oh no, sorry.
One-way mirror watching prostitutes poison people with LSD, if you're a Fed. I just do it for fun.
Asymmetrical mind control warfare. Dude. Hey, how you doing? Buy wolf bracers. Why? Why are they so special? Bear? Oh. I guess owl bracers are bear. Bear is okay. Or do I want to save gold for mount? Grumble, grumble, grumble. Oh, go on. There you go. They could last a long time, though. That's the thing. They could literally last until level 40. Okay. Peppered Drone, thanks for the 15 shekels. Appreciate that.
This is not to deny there was an element of sadism involved in MK Ultra. In fact, I'm sure there was.
This man worked on some of these programs. He would write of his work, it was fun, fun, fun. From brothels, an agent says, we learned a lot about human nature in the bedroom.
But sadism usually finds a justification for itself. Conspiracists have never heard the saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The final element of conspiracist dualism is what's called millenarianism, the idea that the battle between good and evil is reaching an imminent climax, resulting in a messianic age.
Raging around us is the final phase of a vast global shadow war, not between nations, but between the forces of good and the most unimaginable of evils.
For QAnon, the Day of Judgment was the storm, and it's not an exaggeration to say that many viewed, and at time of filming still view, Trump as the Messiah.
I have grown to fully trust Don, master of all masters.
Conspiracists of every era usually believe that total ruin or total transformation is at hand. The survival of the free world depends on the sheeple waking up. The truth will shake the earth to its foundations. Alex Jones has been saying for 25 years that tyranny is imminent. One world government, nuclear apocalypse, World War III, Civil War alert. The globalists are always just about to make that final move. Any day now. It's why you need to stay tuned into InfoWars for tomorrow's news today. And while you're here, please buy our Super Male Vitality Serum to purify your precious bodily fluids and help us pay our defamation damages.
But researchers say some of Jones's supplements could be sperm killing.
Conspiracist Principle 3, Symbolism. So to show you what I mean by symbolism, I'm just going to list some things I have seen cited as evidence of a global satanic conspiracy. Corporate logos that look like the planet Saturn, the Monster energy drink symbol, the statue of Shiva at CERN, subliminal sexual imagery in Disney movies, red shoes, celebrities holding pizza boxes, celebrities making hand signs, hidden in plain sight, Tom Hanks saluting the Baphomet in Forrest Gump. Sir, I would like to introduce you to the Congressional Medal of Honor. U.S. Congressional Medal of Honor, killing for Lucifer. Tom Hanks is another Satanist. And pedo. And of course, the goddamn reptiles.
Isn't it weird that the Vatican's audience hall is full of references to reptilians?
If Satanists took over the Vatican, would you notice? Therefore, they openly showcased their symbolism. Therefore, they were sloppy. If you fold a dollar bill the right way and place it side by side, it reveals a reptilian face with sharp teeth. And beneath those teeth, Satan. There's a whole genre of conspiracy theories based on symbolism in U.S. currency. Yeah. The Eye of Providence and the dollar bill is the most famous, but the Kansas hole goes deeper than that. $5 bill shows the Twin Towers. $10 bill shows after the planes collided. $20 bill shows the buildings collapsing. $50 bill shows the dust and the smoke. $100 bill shows a new beginning. The money is all shaped like an airplane. Yes, all money is shaped like an airplane if you fold it in the shape of an airplane. What a coincidence. Move along, nothing to see here.
Have you forgotten?
I don't want my dollar back.
Too soon. Too soon.
Is this what they mean by follow the money? Okay, so corporate logos, hand signs in music videos, images in Hollywood movies, occult symbols on currency. What kind of evidence is this? It's a style of conspiracism made explicit by one of Q's recurring slogans. Symbolism will be their downfall. The idea is you can divine the existence and nature of a conspiracy by learning to read the symbolic language of the elite. QAnon formalized this decoding activity through Q drops or breadcrumbs, cryptic messages that followers had to bake or decipher.
Like an army of digital autists, we connect the dots.
It's a gamification of political speculation that's been compared to an ARG. It's exciting to discover.
An army of digital autists. That's you guys. That is you guys called out. Sans, $95. Take my money, Englishman. Wow. Whoa.
Secrets, uncover plots, solve puzzles, decrypt codes, connect the dots, divine the future. It's a discourse that's not even pseudo-intellectual because it's not even trying to appear rational. It's most closely related to occult divinatory practices like astrology or tarot reading. I call it mediamancy. If cartomancy is divination by reading cards, and necromancy is divination by talking to dead people, then mediomancy is divination by interpreting satanic Illuminati symbols in Taylor Swift music videos. Conspiracist symbolism views the media, the iconography of government, industry, and religion, even the events of history itself, as so many tea leaves in which you can divine the true nature of reality and predict the wicked schemes of the elite. Oh my god, the Statue of Liberty is actually Lucifer. Oh my god, the One World Trade Center looks like a syringe. Vaxxed. Conspiracists usually believe that the news is fake, that every official source of information is propaganda for the cabal, and yet it's also full of cryptic hints and symbols which we can decode and piece together to reveal the hidden truth. Now, a rational person might ask, what do the elites gain by this? Why would they place these symbols everywhere for us to find? Well, to mock us. They're doing it out in the open. Normalizing Satanism is a stage.
Are we still streaming? Yeah, we are. What the fuck?
A milestone on the road to the New World Order. It is a method of satanic inversion, of turning white into black and good into evil. Casual reminder that Taylor Swift is literally normalizing Satanism. So the idea is that the elites are evil occultists, so they put evil occult symbols everywhere because that's what evil occultists do. I don't think treating this like a rational argument will get us anywhere, so let's instead try to make sense of it by comparison with astrology. Now, I need to clarify my view of astrology because by comparing it to conspiracism, it might sound like I have a negative opinion of astrology. So I need to tread carefully here, or I'll be forever exiled from the LGBT community. More so, I think astrology has its place, so long as astrology knows its place. In The Essential Guide to Practical Astrology, April Elliott Kent writes, astrology is a language. It's the sky's way of speaking to us. Taken literally, this is intentionalism. The sky does not speak any more than volcanoes get angry. But taken metaphorically, it could be true that contemplating planetary cycles causes me to realize something about my own emotions.
Oh my
for
god!
Example, that I have bipolar disorder. If that wasn't.
What are the fucking chances of a thing spawning right there, man? Come on. Bandage up. It's fuck all health. Okay, let's go. Just fight quick. Don't die, Boxy. Don't fucking eviscerate. Oh my god. What a horrible mob.
Health warning.
Ah! Okay, we're fine. God, those bolts are horrible. And I can't kick them because of the dodge chat. Okay. Orange mobs. Wow. Powerful. All for that. Okay. Kill thunder lizards. No problem.
Obvious from, look around us. In my opinion, when astrologers are asked to explain themselves, they should say something like this. Astrology is a centuries-old tradition of storytelling that uses a symbolic language based around the movement of the planets to provide meaning and guidance to people's lives. All human thinking is to some extent projection. Like, what is a constellation? It's connecting the dots in the most literal sense. The constellation Aries is a ram, but is the ram in the sky, or is the ram in our minds? It doesn't even really look like a ram to me.
Not really.
But it wasn't named by me, it was—
Cassiopeia just is a fucking zigzag, bro. It's like the lady in the rocking chair. No way. What the fuck were you smoking?
It was named by ancient people who spent a lot more time around sheep. Human brains search for patterns. It's called apophenia, the tendency to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things. It's why we look at clouds and see animals. It's why we look at Disney's The Little Mermaid and see the phallus of the father.
I set certain rules, and I expect those rules to be obeyed.
And when Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl.
Wow.
You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now.
It's Daddy, you shithead. Where's my bourbon?
Our brains default to apophenia whenever we have no better methods of analysis. You see this a lot on low information investing forums like Wall Street Bets. Low information investing. So, gambling. On gambling forums, gaps in financial literacy are spontaneously filled by Stone Age superstition. The Nvidia line made a shape and then go up. The Tesla line made a similar shape. Maybe it go up. Guys, at this point, just consult the entrails of beasts like honest barbarians. Stock-obsessed Gen Z are using astrology and tarot to invest. My god, the S&P 500 is in retrograde. Well, by the retrograde, not only do we recognize patterns where there aren't any, but also our preconceived biases influence the type of patterns that we recognize. It's like people who go looking for God tend to find the God they're looking for. The Virgin Mary tends to appear on grilled cheese sandwiches in Miami, while the name of Allah tends to appear on melons in Indonesia. And conspiracists who think the world is ruled by a satanic cabal tend to find demonic symbols basically everywhere.
Sam Smith and The Weeknd with some of the most satanic performances ever. Lizzo with a literal 6 on her head, Doja Cat and all these other artists. Do you guys get it yet?
An especially powerful type of apophenia is called face pareidolia, the tendency to see faces in inanimate objects. Almost any symmetrical object with 2 dots over a line we perceive as a face. It's why emojis and emoticons can convert facial expressions with such little information. And a guaranteed way to create a symmetrical image is to mirror literally any picture along a vertical line. To choose a random example, if we were to take the portrait of King Charles, conspiracism is to history and media analysis as astrology is to astronomy. Pre-modern thinking, postmodern politics. And this is a little awkward for Christian conspiracy theorists because they're basically practicing a form of occult divination. But that cognitive dissonance is easily managed by projecting their obsession with the occult onto the elite. It's because the elites are obsessed with the occult that everywhere I look, I see occult symbols.
The elite, again, the so-called establishment kings, are obsessed with the occult.
Conspiracists hate the occult the way—
Oh god, I love vintage Alex Jones. What a dude.
A man posts rants about the evils of
Skinny
pornography
Alex Jones.
20 seconds after zipping up his pants. The way the Ku Klux—
Do you genuinely believe that the UK should not get rid of its monarchy? No, I think they should get rid of the monarchy. I just don't think it's a very high priority. Like, it's just not a big fucking issue. We have a lot more issues.
Klux Klan hated Catholicism while parading around in Spanish Catholic capirote hoods. Sometimes haters are fans in denial. So why does occult symbolism have so many fans? Well, like intentionalism, I think irrational symbolic thinking is inherently human and will never go away. Academic history and political science will never fully replace conspiracism for the same reasons that astronomy will never completely replace astrology. Because the scientific worldview cannot meet all human needs. Science tells us how things happen, but it doesn't tell us why things happen in a certain humanistic sense.
And there is no why, so we need a how.
We rely on symbolism, on mythology, to inscribe the world with meaning. And science destroys that mythology. Conspiracism is like spirituality in that it re-enchants the world. It re-mythologizes. It denies the meaninglessness of random chaos on one hand and the determinism of scientific laws on the other. Divination survives and thrives in the age of science because there's important questions that scientific rationality cannot answer. Questions like, how do I make sense of grief or trauma? Science doesn't answer questions like that, so we all practice some form of witchcraft, whether it's prayer, astrology. I mean, I believe in psychoanalysis.
Why do some humans just not fall for it then? Or maybe they do, they just forget in different ways? Like, I think I got bored of conspiracy theories when I was like 15. It was never that interesting to me. All my friends were into it. All my friends were into fucking Freemasons and secret societies, 9/11 and shit. But I've just never, I don't know, why do some people not need it? Is it because they're just based and superior? Maybe maybe I'm Neo. Wow. Cooking. That's it. I'm Keanu Reeves. Okay, good.
There has to be a point at which Dad comes home.
It's like Daddy arrived and he's taking his belt off, you know?
When something horrible like 9/11 happens, we want to know why. Not just in a structural engineering sense, we want it to mean something. It's not why in the sense of physical causation, it's why in the sense of, my God, why have you forsaken me? What is the meaning of this? 15 years ago, I came across this conspiracist breakdown of the occult numerology of 9/11. It uses numerology, tarot, and Kabbalah to discover the esoteric meaning of 9/11. Quote, a mass sacrifice ritual invoking destruction of the divine union to provoke a response of blind violence based in fear. There's a kind of proportionality bias here too. Meaningful events should have meaningful causes. Maybe this 9/11 ritual meme brought some kind of comfort to the person who made it. And is that so wrong? If it's okay to use astrology to make sense of personal trauma, then is it really so bad to use conspiracist mediamancy to make sense of political trauma? Well, yes. Yes, it is. Why? Divination has its place as long as divination knows its place. And conspiracist divination never knows its place. It's virtually always in conflict with more rational ways of understanding politics, and for that reason, it's a menace to democracy. A voter who's engaging with politics by searching for reptilian symbols in public architecture is not fact-checking claims about immigrants eating pets, much less developing informed opinions about tariffs. And worse, the confirmation bias and unfalsifiability of symbolic interpretation means that every prejudice is amplified to extremes and immunized against debunking. If conspiracists are homophobic, they'll divine symbolic evidence of a gay conspiracy. If they're anti-Semitic, they'll divine symbolic evidence of a Jewish conspiracy. And if they're 46% of Trump voters in 2016, they'll conclude on the basis of symbolism in artwork owned by Tony Podesta and references to hot dogs in Hillary Clinton's emails that Democratic politicians are enacting satanic pedo rituals in the basement of a pizza parlor. What is it about rituals, in particular, that is so endlessly fascinating to conspiracists? 9/11 is a ritual. Celebrities in drag is a ritual. Celebrities out of drag is a ritual. The conspiracy theory is never just that the elites are abusing children, it's always specifically ritual abuse, or ritual murder. So what is so important about rituals? I want to go down that rabbit hole, but it's definitely going to get me demonetized, so I'd like to take a moment to thank this video's sponsors: the Clinton Foundation, the Bilderberg Group, Bohemian Club, the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, the Council on Foreign Relations, World Bank, the Trilateral Commission, the Jesuit
Institute.
Order, the Chinese Communist Party,
those guys.
the Temple of Satan, the Rothschild Estate, Galactic Emperor Xenu, and Curiosity Stream. Just kidding. I'll be lying in the cold, dead ground before I take a goddamn cent from Curiosity Stream. I have a little thing called integrity.
Wow, I don't.
Part 4. The Ritual. Dark Mother, Cold Mother, Cruel Mother. What is the password? No. I mean, the Wi-Fi password. I can't get any signal out here, which is why I wish we'd do this in the city, so I don't have to drive out to New Jersey in the middle of the night every time we have a goddamn orgy. So there's this fixation among conspiracists on the real and imagined rituals of the elite. For example, the transvestigation conspiracy theory alleges that virtually every celebrity is secretly transgender due to some kind of elite Luciferian initiation ritual, as evidenced by, for example, this diagram of World War II General Douglas MacArthur's voluptuous female breasts.
Hey.
We're through the looking glass here, people. To understand this obsession,
There was that fascist lady, wasn't there? The founder of the British Fascisti or whatever it was called. It was basically the first fascist organization in the UK. It was founded by a woman, Rita Lintorn Orman. And she actually was a bisexual who would have orgies. And that's why she eventually, and she's an alcoholic as well.
we need to ask, what is the purpose of ritual? Well, ritual binds communities together, and like symbolism, ritual creates meaning and clarifies social status. Coronations, inaugurations, weddings, the reading of a judicial verdict, all of these are rituals that authorize certain relationships.
Oh, it was Rotha Lintorn Orman. What a name. Which is funny because I don't know if this was the case at the time, but like, okay, yeah, she's obviously gay, right? I mean, what? 1916. Founder of British fascists. Yeah. The British Fascisti, the first avowedly fascist movement in British politics. But yeah, she was into drugs, alcohol. Rumors about her sexual orientation began to damage her rep. Yeah, okay. Yeah, man. She used to have orgies and shit. Or she was accused of them. I mean, I can fix her. Good luck.
Of power. So it makes sense that if there were secret powers behind the throne, then those powers would have secret rituals. And conspiracists often try to demonstrate the existence of the secret powers by exposing the secret rituals. In the late 90s, there was a young conspiracy theorist who hosted a local radio show in Austin, Texas. His name was Alex Jones. One of his first moments in the national spotlight was his Y2K video, Dark Secrets, Inside Bohemian Grove. I have a copy right here on VHS. Let's watch it now.
Hello, I'm Alex Jones, and I'm a radio and television host based in Austin, Texas. And for many years, I've been exposing the criminal activities of the global elite, also known as the New World Order.
In this video, Alex infiltrates the Bohemian Club, which is essentially a fraternity for rich middle-aged men who meet yearly at a campground north of San Francisco to perform a ceremony called the Cremation of Care, in which an effigy representing the dull cares of daily life is burnt at an altar beneath a giant statue of an owl. Participants in this chuggy frat boy pageant have included Presidents Bush Jr. and Sr., Reagan, Eisenhower, Hoover, and Richard Nixon, who once referred to the Cremation of Care as, quote, the most faggy goddamned thing you could ever imagine. Alex insists we should all be horrified by the Cremation of Care, which he describes as an ancient
Canaanite, Luciferian, Babylon mystery religion ceremony.
The centerpiece of the documentary is the secret footage Alex took of the—
He's just mad that it's gay. Those words are all euphemisms for gay.
I've been expecting you.
The ceremony, which is simply embarrassing for everyone involved.
Begone, old care, and all the winds make merry with thy dust. Hail, fellowship's eternal flame. Once again, midsummer sets us free.
See, this is why I don't hang out with rich people. They're not cool. Stop making them look cool, Alex. The documentary ends with Alex standing outside the Texas Capitol building with a megaphone, screaming about how then-Governor George Bush is a Luciferian occultist.
This is how George Bush dresses, right here when he's in the Bohemian Grove. He is nothing but a Luciferian twit. A Luciferian twit, Bush.
He's actually saying twink. A Luciferian twink.
They think you can feed on the human population. We say no to you.
Okay, this is a little bit charming. I admit I kind of enjoy Alex Jones' early work before he went mainstream. The whole point of the Bohemian Grove video is Alex seems to think that this mock ritual sacrifice is something that should shock us to the core. He also absurdly implies that real child sacrifices take place at Bohemian Grove, despite the fact that he has the whole thing on video, and clearly, no children are sacrificed.
Mock human sacrifices, they claim, just shocks the very foundations of what Americans believe their leaders to be.
It's like when conspiracists cite Marina Abramovich performance art or the Rothschild surrealist ball as evidence of elite satanic cannibalism, because one time someone ate a cake shaped like a person. Did you ever eat a gingerbread man? Are you a cannibal? Don't be stupid.
You're a monster.
Ancient Romans accused Christians of cannibalism because they talk of eating and drinking their god. Christians, of all people, should understand the concept of a symbolic human sacrifice.
Isn't that like
Body
the entire
parts,
basis of your religion? What exactly is so horrifying about a bunch of old men getting drunk in the woods and doing fruity rituals? We do still have freedom of religion in this country, which means you're allowed to do whatever fruity rituals you want. I think there is a grain of truth, though, in conspiracist paranoia about secret societies, like the Bohemian Club, or the Bilderberg Group, or maybe early in American history, the Freemasons. But it has nothing to do with rituals. The grain of truth is that there is something undemocratic about a bunch of men with a disproportionate grip on power gathering behind closed doors. If that's your argument, then I agree. But that's not what conspiracists are saying. They're not saying that secret societies are undemocratic. They're saying that secret societies are satanic. And that's why they're fixated on the rituals. They think the rituals are satanic, and therefore they suspect that child sacrifice is involved. Okay, so we've finally arrived at satanic ritual baby killing. The moment you've all been waiting for. Satanic ritual baby killing is a classic conspiracist trope with a long and ugly history. In the Middle Ages, ritual child murder was an accusation made in witch trials and an anti-Jewish blood libel. In the US, one of the best-selling books of the 1830s was an anti-Catholic hoax called Awful Disclosures of Maria.
Do you guys know that a large portion of the people who were hanged in the Salem witch trials were because of the testimony of teenage girls? Because men and women were hanged as witches, mostly women. But quite a lot of the testimony against them was just fucking random rumors spread by teenagers. It's one for the misogynists out there.
Monk, which claimed that so-called black nuns were forcing initiates to have debauched sex with local priests, and that the resulting babies were baptized, strangled, and buried in secret tombs beneath the convent. This was part of a nativist backlash against immigrants from Ireland and Germany, along with a bunch of other conspiracy theories about a papist plot to destroy America through mass migration, secretly subsidized by the Catholic powers of Europe. People in this country truly never learn. Meanwhile, in the Catholic powers of Europe, a panic occurred in the 1880s when a series of books exposed a secret Luciferian cult within Freemasonry that worshipped Baphomet, held satanic orgies, and was plotting to destroy the papacy. This was all revealed to be a hoax by the writer Leo Taxil in 1897. Not that that stops conspiracists from treating it as fact to this day. You know, maybe the decline in Freemasonry is the reason there's a male loneliness epidemic. Stop posting incel shit online and join your local Masonic lodge.
Devil worship, exposing Satan's underground.
In the 1980s, this is getting old fast, there was a witch hunt known as the Satanic Panic.
You have to give a blood sacrifice to Satan.
An obsessive fascination with sex and drugs, and yes, heavy metal rock and roll. The other face of adults.
When was the thing of people playing songs backwards and hearing satanic messages? I guess it would have been with record players, but...
Satanism is violent and fiendish, centered on sexual ritual and torture, frequently descending into the vilest crime of all, sexual abuse of children.
Dungeons and Dragons. Some claim it's a simple, harmless game.
Yeah. It's all imagination. Is it?
The Satanic Panic began in Canada with the publication of Michelle Remembers, a supposedly non-fiction memoir recounting Catholic psychiatrist Lawrence Pasder's hypnotherapy sessions with his patient-turned-wife Michelle Smith. In a hypnotic trance, Michelle allegedly recovered repressed memories of being surrendered by her mother at the age of 5 to a satanic cult, whose rituals included demonic orgies, Bible defecation, forced cannibalism, serpent fornication, kitten sacrifice, baby crucifixion. This apparently very convincing testimony was promoted by Oprah and spread worldwide, with 12,000 accusations of satanic ritual abuse leading to dozens of convictions and years of jail time for innocent daycare workers.
Certain American police officers even appointed themselves leaders of the Grand Inquisition, resulting in the certified VHS classic Law Enforcement Guide to Satanic Cults. Let's watch it now.
There's two different communities that use this park. One is the pagan or occultic community, and the other community is, of course, the homosexual community.
Get 'em, boys!
Interestingly enough, they go hand in hand.
All law enforcement officers should be familiar with the different types of degeneracy.
This is the way occultists tell each other, hey, we're Satanists, and we're partying.
More than 2 million American children each year are reported missing. The ceremonies involve rape and sexual assault, sodomy, animal and human sacrifices, and often the slaughter of unbaptized infants. Sex with demons is primary.
My favorite part of this video is where they just list a series of atrocities supposedly committed by Satanists, but there's this 80s synth funk in the background the entire time.
Sexual trafficking of children, corpse theft, pornography.
So with Pizzagate, QAnon, and the general satanic pedo cabal conspiracies, these same satanic ritual abuse accusations are directed not at witches, Jews, Freemasons, Catholics, or daycare workers, but at the elites. And because this is primarily a right-wing conspiracy theory, the elites in question are mainly Hollywood actors and liberal politicians. Now, we have to acknowledge another grain of truth here. The idea of elite sex criminals seems plausible to people, in part because there are, in fact, numerous elite sex criminals. Goddamn Jeffrey Epstein gave a lot of credibility to this. However, there is a considerable gap between Jeffrey Epstein, the real live sex criminal, well, the real dead sex criminal, and the conspiracist fantasy of the satanic pedo cabal. For one thing, there's no evidence that Epstein was a Satanist. And according to the victims, if you actually care what the victims have to say, he was, if anything, unceremonious. So why then did he commit his crimes, if not for the sake of evil occultic rituals? Well, I think it's safe to infer he was basically a high libido sociopath with enough power to get away with it. And it also seems like beautiful girls were a kind of status symbol to him, and a currency he could use to influence other powerful men. You know what the real conspiracy is?
Patriarchy, fuckface!
When you strip away the fantasy of satanic rituals, what Jeffrey Epstein actually did is he treated women and girls like commodities. And I think it's emotionally challenging for people to confront that, because treating women and girls like commodities is banal. It's ordinary. Most men do it to some extent, and not because men are inherently evil, but because society empowers them to do it.
Hey, when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the you can do anything.
Oh no, she's implicating Donald Trump, oh no.
And because this is the internet...
The guy who said that him and Epstein both like him young, oh no, and they're really good friends, oh no, and Trump told a 10-year-old that he was going to date her in 10 years.
I need to clarify that I don't hate men. I'm not trying to castrate anyone. I'm not trying to cuckold anyone. I'm not trying to strap on a high-heeled boot and step on anyone's and or balls. I'm just asking questions. Why didn't Trump grab him by the boast to end his political career in 2016? Well, because men say things like that all the time. Male sexual domination is normal. But Epstein crossed a line. He took it too far. And there's a need to make that line as sharp as possible, to distance criminal sexual domination from normal sexual domination. And that is one function of the satanic ritual abuse conspiracy. It denies the banality of sexual violence by making sexual violence exotic. Conspiracists project sexual violence outside themselves, outside their own families, communities, and churches, by imagining it as this bizarre, incomprehensible evil practiced by spiritually deviant elites with motives that resemble nothing in ordinary human psychology. And that way, we never have to confront the hypocrisy of our own values, that we idealize alpha male sexual dominance, but we're horrified when powerful men sexually dominate. We make a fetish out of youthful beauty, But we're horrified when someone is sexually attracted to the exact quality we've all been collectively fetishizing. Like, we haven't all heard ordinary men say that women hit the wall at 25. I don't need to show the OkCupid data, do I? Like, it isn't commonplace to tell teenage girls to watch how they dress because it's distracting to their teachers and it makes their male relatives...
Mate, there's a fucking supply teacher in school who literally went on a screed about girls with their fucking cleavage showing. I was like, what the fuck? He's like, we will look. We are programmed to look. It's not to be ashamed about. It's just that if I'm supposed to come up to a wee lassie and be like, excuse me, can you button them up? And she's like, what are you looking? I'm out of a job. I don't know where this came from. Why did he say that? I can't remember. To this day, I can't for the life of me remember why that came up. The fuck? Was he a nonce? I don't know. Wait, am I getting disconnected? What the fuck? Oh wow. Wait, is this actually gonna get me killed? This is bad, isn't it? At least I've got it on stream. At least I'm clipping it, right? Doesn't help that I just ran into a guy. Unable to reconnect. Interesting. Huh. If you die in a server crash, can you retrieve your character though? Non-hardcore crashed as well. If it's a general, yeah, surely they have a way of handling server crashes. Huh. Disconnected. Famously they don't. Really? Just reopen the game. I'm trying to, but it's not letting me reopen it. I guess it was a proper crash, like a really bad one, or normally if it's just a quick, if it's a server crash, then it might be for a while, no? They only did it because of OnlyFans, really. So if you die to a disconnect, you're actually fucked. They just say you agreed to the terms. You kidding me, man? Well, I mean, I'd be dead now anyway. Like, it's not like I can just log in mid-fight. Sounds like reptilioids to me. Yeah. Okay. I haven't died, I don't think, but obviously I'd log in and then I'd find out that I'm dead. I don't like it. Ha 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 ha. Spam the potion button. Potion. Am I going to log in and find out that I died? If you start combat and then get disconnected, you are most likely dead. I don't think you can just auto-attack the mob to death. What's it doing? Fuck it.
Uncomfortable. Now, no, we don't need to deal with any of that because the problem is simply Satanists. This kind of distancing sensationalism really reached its peak with the conspiracy theory known as Frazzle Drip. And if you haven't heard of this, I'm so excited that I get to be the one to tell you. Frazzle Drip, or Frazzled.Rip, is the name of a folkloric file supposedly discovered on the laptop of former US Representative Anthony Weiner, which, according to internet rumor, contains a snuff film so depraved it made hardened NYPD detectives cry like little bitches before committing sewer slide. The video supposedly shows Hillary Clinton and her staffer Huma Abedin enacting a satanic ritual sacrifice in which they rip a little girl's face off of her face and take turns wearing the face as a mask while committing sadistic sex acts and drinking the adrenalized blood of this now faceless child. Okay, and what happens next? Does Squidward unalive himself? Is a clown going to murder me in the bath if I don't share this with my top 8 MySpace friends by midnight? Chad, I need you to understand that this low-quality creepypasta is not some obscure piece of fringe QAnon lore. The Frazzledrip rumor emerged in 2018, but to this day, people post about it on conspiracy Twitter and conspiracy Reddit on like a weekly basis. There's a whole extended lore about how wearing a child's face as a mask is a common adrenochrome harvesting method, and that the media is full of symbolism alluding to the practice. For example, Lady Gaga's outfit at the 2009 VMAs. Guys, if you see a red lace dress and your first thought is, that looks like a child who's been skinned alive, the problem is within you. See also the Basquiat painting on a hoodie worn by Ellen DeGeneres and Jay-Z, and Wilson the volleyball from the movie Castaway. This last example is cited by conspiracists as evidence that beloved actor Tom Hanks is in fact a sodomistic pedovore who routinely gluts himself on the adrenochrome-rich blood of slaughtered children. So anyone who's even slightly tethered to reality can tell this isn't true. But I, as a close personal friend of Hillary, am in a unique position to prove it isn't true. Because I have seen the real Frazzledrip. I have it right here on VHS.
Whoa.
Let's watch it now.
I love that combination.
Watch it now.
Eyes Wide Shut, They Live. Eyes Wide Shut is a Kubrick film about secret societies. Network is the guy who loses his mind, the broadcaster, and then gets everyone else to do the same. Matrix, They Live, aliens run the world. You can only see them if you put the special glasses on. Bohemian Grove, Wizard of Oz.
Place the mask into position as before.
Sorry,
and get ready
wrong
for
tape.
a real treat. The first time you position the mask
Sometimes
on
I
your
get
face,
the labels
you
on
will
my
likely want to
VHS
use a
tapes
mirror
mixed up.
to help you align it properly. When positioning the mask, the 4 facial contact areas on the mask.
It's probably this one. Oh yeah, this is it. Mother of Darkness, embrace me.
It's gonna be milk. Oh, wow.
Take a fucking sip, babes.
That's what you call living out.
I love the smell of adrenochrome in the morning. Always Satanis. Hail Moloch. Oh, fuck, the arm came off. Hillary, no! I can't believe the World Economic Forum is paying me to do this. So at a certain point, and we have reached that point, conspiracy theory becomes too dignified a term for what is essentially a perverted form of morbid entertainment. I have a good eye for perversion, because I am a pervert. I know how perverts think, so you can trust me when I say conspiracists are perverts. People who are not perverts do not spend this much time thinking about debauched satanic sex crimes. Now, conspiracists will be like, how dare you? We are concerned citizens who are saving children and doing our own research. No, you're not. No, you're not. Posting about celebrity face harvesting rituals is not research, and it's not saving children, and I'm simply not going to allow you to get away with pretending that it is. I think this whole moral crusade is largely an excuse for you to spend a lot of time talking and thinking about Sadian sexual depravity. There's an element of lust in every witch hunt. In the 1486 witch hunting manual Malleus Maleficarum, there's a kind of horny obsession with women f***ing demons.
Incubus, a male demonic force that copulates with human females.
Witch trials often involved the invasive inspection of women's bodies for so-called witches' marks. There's a scene in the Law Enforcement Guide to Satanic Cults where you just have to see it to believe it.
You'll note on our model that there's oftentimes a cut that goes from behind the ear all the way down to the throat. Another area that's obvious in these kinds of ritualistic carvings would be the pentagram or the inverted pentagram on the right and the left side of the upper chest.
It is our sacred obligation to uproot the sexual deviancy that is corrupting our children and putrefying our communities. Now, look over here at our bikini model, whose pert, nubile body we're going to inspect for marks of the devil.
Another area we'll want to note is the foot area.
These are not serious people. Richard Hofstadter said that anti-Catholicism has always been the pornography of the Puritan.
Pornography.
He was talking about awful disclosures and those allegations about fornicating nuns murdering babies. 19th century conspiracists.
Why does everyone want nuns to be perverts? It's so weird. I thought they would generally be the opposite with some exceptions. I don't know. Fuck. Okay. I just realized I was streaming for 9 hours. That's quite long. And I have things to do. I have a move to prepare. Soon. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow, okay? Long stream. I know. All right, take care. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.